Continuity and Rupture, Philosophy in the Mars Terrain by Moufawad-Paul. Prologue, Maoism and Philosophy. Before 1988, Maoism did not exist. I begin with this counterintuitive statement in order to clarify the particular theoretical position that is the concern of this book. In The Communist Necessity, the polemical prolegomena to this book, I argued that there needed to be a new return to the concept of the Revolutionary Party, a reclaiming of the theoretical tradition marked by the World Historical Revolution. And that is, the new return was to be found in the three-headed beast of Marxism, Leninism, Maoism. Unfortunately, some of my critics, unaware that The Communist Necessity was primarily a polemical introduction to a philosophical intervention that still needed to be written, made the mistake of conflating my demand for a new return with the very old return that I warned about. They assumed that by arguing for a Maoist party of the new type, I was arguing for an unqualified and uncritical return to the party-building experiments and actually existing socialisms that had reached their limits in the mid-20th century. In point of fact, and this is one of my main claims, Maoism is not old-fashioned Marxism, but unlike all those demands to return to Marx, parenthesis, again fashionably following the crisis of 2008 and the onslaught of austerity, in parenthesis, a modern theoretical terrain. The moment one speaks of return to the concept of a revolutionary communist party, and motivate this return with a reclamation of the past categories of struggle, parenthesis, i.e. the vanguard, proletariat and bourgeoisie, revisionism and anti-revisionism, and revolutionary science, in parenthesis, every defense mechanism conditioned by the collapse of the Eastern Bloc and the supposed triumph of world capitalism is mobilized to inoculate the reader from ideological contamination. There's a common assumption that such a demand is orthodox, despite the fact that a rejection of the party might also be orthodox. It is the orthodoxy of a movementist understanding of reality, the contemporary First World Left's dogma, and even the orthodoxy of a return to a pre-Lenin Marx, untainted by revolution. Then there is the rejection of applying the category of science to Marxism, which is seen by some as old-fashioned, but might be misidentification with the general category of science with its natural and hard iterations. There is often scant investigation of what is meant by the employment of the categories of party and science, or what theoretical constellation could be mobilized under the rubric of a new return. Thus, at the outset of this project, it is necessary to declare two qualifications that will hopefully undermine these imprecise criticisms. First of all, I am interested in declaring fidelity to a heterodox revolutionary tradition that occupies a political sequence between the twin orthodoxies of party monolithism and movementist utopianism. If the demand for some sort of return to a revolutionary party is orthodox, then so too is the demand for a return to disorganized non-party utopianism, which was the kind of organizing that existed before, during, and after Marx. Just as modern movementists return to the latter approach without necessarily being orthodox, I believe we can embrace a new return to the former for the same reason. Secondly, I think it is worthwhile to speak about theory with some sort of scientific rubric in order to determine why historical materialism is preferable to another theoretical approach. Those Marxists who reject the category of scientific have no legitimate reason to privilege historical materialism because they cannot say why it is superior outside of theoretical taste. Although it might be the case you need to define science according to an older sense of the term, or maybe just content ourselves with a qualifier of scientific approach. We can only dispense with this distinction and retain the significance of historical materialism by playing with semantics. The very fact that I need to make these qualifications, though, demonstrate that in imperialist metropoles there has been very little understanding amongst contemporary mainstream left about the history of the name Maoism. Since this mainstream left's discourse is often determined by anarchist, autonomist, and Trotskyist/post-Trotskyist understanding of history, Maoism is a term attached to a vague understanding of the Chinese Revolution. That is, it is the Marxism practiced by the Chinese Revolution led by the figure of Mao Zedong, and is thus immediately relegated to the past. To speak of Maoism is to render oneself more than half a century out of date, or worse, to enunciate a Stalinism with Chinese characteristics. Leaving aside for the moment the fact that some of these analyses of Maoism are themselves overdetermined by an out-of-date Marxism, there is also the fact that they pass over the anti-revisionist Marxist-Leninist period in silence. Therefore, there has been a lacuna in the comprehension of the new communist movement of the late 1960s to 80s that gripped the majority of the world. I attempted to speak to this lacuna in the Communist Necessity, where I indicated the significance of the anti-revisionist Marxist-Leninist movement. As Aaron Leonard and Conor Gallagher, among others, have demonstrated in Heavy Radicals, the new communist movement, where the name Maoism was first raised as a standard, for it was not used prior to the 1960s, not even during the Chinese Revolution in 1948, in the context of the Sino-Soviet split, was extremely significant. Indeed, according to Leonard and Gallagher, the new communist movement in the US greatly eclipsed the New Left, the anti-revisionist Marxist-Leninist movement that usually called itself Maoist, was so pervasive that it was designated as the security threat by the FBI. Outside the US, the situation was much the same. We can discover, despite the fact that many of these movements erupted only to spectacularly disintegrate or slowly degenerate, a massive worldwide communist movement that mobilized under the name of Maoism. In Canada, the Workers' Communist Party and NLUT became mass parties, seeding their members into the ranks of organized labor in a manner that had not been accomplished in the 1930s, only to be absorbed and collapse. In the UK, the Revolutionary Communist League of Britain was temporarily able to pull the masses into its orbit so as to launch one of the first significant critiques of Eurocentrism. In the European continent, particularly in France, the anti-revisionist Marxist-Leninist movement was the heart of May 1968, producing intellectuals such as Jacques Siancier and Alain Badiou, who, though now departing from the Maoist past, still cannot help demonstrate some fidelity in their own particularly ways to this experience. Most important, however, in places such as the Philippines and India, the new communist movement would persist and develop, continuing to this day, transforming into the contemporary Maoist movement. These are just some of the examples of this period, a time when the name Maoism was temporarily in vogue, and it's disheartening that contemporary Marxist intellectuals are either unaware or disinterested in making sense of this past. But even this poorly apprehended new communist movement preceded Maoism proper. Regardless of its mobilization of the name Maoism, it was only a precursor of a contemporary Maoism. Its skeleton, its DNA, was ultimately conditioned by the fossil remains of a Leninism that had reached its limits, despite those moments where it yearned for more than Leninist orthodoxy. So with those who did not understand the context in which it demanded a new return to the communist necessity, were incapable of even grasping the significance of the anti-revisionist period of struggle, they were largely incapable of understanding what was intended by the concept of Marxism, Leninism, Maoism. I was indicating a theoretical terrain that had only emerged at the moment capitalism declared itself the end of history, years after even the communist movement had collapsed. The second part of the prologue, Maoism did not exist. Let us return to my initial claim. Prior to the end of the 1980s, Maoism did not exist. The controversial, if not erroneous, nature of this assertion seems obvious, since there were indeed organizations and individuals that referred to themselves as Maoist before the 1980s. Thus, to claim there was really no such thing as Maoism before 1988 is indeed counterintuitive, possibly a willful denial of history. But it is precisely this claim that is my point of departure, a line of demarcation that is only absurd insofar as the entire practice of philosophy is absurd. Indeed, If the practice of philosophy is to demand conceptual qualification, then philosophical statements often manifest as absurd in the context of the real world, where conceptual clarity is generally abjured in favor of nomological confusion. Take, for example, Aristotle's old claim that there is no such thing as human being outside of the social. One might counter, without being wrong, that Aristotle's definition is absurd, since human beings can and do exist out of social contexts. Hermits who live on mountains, lonely desert wanderers, rugged individuals who live off the grid, and content oneself with the obvious absurdity of philosophy. Aristotle replied, however, this point was misunderstood, since the human species cannot be human and be recognized as human without recourse to the social. The human can only be human in a space wherein other humans exist. The human can only be human after they socialized, growing to adulthood in this same space. Whether or not we agree with Aristotle's definition of human being is not the point here. I simply wish to indicate that his argument, regardless of its eternal merits, is no longer absurd once it is understood as an argument that is meant to draw conceptual boundaries. Therefore, what we find with the example of Aristotle's definition of human being is an attempt to provide clarity to a concept that exists beyond the name. It is absurd insofar as it denies conceptual meaning to the name itself when it is used to contradict the concept. It is possibly rational insofar as it attempts to excavate the conceptual meaning behind the name and fix this meaning in a specific context that is both spatial and temporal. And this is precisely what is meant by arguing that Maoism did not exist before 1988. A coherent conceptual concept was not fixed prior to the end of the 1980s. The term Maoism was conceptually incoherent, as Aristotle's bare human prior to the event of socialization that ascribed meaning to the name. Upon leaving the absurd realm of philosophy and entering the realm of the social, wherein theory emerges, let us examine the end of the 1980s when Maoism, I argue, begins to emerge as Maoism proper. The communist-led People's War in Peru, a revolutionary eruption right at the moment when capitalism was declaring itself the end of history, produces this statement. Quote, while Marxism-Leninism has obtained an acknowledgement of its universal validity, Maoism is not completely acknowledged as the third stage of revolutionary science. Some simply deny its condition as such, while others only accepted it as Mao Zedong thought. The denial of the ism character of Maoism denies its universal validity and consequently its condition of the third new superior stage of the ideology of the international proletariat, Marxism-Leninism Maoism. End quote. Here then, we have a theoretical statement that is drawing a boundary between the previous usage of Maoism and a concept of Maoism that is supposedly new. A theoretical tendency apparently guiding revolution that manifested following the supposed defeat of communism. Before the above statement was made, even those responsible for making it spoke of a Mao Zedong thought, shorthanded as Maoism, and though in 1981 the same Peruvian revolutionaries began to think of the possibility of a Maoism, parenthesis, in a document entitled Towards Maoism, in parenthesis, it was not until they had reached the apex of the revolutionary movement that it declared the universal validity of Maoism as a third stage of revolutionary science. Hence, the supposedly controversial claim that Maoism did not exist before 1988. It did not exist as a properly coherent theoretical terrain. Even still, 1988 was not the crucial moment when the concept of Maoism crystallized. It was still too vague, still burdened by conceptual confusion, to be anything more than a provocative suggestion made by an organization that was at the time reigniting revolutionary praxis. The moment of rupture wherein the theoretical continuity of Marxism-Leninism was forcibly disrupted would be in 1993. But before I explain this further in detail, I want to provide an introductory background to this book's existence and subject matter. Third part of the prologue, The Exclusion of Maoism. In 2012, I wrote a pamphlet-sized polemic entitled Maoism or Trotskyism, in an attempt to not only respond to what I felt were bad faith engagements with Maoism, most of which presumed the Trotskyist narrative and definition of Maoism, but also to clarify the grounds of the debate between the two divergent theoretical trajectories that were claiming to be either the proper representative or further development of Marxism-Leninism. My intention was to define the basic conceptual terms of the debate, to clear up misunderstandings, and to the very least, if the reader was faithful to a Trotskyist-influenced tendency, I had no intention of gravitating towards Maoism, provide grounds for appreciating the actual meaning of Maoism, rather than promoting and debating straw-person versions. Furthermore, Maoism or Trotskyism was written in the context of my frustration with the silence and ignorance surrounding Marxism, Leninism, and Maoism among popular first-world academic Marxists. For example, the critical companion to contemporary Marxism, which purports to provide a map to every significant Marxist tendency, possessed no chapter on Maoism. Parenthesis, although it did ironically possess chapters on Marxist tendencies that were inspired by Mao Zedong and the Chinese Revolution. End parenthesis. A rather strange omission, even if one was to identify Maoism only with the Chinese Revolution. The fact that Marxists could be silent about a Marxist trajectory that has been responsible since 1988 for multiple People's War and thus exclude a significant contemporary phenomenon was a glaring oversight. This quietus regarding Maoism, however, was not entirely surprising. My own introduction to Marxism was one that was decidedly silent on the theoretical trajectory inspired by the Chinese Revolution. Indeed, my understanding of Leninism was heavily influenced by a discourse that, echoing Cold War propaganda, assumed that Stalin was a mass murderer and that Mao was a tragic echo of Stalin. It was not until I was confronted with revolutionary traditions and movements in the global peripheries that this discourse was challenged, and I came to understand it as partially the result of Trotskyist ideology, and partially a result, I suspect, of an Orientalism that is more interested in European expression of Marxism than the tendencies that developed in the so-called Third World. By placing Maoism in confrontation with Trotskyism, my polemic was also meant to address the two related issues. The ignorance regarding Maoism that is promoted by a Trotskyist-influenced discourse. The fact that Marxism, Leninism, and Maoism was indeed quite significant, because unlike other tendencies, it was ideology that influenced every existing communist people's war. It was actively attempting to make revolution. The need to expand on aspects of this polemic that were more important than the polemic's thesis became clear after Montreal's Mason Norman Bethune began to produce and sell Maoism or Trotskyism as a pamphlet only months after it had cast it into the internet ether. What was most evident was the fact that the philosophical investigation of the terms Maoism and Trotskyism masked the need to explain many of the assumptions behind the term which I was declaring fidelity, Maoism, that I had treated as priori. Simply demanding that people accept Maoism over Trotskyism was not enough. I needed to further explain beyond my quick summations why Maoism was a new stage of revolutionary science after Leninism, as a claim beyond the axiom of universal applicability, gleaned from world historical revolution. It was not enough to just provide an inventory of what was universally applicable in Maoism, but based on the ensuing and invigorating discussion, it was also clear that the meaning behind these claims required further elaboration. For example, my claims of Maoism did not exist as Maoism proper until the late 90s and early 1990s was received with some confusion. As I've already indicated, though, clearly the term Maoism existed prior to this time period. I was arguing that these Maoisms were generally unscientific hypotheses that, despite sometimes having the germ of what we can call Maoism, core Maoism, that is Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, were still examples of a vague rather than coherent concept. Even though I tried to explain the difference between the name and concept of Maoism and why the events of 1988 and 1993 were something of an epistemic break that necessarily established the beginning of Maoism as a stage for revolutionary science, I started to realize that both in the pamphlet and elsewhere, start parenthesis, on my blog, MLM Mayhem, and in a manuscript I was working on at the time, in parenthesis, this claim demanded further elaboration. As I have argued above, philosophical practice is generally about drawing distinctions and establishing definitions. Philosophy is, to put it simply, a discipline that is concerned with discussing the meaning of concepts and theoretical terrains, and in this discussion hopes to provide a measure of clarity. Hence the difference between name and concept, and the need to explain a concept coherently in a way that does not simply assume that the emergence of a name means the emergence of a concept, is important to grasp. For example, the name and concept of atom, though connected, demonstrate an important philosophical disparity. The pre-Socratic atomists did not have the same coherent understanding of atomic structure as modern particle theory, though it is clear that the physicists borrowed the term from the ancients. In both instances, the name is identical, the concept diverges. Of course, a philosophical polemic, parentheses, such as Maoism or Trotskyism, or even the communist necessity, in parentheses, necessarily has to be narrow, because to be focused, by definition, means narrowing of the philosophical gaze. When we examine an object in order to understand the object, we temporarily and primarily focus upon it at the expense of everything else. Eventually, however, we must connect this object to other similar objects, as well as contrary objects, for nothing exists in a void, but still a certain measure of focus is required, or we cannot arrive at definitions. And it is this eventually that began to concern me after multiple discussions and arguments surrounding the initial pamphlet. Several philosophical interventions in the terrain of Marxism, Leninism, and Maoism were required. The concept not only needed to be explained, defined against the symbol named Maoism, but its significance also required clarity, for there were other people who had read my pamphlet and argued that one could not speak of Marxism, Leninism, and Maoism, because there could only be Marxism-Leninism, either dogmatically in some sort of Stalinist sense, or critically in the sense that the problems of Marxism-Leninism had still not been superseded, and thus could not be superseded through something called Maoism. Fourth part of the prologue. Philosophical clarity. The result of the discussions around Maoism or Trotskyism led me to realize that Marxism, Leninism, and Maoism in some ways lacked a coherent philosophical constellation. This is not to say that it was lacking as a science, that it lacked a theory and various exciting theoretical subcategories, parentheses, which all sciences possess, in parentheses, but that since it was only a few decades old and necessarily outside of the realm of academic privilege, it had not yet produced a series of philosophical interventions aimed at clarifying its theoretical terrain. This lack should not be surprising. Marxism lacked a coherent philosophy for many decades after it was proposed as a science, and philosophers such as Louis Althusser spent their entire lives trying to figure out how philosophy could be practiced within the Marxist terrain. When scientific paradigms emerge and necessarily produce a theoretical process in which a new concept continuously erupts, it takes some time for us philosophers, who are generally a boring and out-of-touch group of misanthropes, to recognize the importance of these theoretical terrains. All of the pieces for a philosophical elaboration are usually contained within a scientific paradigm, but since philosophy is ultimately nothing more than an attempt to narrow down concepts for the sake of clarity and thus force a meaning, philosophers may be slow to recognize the importance of a given theory or concept. Moreover, if Marxism is a living science that is always open to the future, that is engaged in a developing truth process where new understandings of concrete reality are established through militant practice, and most importantly, world historical revolution, parentheses, for Marx and Engels argued that the motion of history was class struggle, and this was their scientific hypothesis of history and society, in parentheses, then philosophy must necessarily lag behind, since a revolutionary theoretical terrain develops within the crucible of revolution on the part of the wretched of the earth. Philosophers are generally divorced from these moments of theoretical development, just as the majority of philosophers do not spend most of their time in scientific laboratories. When new concepts of these so-called hard sciences are developed, they spend even less time in the laboratory of militant class struggle. Philosophy cannot establish new theoretical concepts for a given scientific terrain, even if its practitioners would like to present otherwise, and is ultimately limited to the narrow realm of introspection. We take what is given, we try to elaborate on the given, we attempt to explain what this given means. Even the supposed queen of philosophy, ontology, is limited by the established truth process of the scientific paradigms that have produced this possibility. One cannot imagine Plato's theory of forms without the prior establishment of mathematics. One cannot imagine Spinoza's metaphysics without Euclidean geometry. One cannot imagine Alain Badiou's most recent ontological attempts without an entire host of scientific truth processes that make his investigations possible, let alone correct. The truth is that Maoism doesn't need philosophy in order to develop its concept any more than physics or mathematics need philosophy to persist its physics and math. Just as a physicist and mathematician are often best left alone by interloping philosophers, so too are revolutionary Maoist movements usually best left unhindered by philosophical interventions. To my mind, the only job of philosophy in these contexts is to provide clarity for people who are confused with conceptual impasses, and to speak some sort of meaning to the concepts that would be developed even without this speaking. Therefore, if Marxism, Leninism, and Maoism currently lacks a parallel development of philosophical intervention, this has nothing to do with the theoretical strength of this supposed revolutionary science. All it does is demonstrate that the philosophers of politics, specifically philosophers of Marxism, are lagging behind, and we always lag behind. But in this lagging behind, maybe you can provide some clarity, some light shed from the rear guard of a theoretical movement, so as to draw the attention of critically minded people who are looking for clarity in these supposed theoretical impasses. Within this context, however, philosophers are only capable of examining the concept and phenomena at hand. We cannot produce theory, and if we imagine we could, we would be undermining the basis of the science we claim to be clarifying. In this context, a philosophical intervention is little more than an act of interlocution, verified interpretation, and if it imagines it is something more, it misses its mark. All this is to say that my attempt to provide some basic intervention in the terrain of Marxism, Leninism, Maoism would be an extremely limited exercise, as philosophy of any Marxism cannot produce a theoretical concept, even if it sometimes imagines it can, but can only engage with the concept presented by class struggle. In this narrow engagement, though, philosophy will demand a clarity of terms, work to reveal the structure of the theoretical terrain, attempt to force a choice and argue why one option is more valid than another, why an entire theoretical terrain is either rational or irrational according to its own terms. Beyond this, philosophy has nothing more to say. The fifth part of the prologue, Maoism as continuity and rupture. In the following pages, then, I am interested in examining the general boundaries of Marxism, Leninism, and Maoism that have already been established by the most recent conceptual rupture of revolutionary science that labels itself Maoist. My aim is not only to provide clarity for these boundaries, but to map out some of the debates within these boundaries. However, they are different from the boundaries drawn by Marxism, Leninism, and what still needs to be addressed within the conceptual terrain. Most importantly, I am concerned with the notion that Maoism is a stage that is continuous with Marxism, Leninism, parenthesis, just as Leninism was continuous with Marxism, in parenthesis, while being at the same time a rupture from Marxism, Leninism, parenthesis, again, just as Leninism was a rupture from Marxism, end parenthesis. The dialectical tension of continuity rupture is something I take seriously as a philosopher, because it can explain so much of the meaning of Maoism and will be addressed from various angles in the following chapters. As the Communist Maoist Party of Afghanistan has maintained, quote, principal aspect of the continuation of Marxism-Leninism is summed up and shorthanded in the phrase Marxism-Leninism-Maoism, end quote, with Maoism simultaneous being a moment of rupture. Hence, one of the axiomatic claims behind this book is that Maoism is a theoretical development that is continuous with the revolutionary communism that has evolved from Marxism and through Leninism because it possesses fidelity to the principal claims of historical materialism. At the same time, while it is continuous with Marxism-Leninism, it is also a theoretical rupture, because like Leninism, it was a moment of theoretical orthodoxy that, emerging from the limits of Leninism, was the heterodox rearticulation of the theory. Here, a rupture with the limits of one scientific paradigm was necessary in order to claim fidelity with the science as a whole. The theoretical rupture does not emerge from a vacuum, but in direct and continuous relation to the tradition of which it is a part, a tradition that it upholds, parenthesis, with which it possesses continuity, in parenthesis, by the very fact of its rupture. Quote, there is no doubt that Leninism was a rupture from Marxism, a rupture from its secondary and subordinate mistakes and inadequacies, parenthesis, including specific cases ruptures from elements that until Leninism were understood as basic and fundamental, in parenthesis. But at the same time, Leninism is also the continuation of Marxism. Therefore, in the stage of Leninism, the ideology and science of proletarian revolution was not entirely recast. It was only recast to the extent required by the ideological content of this development. In this particular recasting, Marxism was not entirely erased and replaced by Leninism. Rather, the principal feature of Marxism was summed up in the term Marxism-Leninism. Furthermore, there is no doubt that Maoism, while expressing partial ruptures, parenthesis, a rupture from the secondary subordinate mistakes, inadequacies, and unscientific aspects, as well as a rupture from some of its accepted fundamental elements, in parenthesis, mainly upholds continuation of Marxism-Leninism. End quote. Maoism, then, is not simply an addition to Marxism-Leninism, as was generally understood prior to 1988 under the rubric of Mao Zedong thought, but theoretical development of the science that sums up its continuity in the formula Marxism-Leninism-Maoism. Additional thoughts and theoretical insights are not the same as a theoretical break. The latter is similar to what Gaston Bachelard and Thomas Kuhn, speaking of science in general, categorized as an epistemic rupture or paradigm shift. Respectively, a break that, while continuous with the field of science, simultaneously alters the field by producing new theoretical boundaries. If we understand Maoism as being a moment of theoretical rupture, rather than simply the addition of key insights within the terrain of Marxism-Leninism, then our engagement with these terms is conditioned by respect for the actual boundaries it claims to draw. Even if we choose to reject Maoism, after being aware of precisely what it claims to be, at the very least, a rejection will be based on a proper understanding of its definition, rather than the meaning some have erroneously ascribed to its name. Indeed, the polemic that inspired this book was itself inspired by several false attributions, hence the reasons for its inclusion in this book as an appendix. Obviously, this book is incapable of being the definitive intervention in the theoretical terrain of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism. If every scientific paradigm necessitates its own philosophy, then much more than what I have offered herein would be required. Therefore, I have intentionally limited myself to the problematic of continuity and rupture, which might be able to serve as a basis for a sustained and fruitful philosophical investigation into the realm of Maoism. That is, in the following pages, I'm interested primarily in how and why Maoism, as a theoretical terrain, is in continuity with the radical kernel of Marxism by the very fact of its theoretical rupture. My hope, then, is that the following chapters will become part of a larger movement within the radical philosophy to bring clarity to what I take to be the most exciting developments of a real-world communism to date. Thus, several steps in the direction of philosophy of Maoism far less significant than the exciting strides made through class struggle itself in the theoretical terrain that I am attempting to clarify. Chapter 1 of Continuity and Rupture. The terrain of Maoism qua Maoism. Quote, Marxism-Leninism-Maoism is a universally applicable, living and scientific ideology, constantly developing and being further enriched through its application in making revolution, as well as through the advance of human knowledge generally. End quote. By the Revolutionary Internationalist Movement, Long Live Marxism-Leninism-Maoism. Part 1. General Axioms. I will begin this chapter by providing a basic definition of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism. My aim here is to provide the reader with the framework of the book by summarizing some key axioms that might otherwise lurk implicitly in the background. If philosophy is to intervene in a given theoretical terrain in order to clarify conceptual problems and attempt to force meaning, then it is necessary to provide the reader with a rough sketch of the terrain that is being explored. The exploration of this terrain, the focus of the entire book, will mainly concern the axioms summarized below and the philosophical problematics they produce. Axiom 1. Since the name Maoism existed before the concept of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism, while it's important to recognize the latter shares some of the DNA of the former, I labeled contemporary Maoism, Maoism qua Maoism. Similarly, before Leninism was codified conceptually as a theoretical terrain, that is, where its key theoretical developments were universally applicable in all instances of class struggle, it had already existed as a name. For some, it simply meant fidelity to the revolution led by Lenin, and thus fidelity to Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, the person, and his politics. For others, as Roland Bohr has pointed out, quote, far from being an invention by comrades after the October Revolution, Leninist was initially a term of abuse from opponents, an accusation of splitting, end quote. Axiom 2. I historically locate the emergence of Maoism qua Maoism, the period of time in which Maoism became a coherent concept, as a process that began in 1988. My argument is that Maoism was properly established as a concept first in 1988 during the People's War led by the Communist Party of Peru, PCP. Quote, the first organization to refer to Maoism as a new stage of Marxism-Leninism, quote, then, following a process of international debate, Maoism was coherently summarized, that is, conceptually crystallized, by by the Revolutionary Internationalist Movement, RIM, in 1993. Obviously, there are other interpretations of Maoism that do not declare fidelity to this historical narrative. My contention is that the coherent notion of Maoism as the third stage of revolutionary science produced by this process is the conceptualization of Marxism-Leninism Maoism shared by the majority of significant contemporary Marxist organizations. Axiom 3. I presuppose that historical materialism is a science, a notion that has fallen out of favor with some, but a claim that is necessary in order to properly understand the meaning of the theory initiated by Marx and Engels. Although I do not adhere to a crude conceptualization of this science, i.e. that materialist dialectics is the queen of sciences that can explain everything and thus speaks with authority about the substantial concerns of physics, biology, astronomy, chemistry, etc., I believe that it must be understood as a science according to its own terms, in order for it to have any significant meaning. Hence, what makes historical materialism important as a theory is its adherence to the basic notion of science that defined Enlightenment thought. Its ability to provide an explanation according to its own boundaries, historical social causes for historical social phenomena, rather than appealing to supernatural and mystified explanations. Its ability to theoretically develop according to its fundamental laws of motion, i.e. that class revolution is the motor force of history, and thus be open to the future, rather than a closed circuit in which no new truths and insights can be developed. Its ability to produce theoretical moments that are universally applicable in particular instances. Historical materialism might not be the queen of sciences, but I presume as an axiom that it is the science of history, and based on its fundamental premise, the science of revolution. In the second chapter, I will elaborate on this conception of a revolutionary science. Axiom 4. I understand Maoism as a third stage of revolutionary science, scientific because its key theoretical insights are universally applicable in every particular instance. In this way, it represents both continuity and rupture with Marxism-Leninism, just as Leninism represented continuity and rupture with Marxism. A paradigm shift in revolutionary science produced by coherently summarizing the experience of the Second World Historical Communist Revolution, the Chinese Revolution led by Mao Zedong, that could only implement this shift and thus the emergence of a new theoretical terrain by also being a continuation of the universal aspects of the previous stage of revolutionary science. By claiming that Maoism is a third stage of revolutionary science, as the PCP first declared in 1988, I am also claiming, in line with RIM's statement of 1993, that, quote, without Maoism there can be no Marxism-Leninism. Indeed, to negate Maoism is to negate Marxism-Leninism itself, end quote. Axiom 5. In order to understand the necessity of Maoism as the current stage of revolutionary science, we need to understand the theoretical limits of Marxism-Leninism. The theoretical rupture, which at the same time a continuity, only makes sense after we examine the limits of the previous scientific paradigm. Even an anti-revisionist Marxism-Leninism, of the kind that used to be short-handed as Maoism, is now inadequate for building a revolutionary movement. The point of a philosophical intervention in a terrain generally defined by the above axioms, however, is not to focus on theorizing Maoism, but to clarify and explore the already existing theoretical terrain of Maoism. As will become clear in this chapter, the basic meaning of Marxism-Leninism Maoism was clarified between 1988 and 1993. I am more interested, as a philosopher, in intervening upon a terrain that already exists, in this case, the terrain indicated by the above axioms, describing the boundaries of this terrain and attempting to provide conceptual clarity for further exploration. Contemporary Maoists, unlike the majority of past Maoists, claim that Maoism is a new stage in revolutionary science, the job of philosophy that places itself in the service of this theory. And philosophies and their philosophers always, even if unconsciously, dedicate themselves to an ideological position, is to explain why this is the case and explore its implications. Thus, my main reason for outlining these axioms is simply to mark out some fundamental characteristics of the terrain under investigation. In this book, I am not primarily interested in justifying the existence and necessity of this terrain, although this is a secondary concern, but am simply indicating the key landmarks of the conceptual geography I hope to illuminate. A navigator who finds himself adrift in a vast river that others have already discovered does not waste too much time wondering whether they should be traveling this river in the first place. Rather, they attempt to navigate the currents of this body of water by referring to the pre-given boundaries provided by those who have charted its geography. So while it might be the case, parenthesis, though I do not think so, in parenthesis, that I have found myself upon a river that will only lead to a dead end, my focus is on explaining the pre-given boundaries I plan to navigate, in charting my route, clearing up misconceptions, and dealing with various dogmas. My hope is that the resulting cartography will provide clarity for both Maoists and non-Maoists alike. Part 2 of the first chapter of Continuity and Rupture, Maoism qua Maoism. To reiterate, I'm making a distinction between the name and the concept of Maoism. Hence, my use of the laborious philosophical term Maoism qua Maoism, meaning Maoism as being Maoism. More accurately, I mean Maoism as being properly understood as the Maoism of today. That is the Maoism, what is espoused by the most significant organizations, as well as what we call the worldwide Maoist movement, that defines himself according to this name. The Maoism understood by almost all of us who identify according to this term possess a specific conceptual meaning that differs from the meaning of organizations prior to 1988 that shared the name. Even within the revolutionary tradition, shifts in the meaning of a term are not uncommon. As aforementioned, before the theoretical codification of Leninism that transformed it into what we understand it to mean now, Leninism was used by those who rejected the Bolshevik political line to mean sectarian. Here a name is shared, but there are clearly two different concepts. The conceptual distinction is far more important than the shared name. Those of us who declare fidelity to Leninism do not mean the same thing as those who might still maintain the early definition of the name. Similarly, the majority of us who now identify as Maoist believe that there is a significant conceptual difference between our Maoism and the Maoisms of the past, even if we share the same name. Since this distinction might seem rather vague, it is necessary to examine it in more detail. Hopefully, this examination will allow for a philosophical investigation of Maoism qua Maoism. In order for there to be such an investigation, we must be able to explain the meaning of the concept under examination. Before 1988 and 1993, there was indeed something called Maoism. But this iteration of Maoism is what today's ascendant worldwide Maoist movement often calls Mao Zedong thought. In this period, those who called themselves or were called Maoists generally took the name to mean anti-revisionist Marxism-Leninism. A paradigm example of this definition can be found in the program of the Canadian Communist League, Marxist-Leninist, the organization that would eventually become one of Canada's most important anti-revisionist communist parties in the 1970s and 80s, changing its name to the Workers' Communist Party, WCP. In 1975, this nascent party formation began its manifesto by defining its ideology as Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought, and clarified its Maoism in the manner of most anti-revisionist communist organizations, as meaning nothing more than a reclamation of the Marxism-Leninism abandoned by those parties following the Soviet Union under Khrushchev. Maoism for the WCP primarily meant, quote, struggle against modern revisionism, end quote, fidelity to the revolutionary essence of Marxist-Leninism abandoned by the Marxist-Leninist parties in, quote, most countries, end quote, that, quote, degenerated and became revisionist, end quote. Therefore, before the late 1980s, Maoism was understood as anti-revisionist Marxism-Leninism, and the Maoists of this period were generally anti-revisionist who privileged China over the Soviet Union. With few exceptions, Maoism was not grasped as a new stage in revolutionary science, but merely a correct way of thinking. A return to a proper and revolutionary Marxism-Leninism that had been undermined by the Soviet Union under Khrushchev. Following the political line of the Chinese Communists under Mao and the polemics exchanged between the Chinese and Soviet parties, Maoism in this context was a name that stood primarily for the adherence to the revolutionary principles of Leninism. At that time, the emergence of an exciting anti-revisionist revolutionary current made sense. On the one hand, there was the bankrupt communism of Khrushchev's Soviet Union that was speaking of a peaceful coexistence with capitalism. On the other hand, there was the new left that not only denounced the mainstream Communist Party following Khrushchev's line, but also the history of Leninism. The new communist movement, unhappy with either of these choices, declared fidelity to the Chinese Revolution, which had not yet capitulated to the capitalist road. as well as the worldwide anti-imperialist movement. This fidelity was quite often called Maoist, even if it lacked a clear theoretical line beyond a commitment to anti-revisionist Marxism-Leninism and the Chinese Revolution led by Mao. There were, of course, debates in this period regarding the meaning of this Maoism, and sometimes significant differences emerged between Maoist groups. There were even a few attempts to think through the meaning of coherent theoretical terrain of Maoism that in some sense prefigured today's theoretical terrain of Maoism. None of these conceptualizations, however, were coherent or systematic enough to push past the terrain of an anti-revisionist Marxism-Leninism. Most importantly, outside of the North American context, there are theorists such as José María Sison in the Philippines and Churu Mazumdar in India who were leading parties engaged in people's wars and developing a more thorough understanding of Maoism's possibilities. Even still, there was no significant attempts to defend the privileging of Maoism over Mao Zedong thought. Those who tried to do so prior to 1988 were unable to produce a concrete and coherent theorization regardless of what they claimed. Indeed, most Marxist-Leninist Maoist organizations today recognize that, quote, it was the PCP who said that Maoism was a step above Marxism-Leninism, and that the ideology that should now guide the Communist International Movement was Marxism-Leninism Maoism, end quote. Until the late 1970s, when China was still arguably revolutionary, it was difficult to provide a thorough assessment of the experience of the Chinese Revolution, and thus understand the meaning of its successes and failures, as had been done by China with respect to the Soviet Union. Hence, this previous Maoism was under-theorized, and even if it contained the seeds of what we now call Marxism-Leninism Maoism, it could only be underdeveloped due to the very nature of a science that develops according to the condition of revolutionary praxis. Regardless of how its anti-revisionism was short-handed, this tendency was still Marxism-Leninism, but a tendency that was reaching the limits of the Leninist terrain, and that, upon reaching these limits, would be forced to deal with the contradiction of what were not solved until the new communist movement collapsed. Indeed, the fact that the old, quote, Maoism could not think beyond its Marxist-Leninist limits was demonstrated in the cliched formula that Leninism was, quote, the Marxism of the imperialist era, unquote. Such a formula, though doubtlessly useful for operationalizing Lenin and demonstrating how it possessed a particularly universal importance, parenthesis, i.e. there was development of Marxism that not only understood the imperialist era of capitalism, but possessed the tools to wage class struggle in this epoch, end of parenthesis, was ultimately unscientific because it could only produce a dogmatic conceptualization of Marxism-Leninism, where Leninism became the absolute limit of the theory, and Maoism in this sense could only ever be the anti-revisionist, quote, thought dedicated to its appreciation. Since its understanding of both the Leninism and Maoism, parenthesis, that is, quote, Mao Zedong thought, end quote, in parenthesis, might still be a roadblock for understanding how and why Leninism can be overstepped, it is worth discussing in some detail. The first problem with this formulation is that it is an impoverishment of Leninism, by reducing it to a summation of Marxism within a particular era, rather than recognizing one aspect of its universality in its grasp of this era. This formulation cannot explain why Leninism is noteworthy. Leninism thus becomes a phenomenon that is important because of a time no doubt that will exist as long as capitalism exists, and not because of the theorizations it has produced regarding this time. The formulation is too large and thus unwieldy. It explains nothing of itself by reduction to the unscientific notion of a zeitgeist. Here we find an unconscious Hegelianism, the philosophy that Marx and Engels broke from, in that it becomes something of a speculative system, Leninism as the accomplishment of the world spirit of revolution. The second problem with this conception of Leninism, following the first, is that it fails to recognize that imperialism existed prior to Lenin, and that the Marxism of Marx and Engels was also a Marxism of the imperialist era, but clearly a different era of imperialism. It is not as if Marx and Engels did not discuss this imperialism. Indeed, Marx's discussion of, quote, so-called primitive accumulation, end quote, in the first volume of Capital, is very aware of the imperialist dimension of capitalism during his time. Of course, Lenin's discussion of imperialism is an examination of an imperialism transformed by capitalism, and is thus a significant and universal development of theory. But the point here is that the, quote, era of imperialism, end quote, pre-exists Lenin. Moreover, since imperialism is, as Lenin put it, the, quote, final stage of capitalism, parenthesis, more precisely, the consummation of capitalism, where the imperialism that predated and developed capitalism is transformed by capitalism and was part of its moribund period, in parentheses. Then to make Leninism the Marxism of the imperialist era is to also make the claim that there can be no further development in revolutionary science. Why? Because if Lenin was correct, parenthesis, and those who refuse to recognize a development beyond Leninism presume that this is the case, end parenthesis, then the era of imperialism will only end with the termination of capitalism. Thus, according to this definition of Leninism, the science revolution is completed in Leninism, and every theorist post-Lenin can only be an addition or qualification to these final revelations. There can never be a Marxism that is post-imperialist era without a calamity that sets history back several centuries, or a revolution that brings about the communist horizon. Lenin then becomes the final word on the class struggle of the present, since imperialism is a threshold. In this sense, there can be no scientific development. Those who argue that Maoism can never be a true ism according to this qualification, then rig the game of making Leninism similar to the absolute in Hegel's logic. A final systemization of the science that cannot admit further development is beyond historicization, and in a word, is pseudoscience. To be close to the future is to no longer be scientific. A science is that which develops and does not claim to encompass the entire future in its paradigm. Once we define a stage in science in overly broad terms, it no longer makes sense. If Leninism is the Marxism of the imperialist era, and this is all Leninism means, then we're dealing only with dogmatic formula. What made this formula possible in the first place? Lenin's analysis of imperialism, his conceptualization of the state and revolution, his theorization of the party, very well. These developments, among other things, are the content of Leninism, not the periodization of Leninism, that he also happened to analyze, which has nothing to do with Leninism qua Leninism. Aside from an attempt to lock it into a dogmatic form, a permanent Leninism, a science close to the future, and thus not a science, because in order to be a science, the closure of the future horizon cannot happen. Science is that which is open to the future. Its truth, a process rather than absolute accomplishment, determined by a closed circuit. Hence, those who rely on the definition of Leninism, parenthesis, and thus the possibility of Maoism, in parenthesis, would do well to remember Engels' words in Feuerbach and the end of classical German philosophy. Quote, by declaring that his knowledge of the absolute idea is attained, the whole dogmatic content of the system is thus declared to be the absolute truth, in contradiction with the dialectical method which dissolves all dogmatism. Thus the revolutionary side is smothered beneath the overgrowth of the conservative side. End quote. To define Leninism as the, quote, Marxism of the imperialist era, end quote, and thus to refuse scientific development is indeed conservative due to the broadness of the definition. Failing to recognize the particular meaning of Leninism, although is actually distinct from the science initiated by Marx and Engels, leads to a closure of the science itself. One might as well declare that the Newtonian paradigm is, quote, physics in the era of causality, and thus they end the science to closure. Einstein's intervention then comes just in addition to Newton, another transformation of the entire terrain of theory, Albert Einstein thought, not to mention all those developments post-Einstein. How then do we dissolve the dogmatism according to the dialectical method, and thus avoid being smothered by the conservative side of thought, evinced by the above definition of Leninism? By abandoning this hackneyed definition of Leninism as a tongue thought, that was the hallmark of the new communist movement, and grasping the dialectic of continuity and rupture that defines the unfolding of every scientific terrain. If we are to agree that there is something about the imperialist era that signifies the emergence of Leninism, then we must also recognize that the advent of actually existing socialism changes the meaning of the imperialist epoch examined by Lenin. In this sense, Maoism could be called the communism of the socialist era, the Marxist ideology that can explain class struggle in the context of socialism. Since socialist revolutions, despite the defeat of the two world historical socialist revolutions, alter the meaning of global imperialism. Even this definition, though, is not entirely correct. First, because it fails to satisfy the conditions of science in general, as discussed above, by closing the science in abstract historical epochs that might not admit the very thing that defines science. The fact that truth is a process that cannot be closed. 2. It fails to satisfy the conditions of revolutionary science, in particular, based on the axiom that class struggle is the motor of history, where possibility of successive stages initiated by world historical revolutions. Part 3 of the first chapter of Continuity and Rupture, some broad brushstrokes. The People's War, led by the Communist Party of Peru, as noted above, was significant because for the first time an organization engaged in a revolutionary insurgency was more than simply the proper name of anti-revisionist communism. Rather than speaking of a Marxism-Leninism understood properly through Mao Zedong thought, in 1988 the PCP, at the height of its People War, claimed that Maoism was indeed a proper scientific ism, and was thus the third stage for revolutionary science, Marxism-Leninism-Maoism. Then, following the PCP's initiative, revolutionary organizations from all over the globe met under the auspices of the revolutionary internationalist movement to assess the success and failures of the Chinese Revolution, so as to succinctly define Marxism-Leninism-Maoism, crystallizing a basic theoretical terrain for Maoism in 1993. This conceptualization of Maoism was so important that eventually other revolutionary organizations would accept and adopt the theorization manifesting in IRM's 1993 statement. For example, around a year after the IRM statement of 1993, the Communist Party of India People's War, formerly known as the People's War Group, would discard Marxism-Leninism-Mao Zedong thought for Marxism-Leninism-Maoism. Eventually, this organization would merge with other parties to form the Communist Party of India Maoist, CPI Maoist, which is now spearheading a People's War. Claiming that Maoism became Maoism through this process from 1988 to 93 is important because definitions are important. Regardless of the eventual fate of the PCP and the IRM, or even how some Marxist-Leninist-Maoist organizations today may be critical, for good reason, of the PCP and the result of the IRM experience, the basic theory that they help make manifest is the Maoism that has been expressed by most revolutionary and popular communist movements since the fall of the Eastern Bloc. While it is true that other attempts to conceptualize the name of Maoism have not vanished, just as fidelity to the Marxism-Leninism-Mao Zedong thought has not vanished, it is a fact that Maoism that is now theoretically hegemonic amongst Maoists throughout the world is related to the Marxism-Leninism-Maoism originally conceptualized by the PCP and IRM. Similarly, after Stalin wrote Foundations of Leninism and the term Marxism-Leninism became hegemonic among the international communist movement, at that time it did not really matter that the Trotskyists claimed an alternative version of Marxism-Leninism. The origin of the term became irrevocably read, rightly or wrongly, to Stalin's theorization. Once again, I need to reinforce the fact that I am only explaining the pre-existent boundaries. Whether or not these are proper boundaries is a second-order question, one that both myself and others have attempted to answer and justify elsewhere, and not the focus of this book. In this chapter again, I am simply attempting to explain the vicissitudes of a course that has already been charted. The point is to indicate the distance between the name and concept of Maoism, bridging this gap by quickly explaining what most thorough and historically significant, if we accept as communist that historical significance is established by concrete revolutionary struggle, conceptualizations of the word. In any case, this specific conceptualization of Maoism claimed that Maoism was a third stage of revolutionary science because it produced new theoretical insights beyond Leninism that were equal to Leninism because they were also universally applicable. Theoretical concepts which are necessary for revolution because they can be applied in every social context. I'll describe the broad brushstrokes of the development of revolutionary science that moves in a Maoist trajectory without keeping my above point about pre-existing boundaries in mind, providing too much elaboration. Such elaboration has been provided elsewhere and is the concern of theory. Hence, since philosophy follows theory, it must begin by assuming that which has already been theorized, limiting itself to an intervention on a pre-existing terrain. In the following paragraphs, I will define the general contours of this terrain without providing significant elaboration. This is because the theory already exists, and so I feel no need to over-reproduce its description. First, we need to understand that Marxism is universally applicable because it has produced the first scientific analysis of capitalism, grasps that history's movement is defined by class struggle, and that we are now in the period where the proletariat is the agent of history, capable of ending capitalism. This general aspects of its universality is buttressed by various interior scientific concepts. The theory of the mode of production, where social formation's meaning is understood in the last instance according to the interplay of productive forces, the combination of tools, machinery, and labor power, and the productive relations, the social, class-based relationships in which humans engage with forces of production, the understanding that economic base of productive forces / relations informs a political, legal, and social superstructure, an analogy that means that the latter cannot exist without the former, since it is impossible to imagine particular political, legal, social modes of production without the prior existence of a particular mode of production. A thorough analysis of the capitalist mode of production and its origins, the first codification of a materialist approach to history and society. Next, we claim that Leninism is universally applicable because we believe that it is only possible to establish socialism through a revolutionary party, that a state commanded by the proletariat must be instituted to suppress the bourgeoisie so as to possibly establish communism, i.e. the dictatorship of the proletariat, and that we are now in the imperialist stage of capitalism. To these insights we can add the theory of socialism where the dictatorship of the proletariat is socialism, a transitionary social formation that is to communism as mercantilism is to capitalism, and thus the theorization of class struggle to socialism, a theorization of opportunism based on the revisionists of Bernstein and Kautsky, and the germinal conceptualization of the national question that explains how communists ought to understand the anti-colonial struggles of the oppressed nations. Finally, after 1993 and the assessment of the success and failures of the Second World Historical Communist Revolution, we should recognize that Maoism is universally applicable because class struggle continues under the dictatorship of the proletariat. Socialism is a class society. The Revolutionary Party must also become a mass party and renew itself by being held account by those who claim to represent the mass line. The struggle between the revolutionary and revisionist political lines will happen within the Revolutionary Party itself, and the strategy of people's war, rather than unqualified insurrection, is a strategy for making revolution. To these insights, we can add a further elaboration of the theory of base superstructure, where it is understood that while the economic base might determine in the last instance, it is also true that this last instance might never arrive. A point made by Althusser following Marx and Engels, and thus we can conceive of an instance where the superstructure may determine and/or obstruct the base. The theory of the new democratic revolution, which applies universally to the particular instances of the global peripheries, universal in the sense that it applies to every so-called third world context, and explains for the first time in history how regions that are not capitalist by themselves and yet are still locked within a system of capitalist exploitation, that is, regions that are the victims of imperialism, can make socialism, and a further anti-colonial development of the national question, refracted through Maritzky and Fanon, but established in practice by those Maoist people's wars, i.e. Peru, Nepal, and India, that encountered the necessity of mobilizing multiple oppressed nations. The overall point here is that the revolutionary theory develops through class revolution, specifically through world historical revolution, and that there have only been 3 world historical communist revolutions. The Paris Commune, which in its success and failures taught Marx and Engels the basis of a proletarian revolutionary science. The Russian revolutions, which consolidated this basis by establishing a socialist society. The Chinese Revolution, which, in launching the Russian Revolution, consolidated Leninism as a moment of rupture continuity in the chain of revolutionary science, Since revolutionary struggle is open-ended and is thus capable of establishing its theory in the manner of a living science, we should recognize that another revolution goes further than the Chinese revolutions, and yet still fails to produce communism, i.e. fails in an even more spectacular manner than China, would have been assessed in order to understand the next theoretical moment beyond Maoism. Part 4 of the first chapter of Continuity and Rupture. World Historical Revolutions. The broad brushstrokes discussed in the previous section can also be understood as significant by examining the history of revolutions, particularly the ones I have called, borrowing from Samir Amin, world historical, according to the problematic of failure. After all, it is one thing for me to list a series of significant characteristics of revolutionary science and assert that they are significant because they are the characteristics the Maoist tradition deems as characteristic. It is quite another to prove that this is the fact when they are competing interpretations within the larger Marxist terrain. A facile but rather compelling counter-argument to my claims might assert that the very fact that all of the previous revolutions eventually failed is enough to treat each of them as singular instances without any universal qualities proven to be singular by the very fact of their failure. But since it is not enough to dismiss an argument we do not like by labeling it facile, let us give the counter-argument its due. The failures of these revolutions is indeed significant. After the failure of the Paris Commune and the execution of the Communards, an entire generation of radicals in Europe was thrown into confusion. Because the success of the Chinese Revolution overlapped with the waning Russian Revolution, there was no gap of disillusionment between these two instances of revolutionary rupture, as there were between the Commune and the October Revolution. There was the confusion caused by the Sino-Soviet split and the later disillusionment produced by the combination of the fall of the Eastern Bloc and China's decision to choose the capitalist road. Although I have argued elsewhere that it is important not to dismiss revolutionary successes because of their eventual failures, this is not enough to diffuse the counter-argument. Why not? Because the Maoist tradition, even before the advent of Maoism called Maoism, has dismissed other revolutionary possibilities that did not accord to the scientific trajectory it accepted as fact, arguing that certain strategies and approaches will be doomed to failure because they do not grasp what was established by the world's historical revolutions. We make these judgments all the time. For instance, I have claimed that the Arab Spring, though a significant rebellion, would fail to become a revolution because of its movementist dimensions. The lack of a revolutionary party meant that the other non-revolutionary forces that were organized, i.e. either political Islam, the liberals, or the military institution, would end up directing the disorganized energy of rebellion because of the conditions established by the three world historical revolutions and this rebellion's failure to meet these conditions. As it turns out, those of us who made these arguments were correct. At the same time, however, a very similar argument can be made about those revolutions that accord to the characteristics I used to dismiss the Arab Spring. For instance, the failure of the People's War in Nepal was used by various critics to argue that the approach of the CPN Maoist was deluded. Some argued this was because they were following a, quote, Stalinist political line, the, quote, socialism in one country, that Trotskyism had proved was doomed, as both the failures of the Russian and Chinese revolution supposedly proved. Others argued the revolution in Nepal was doomed because it followed the Leninist model of a vanguard party that, again, as history has supposedly proven, can only lead to failure. All of these arguments concern the meaning of a failure and what it should constitute, and it is important to understand which arguments about this meaning are correct. Let us look at another example. The event of the victory of Allende's Socialist Party of Chile was seen, and for good reason, as a new development in anti-capitalist struggle in the early 1970s. But some aspects of the anti-revisionist Marxist-Leninist current argued that its failure was prefigured in the very way in which it had assumed power. By winning in an election and not through a revolution, it had failed to smash the bourgeois institutions that under an elected socialist party would immediately become the sites of counter-revolution. Here the argument was that without the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat, the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie will remain, since This dictatorship is a social totality and not something that can be voted away, as it is the police, the military, the economic structure, etc. End of parenthesis. And that Allende's victory was the most radical variant of the revisionist thesis of peaceful coexistence with capitalism. The revisionist thesis presumes that socialism can be established peacefully, possibly through election, without a revolution, aimed at demolishing those institutions upon which capitalist society is premised, or those institutions, parenthesis, like the military and the police, in parenthesis, that exist to defend bourgeois class power. As it turned out, the assessment of the tragic limitations of Allende's Chile was correct, because the counter-revolution came from those institutions that were previously devoted to defending the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, and because Allende's party took power through an election, were not smashed and replaced by institutions built through revolutionary mass power. We need to ask, though, why would this assessment even matter when those who made it relied on the examples of the Russian and Chinese revolutions, both of which were already in the revisionist camp when this critique was made? Russia, before Allende's election, had put forward the thesis of peaceful coexistence. By the time of the coup in Chile, the capitalist road had already won, to the horror of Chilean anti-revisionists, recognized Pinochet's coup. End quote. On what basis does this assessment stand when the counterposition that it argued also produced failure? These are the questions that should not be dismissed dogmatically. The only way to make sense of them is to establish a distinction between the failures of both historical revolutions and those that lurk in these revolutions' penumbra. But in order to establish this distinction, to avoid dogmatism, we first need to provide an argument as to why we recognize a particular revolutionary set as the core concept of revolutionary theory, and all that fall outside of this as penumbral. Establishing the Paris Commune, Russian Revolution, and Chinese Revolution as world historical standards for revolutions pursuing communism is not entirely difficult. The Paris Commune was the first attempted break from capitalism in history, and since its event has been recognized as such. Its memory is constantly recalled by progressives. Its failure is still treated as trauma, and there was no anti-capitalist in Europe at the time who was not invested in its existence. Both the Marxist and anarchist traditions recognize that this is a fact, including traditions outside of Europe that continue to conjure its memory. The Russian Revolution is similarly easy to establish as world historical. For the first time in history, you have the emergence of a state that declares itself socialist, and that because of this first-time status becomes the world enemy of the imperialist camp. We do not have to cite the Cold War as an example of its world historical status, which pushed it into the primary counter-capitalist pole, for we can also examine how it is recognized by progressives everywhere at the moment of its emergence as they break with the state of affairs. Every left-wing journalist directly following the October Revolution recognized this was the fact, even its left-wing critics, parenthesis, from Rosa Rosenberg's to a quickly disenchanted Emma Goldman to Leon Trotsky's attempted Fourth International, in parenthesis. Similarly, the Chinese Revolution manifested upon the historical stage like a hurricane. For the first time in history, witnessed a non-European nation breaking with European imperialism and establishing economic independence that was socialist. The entire decolonization movement in Africa and Asia was inspired in various ways by the Chinese Revolution. Thus, we have the three first instances of revolution, parenthesis, though not entirely first, because they followed each other, learned from each other's mistakes, in parenthesis, that have not yet been rivaled on the historical stage. Other socialist revolutions were either attempted replications or fell short of these moments. These are the truth-producing events of revolutionary science. Inversely, we can also understand which revolutions were not world historical, simply by asking whether they revealed any new universal insights for humanity as a whole. If we define a world historical revolution as that which is revolutionary for people everywhere, while simultaneously revealing new theoretical universals, then there are many revolutions that are barred from this category. For instance, going back before these three proletarian revolutions and examining the two main contenders for bourgeois revolution, the American and French examples, we can say that whereas the French Revolution was a world historical bourgeois revolution, parenthesis, and thus to be clear, not one of the three examples we are looking at in terms of proletarian revolutionary science, but still important for Marxism, in parenthesis, the American Revolution, though initiated first, was not a world historical, nor was it necessarily a bourgeois revolution. Indeed, whereas the ideology and theory immobilized by the French Revolution possessed a global dimension at the very edge of Jacobin ideology, we find the Santo Domingo's slave revolution that formed the most radical sequence of the French Revolution. The American Revolution was simply a revolt of slave owners, a movement of secession. There was nothing in the American Revolution that could be adopted universally by all of humanity. Every slave in rebellion an abolitionist sided with the British Empire. Part 5 of the first chapter of Continuity and Rupture, Falsification. Let us return to the examples of the three world historical communist-oriented revolutions, establishing their significance is not enough to explain the distinction between their failures and those of the revolutionary sequences. At this point, we are simply establishing that the lessons gleaned from these revolutions possess a universal status because of the revolution's world historical aspect. The former is dependent on the latter because how else can universality be established? Only on what is world historical, meaning global, that which can be applied in every case, though mediated by various particularities, parenthesis, i.e. the universality of the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat may not look the same in China as it did in Russia, end parenthesis. But establishing a particular sequence of revolutions, and thus the lessons learned from these revolutions as world historical, should lead us to understand the distinction between four categories of failure. A. Those possible failures that are encountered because they result from new questions that previous revolutions did not encounter. B. Those possible failures that the most recent world historical revolution encountered but did not solve. C. Those possible failures that the most recent world historical revolution encountered and did solve. D. Those failures that were solved prior to the most recent world historical revolution by earlier revolutions in the sequence. Let us streamline these categories. The first two deal with failures that lurk either at or beyond the horizon of revolutionary history. The second two deal with failures that are contained within or before revolutionary history. We will call the first two categories live failures, and the second two categories dead failures. The former have yet to be solved, the latter have already been solved. Those potential revolutions that fall into the category of dead failures, parenthesis, i.e. they go about their revolutionary business as if certain questions were not solved and instead try to reinvent the proverbial wheel, in parenthesis, are those that genuinely lack revolutionary potential due to their inability to recognize the successes and failures already established by the revolutionary sequence. Just as an artist unfamiliar with Marcel Duchamp, who produces ready-mades, is someone we would not recognize as a very good artist. Hence, these four categories and the way they are grouped are significant because they can inform our understanding of revolutionary failure and how to make a distinction between a gradation of failures that are not identical. Chile's failure in 1973, which was already proved at the time to be a dead failure, is not identical to Russia's failure in the years that spanned between Stalin and Yeltsin. This was a live failure that had already established the basis upon which Chile's failure could be understood. The Arab Spring, or Syriza's failure, is even less significant, because these do not even approach the failure of Allende's Chile. For if Allende's Chile cannot meet the bare minimum of what constituted a failure for the world historical revolutions, parenthesis, that is, the most important and truth-producing events of revolutionary science, end parenthesis, and yet was still more politically advanced and consolidated, start parenthesis, again judged by the same truth-producing events, end parenthesis, with the Arab Spring and Syriza, then we make political judgments about the Arab Spring and Syriza. We are dealing with events that are far below the standards of revolutionary failure. These are definitely dead failures or potential dead failures. To be clear, I am not arguing that the rebellions and revolts that fall into the categories of dead failure should be mocked or dismissed out of hand. We should always support the masses when they rebel against structures of global capitalism. All such rebellions challenge capitalism's state of affairs and function as openings, as I will argue in a later chapter, in which a possible revolutionary sequence could thrive. Rather, the point I am making about failure is this. There are failures that have already been encountered by history that should inform us about every rebellion in the present. When we encounter a revolutionary approach that is not aware of the ways in which past failures were recognized and/or overcome, then we encounter approaches that by themselves will necessarily make the same mistakes. That proverbial attempt to reinvent the wheel. Hence, we need to understand how the recognition of failure develops according to the three world historical revolutions. First, the Paris Commune. This world historical revolution proved decades in advance that the revisionist thesis of peaceful coexistence with capital was unacceptable, because its revolutionary event only manifested through an insurrection. The ruling class could not be reasoned with or elected out of its hegemony. Any rebellion that does not meet this standard, which recognizes that one needs to take up arms to make a revolution, and that the state's military and police will mobilize to put down a revolution, as they did with the communards, that is outside of the revolutionary sequence, is definitely a dead failure. If we understand the Paris Commune according to its failure, then we should grasp precisely what Marx and Engels grasped. The failure of the communards to establish a dictatorship of the proletariat to take over the state, smashing its bourgeois institutions in the process and consolidating class power. Second, the Russian Revolution. The successes that were universally applicable were discussed in an earlier section. So what failures of this part of the sequence are universally significant, i.e. life failures? The failure to recognize how and why class struggle continues during socialism within the dictatorship of the proletariat, and in this context, how to consolidate a mass line. Third, the Chinese Revolution. Again, the universally applicable successes of this moment of the overall sequence was explained earlier. The universality of its failures, though, is what we are required to solve today. How to consolidate the Cultural Revolution so as to win the class struggle that continues socialism. How to properly grasp the strategy of making revolution in toto. Every rebellion since the Chinese Revolution has fallen extremely short of reaching the points at which this revolution failed. Most often, we are asking the questions that were foreclosed by the Paris Commune or the Russian Revolution, wasting our time trying to solve problems that were already solved, and thus encountering the failures the above sequence overcame. This is why an understanding of the categories of failure allows us to make certain judgments. If an event falls short of solving what a failed world historical revolution already solved, and is thus not even approaching the threshold of failure that is this world historical revolution encountered, then it is exhibiting a dead failure. The overall point then is that if we understand this sequence, we can also understand how to make sense of failure and the conditions in which failure is possible. This sequence, of course, is largely inductive, because based on casual reasoning that is not formally deductive, we are not establishing mathematical syllogisms, but instead functioning according to an inference to the best explanation. We are only establishing probability. That is, a potential revolution that does not fit the above qualifications because it is something we would otherwise classify as a dead failure is only highly unlikely to fail. Historical flukes are possible, just as there can be empirical experiments in chemistry which violate the rules established by previous experiments, though to date I cannot think of one example of an exception. More significantly though, the above sequence establishes a very high level of explanatory power. It can explain the reasons for a revolutionary failure better than an account that is not premised on these three world historical instances. For example, the failure of the revolution in Nepal is better explained by its inability to satisfy the conditions grasped by the second and third world historical revolutions, parenthesis, particularly in the way in which the second revolution was grasped by the third, in parenthesis. That is, the line struggle within the party, the failure of the left political line to defeat the right political line. Then, according to a vague and thus very unscientific explanation regarding the failures of Leninism on Nepal's Stalinist socialism in one country approach, both of which were explanations that demonstrated very little attention to the phenomena they were attempting to explain. As an aside, this way of making sense of revolutionary theory through failure demonstrates the very thing that Karl Popper assumed was lacking from historical materialism, thus allowing him to dismiss it as a pseudoscience. The principle of falsification. Apparently Popper understood very little about the interior controversies of historical materialism, and took the popular Cold War codification at its word, a theory that does not permit testing, that establishes the future and the present as total. The claims made by historical materialism were not, as he assumed, about the testability/falsification of communism itself, which he was correct in pointing out was the utopian hypothesis that, like God, could never be scientifically tested, and thus lurked only as a potential threshold break from history. The historical boundary of communism exists only as a hypothesis that might never arrive, a way to judge the sequence of making socialism, which is indeed testable. Thus, as historical materialists, we do have a way to test for falsification, the possibility that our theories might be proven false, the very thing that determines the motion of history, class struggle. Part 6 of the first chapter of Continuity and Rupture, Ruptural Process. With the problematic of world historical revolution and the falsification established, let us return to the theoretical terrain of Maoism qua Maoism, now to make sense of its operations according to the boundaries and descriptions we have described. Marxism-Leninism Maoism is not simply the algebra of all of Mao's writings and the manifold event of the Chinese Revolution. Maoism qua Maoism exists above and beyond Mao Zedong, the individual, whose name is only ascribed to this theoretical terrain because it serves as a convenient historical cipher. Although I have argued that Maoism did not properly emerge until the closing decades of the 20th century, the substance by which this theoretical terrain was established is the theory produced by Mao Zedong, treated as significant due to the world historical nature of the Chinese Revolution led by the same individual, but only the substance. Similarly, and as aforementioned, Leninism was not established as a theoretical terrain simply through the sum total of everything Lenin wrote and did. After all, Lenin's theory of the party was derived from Kautsky. Lenin's theory of the state was derived from both Kautsky and Marx Engels. Lenin's theory of imperialism, in opposition to Kautsky, was a historical materialization of several bourgeois theories. What then is the moment where theoretical labor that is simply in continuity with a contemporary theoretical terrain comes also a moment of rupture so as to become a new terrain? Obviously, this moment of continuity rupture does not happen simply by writing theory, engaging in revolutionary practice, and imagining it as more significant than it actually is. Under this interpretation, everything thus becomes rupture, and hence the concept, as well as the concept of theory itself, is rendered meaningless. But if we chart the process in which Leninism emerged as a theoretical terrain, we can also understand the development of Maoism. First, there is the October Revolution, the principal theorist of which was Lenin, which was a world historical revolution. The significance of the revolution retroactively forced significance upon the theoretical work most clearly connected to this event. If there was no October Revolution, then the writings of Lenin would remain theory within a general Marxist terrain, an interesting and perhaps discursively useful province that did not push the terrain further. It may provide theoretical clarity and debate regarding certain native problems, but without any practical proof that its declarations about reality are universally applicable, this is all it can do. Hence, the only universal applicability would be whether or not this theory is in line with the general conception of the historical laws of motion, a universality inherited from Marx and Engels, and the particular expression of this universality. A world historical revolution premised on the work of this theorist, however, alerts us to the fact that we are dealing with the germ of an emergent terrain. Something is different here. Lenin's theoretical practice is not simply in continuity with every other contemporary Marxist. It is also promised rupture. The October Revolution was not, however, enough to found Leninism, even if Lenin's theoretical practice was part of its point of origin. The origin of a given theory is not equivalent to this theory or its significance. To assume otherwise is an epistemic fallacy. If such an equivalency relation held, then Darwin's theory of natural selection would be equivalent to Malthus's theory of populations, and we'd be hard-pressed to find any biologist who seriously agrees that natural selection is reducible to the Malthusian ideology. Therefore, we do not encounter the Leninist terrain simply through the events of the October Revolution, which, by itself, was simply the first communist revolution where the Bolsheviks operationalized Marxism as best evinced by the theoretical practice of Lenin. What was thus required for the emergence of Leninism as a salient theoretical terrain was a declaration on the meaning of the event that forced its significance. Through this declaration of meaning, a successful organizing of the theoretical data was necessary, a theoretical operationalization. The point here is to discover what is universally applicable, what ruptural understanding this emergent terrain may or may not possess. Stalin's Foundations of Leninism is perhaps the first significant and moral process of theoretical operationalized Leninism. The problem with this early attempt, however, is that there are counter-operationalizations of Leninism based on counter-assessments of the October Revolution written by Trotsky and others. Here we discover a theoretical struggle over the meaning of a terrain during its germinal stage, and yet we can still learn something about the meaning of this eventual terrain simply by examining the points of intersection that speak in the language of universality. This tortured process of theoretical struggle where Leninism was becoming Leninism qua Leninism would finally be accomplished in the Communist Party of China's polemical document, Long Live Leninism, where the universal aspects of Leninism would be adequately summed up in the face of revisionism. Here the process had crystallized within a terrain that could be named and described, summarized in a salient form so as to argue that the rejection of Leninism by the very party that Lenin had established implied a rejection of Marxism as a whole. Indeed, just as the Russian Revolution was the first Marxist world historical revolution, insofar as the Bolshevik Party under Lenin operationalized Marxism, the Chinese Revolution was the first Marxist-Leninist revolution because the Communist Party of China under Mao was operationalizing and theorizing Leninism. Hence, the new communist movement that was influenced by China was, as aforementioned, an anti-revisionist Marxist-Leninist movement. For instance, the explosion of multiple anti-revisionist communist organizations throughout the world has been referred to by some as a period of ML groups. In parentheses, the first widespread manifestation of Leninism qua Leninism, that the Hochschild trend notwithstanding, was often called, quote, Maoist. The above assessment of Leninism's emergence as Leninism should provide key insights regarding the justification of Maoism as a theoretical terrain and the process of its emergence. We can summarize these insights according to the following criteria. 1. A world historical revolution provides the origin of any significant and ruptural theoretical development. The Chinese Revolution was the second communist world historical revolution insofar as it was able to systematize the lessons of the first world historical revolution, operationalize these lessons to learn from its failures, and by going further encounter new failures. The theory produced in this crucible would contain a seed of a new universal insights that still require time and struggle to comprehend. 2. The assessment of theoretical practice behind a world revolution begins the process of developing a theoretical terrain based on what theoretical insights, in light of the revolution, are universally applicable. Following the success of the Chinese Revolution, we encounter a vast body of theoretical work produced by Mao Zedong and other revolutionaries produced before, during, and after the revolution. And we are faced with the difficulty of deciding which aspects of this theory are unique and universalizable. In this process, where the terrain's germinal form is developing towards its first clear articulation, we encounter various trends that may or may not develop into something more significant. It is often difficult to declare on the meaning of the event of the revolution and its theory due to her proximity. Hence, the various anti-revisionist groups that will endorse the theory of cultural revolution, but only and purely as a safeguard against revisionism, parenthesis, where Leninism is allowed to accomplish its aims, in parenthesis, would often and also endorse the three-world theory, a cosmetic division of the world that, when treated as universally applicable, led to some strange positions. Also, during the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution in China, we can observe a multiplicity of diverging theoretical trends, all declaring fidelity to Mao Zedong thought. I would like to comment that the term Three Worlds Theory might refer to Deng's conception of Three Worlds Theory, which comes to the conclusion that a revolution is only possible in the Third World, the oppressed nations, but there's another theory it might refer to, and that is the Mao's theory that he was developing at the end of his life. I'll continue. Third, the new theoretical terrain emerges when this struggle passes beyond the limits of the previous terrain and begins to produce a new stage of struggles according to its assessment, synthesis, and decision of universality. Leninism boundaries were fully understood when the revolution formally led by Lenin became openly revisionist, and the Chinese Revolution, already beyond the limits of the terrain understood by Lenin and his fellow revolutionaries, could grasp the full meaning of the theory that was produced by the struggle in terrain, so as to deliver a judgment upon those who labored under its name but failed to grasp its concept. In doing so, however, they were also part of a process that would establish something beyond these boundaries once this theoretical struggle crossed the Leninist limits. These limits were necessarily passed when China itself became revisionist, and the new communist movement that hoped to inoculate itself when the anti-revisionist Marxism-Leninism disintegrated. Here is where something we can properly call Maoism emerges, the shores of a new theoretical terrain that were waiting beyond the limits of the previous terrain's exhaustion. Part 7 of the first chapter of Continuity and Rupture, Glimmers. None of this is to say, of course, that there were not glimmers of today's Maoism in the past Maoisms, that the eventual emergence of the concept was not prefigured by daring and significant attempts on the part of those who adopted its name. A conceptual break in the field of a science does not emerge from an abyss, even if it might occasionally appear as if it does, and after the moment of break, it is always possible to look back and grasp the process of continuity that permitted rupture. Prior to this rupture, therefore, one can see glimmers of its emergence in the theory and practice of various revolutionary organizations. The Communist Party of India, Marxist-Leninist, under Charu Mazumdar, the Communist Party of the Philippines, under Omar Sison, the Communist Party of Turkey, Marxist-Leninist, under Ibrahim Kabakaya, all of which commanded people's wars on the auspice of Mao Zedong thought, all of whose principal theories developed germinal concepts that would feed into what would become Marxism-Leninism Maoism. Outside of these revolutionary theorists, there were notable political economists who spoke of Maoism and provided some foundational theoretical concepts. Samir Amin's early work, for example, is significant in this regard. His defense of the Chinese Revolution under Mao Zedong as a world historical would lead him in Class and Nation to claim that Marxism should be understood through the heterodoxies of Leninism and Maoism. Even still, Amin did not possess an understanding of Maoism beyond what was articulated by the Chinese Revolution and the anti-revisionist movement it helped spark. We can even see glimmers of a philosophical intervention into the terrain of Maoism, conceived by those Maoist philosophers who glimpsed the future possibility of Maoism and were thus attempting, those who were caught in the terrain of Marxism-Leninism, to explain what could and what might need to emerge. Hence the insights of Louis Althusser, primarily a philosopher of Marxism-Leninism, who saw something significant in the Chinese Revolution and Mao Zedong. Similarly, early works of Althusser's students, Alain Badiou, himself once a Maoist in name, was an attempt to philosophically excavate what had not yet come into being. Indeed, Badiou's theory of the subject is worth examining in some detail, because it both anticipates the universality of Maoism and prefigures, in arguably eclectic manner, a philosophy of Maoism. It only misses the mark because it is written in the hope of Maoism qua Maoism, without having access to the theoretical terrain that would only appear at the end of the 1980s. But even as he was writing his book, his last gasp as an anti-revisionist Marxist-Leninist, the rupture of Maoism was approaching. If anything, Theory of Subject is a work of Marxist philosophy that contains all of the contradictions reached by Marxism-Leninism, while being, at the same time, aware that these contradictions are contradictions insofar as they point to the necessity of a new rupture in revolutionary science. For in Theory of the Subject, Badiou talks about the dialectical matrix whose operator is scission, and whose theme is that there is no unity that is not split, a recognition of continuity that is at the same time rupture, a demand for a scission that follows Marxism-Leninism. In Theory of the Subject, Badiou is particularly aware of some of what would eventually come to be understood as universal aspects of Maoism, and thus demands that these aspects be recognized as universal. Class struggle within the dictatorship of the proletariat, the last line. But these glimmers, caught as they are in a philosophical project disconnected from a revolutionary movement capable of producing theory, could be nothing more than germinal insights waiting for a future that had not yet arrived. It is thus telling that Badiou would abandon this attempt to claim the name of Maoism as an ideological position by the time that he wrote Being an Event. Moreover, despite Badiou's demand for the Maoist contribution to Marxism-Leninism to be recognized as possessing a universal dimension, he still claimed that, quote, Marxism is a phenomenon, and as such is periodicized. It thus begins two times, with Marx and then with the Lenin. Marxism-Leninism is a name for this double seal, for the double name, the doctrinal one of the historical two, end quote. The argument here is that there are only two historical periodizations that produce the doctrine of Marxism, and this is precisely the claim of every Maoism that preceded contemporary Maoism. Otherwise, Badiou would argue for three periodizations, a doctrinal one of the historical three, and it is significant that despite his claims regarding the universal insight produced by Maoism, he is still arguing for a Maoist rectification of Marxism-Leninism. Parenthesis. A philosophical concise rearticulation of Marxism-Leninism, in parenthesis, rather than a Maoist rupture as significant as the Marxist and Leninist ruptures. Therefore, Badiou's Theory of the Subject is significant insofar as it is looking forward to a third periodization, but is incapable, and rightly so, of arguing that this periodization already exists. Being a philosopher, Badiou is only incapable of investigating the problems inherent in the then existent terrain of revolutionary communism, a terrain called Marxism-Leninism. He is perhaps demanding the necessity for a third periodization of the revolutionary doctrine, but he cannot intervene in a terrain that had not yet emerged. The historical ruptures are not produced by philosophers, as insightful as they might be, but by revolutionary practice on the part of the masses. After all, a philosopher can declare anything they please to be a moment of historical rupture, and provide clever and well-reasoned arguments as to why this declaration is fact. But philosophy and clever arguments does not make history. Rather, any such argument will only become fact, and a contested fact, if and when the historical rupture, the moment of periodization, arrives. We can understand the extent of Badiou's pre-Maoist Maoism when he writes in Logic of the Worlds, decades after Theory of the Subject, that, quote, the Cultural Revolution effectively explored the limits of Leninism. It taught us that the politics of emancipation can no longer work on the paradigm of revolution, nor remain prisoner to the party form, end quote. Hence, what we're presented with is a Maoism that was always understood as subterranean to Leninism, and that, at the very most, points us away from the continuity of Marxism-Leninism, a complete rupture. None of this is to say that Badiou's work on the possible universality of Maoism or other similar and germinal insights are useless. Now we can understand them as prefigurations, we can mine them for insights. Most often we will discover that they are filled with innumerable speculative corridors where the imagination of the revolutionary thinker, like so many individuals embedded in academic production, has run amok. It is hard to confine oneself to the limits of a terrain that has not yet come into being. Perhaps it is worthwhile to use some of Badiou's philosophical language, though in a way he might disown today, in order to understand these prefiguring Maoist glimmers in light of the ruptural emergence of Maoism. Badiou often speaks of eventual sites where, quote, something that cannot be reduced to its ordinary inscription in what there is, end quote, produces a subject. Furthermore, Badiou claims that, quote, the event is attached in its very definition to the place, to the point in which the historicity of the situation is concentrated. Every event has a site in which it can be singularized in a historical situation, end quote. For our purposes, which are not identical to Badiou's, it is worthwhile thinking of an event as a moment of historical rupture, as noted in the previous section, that forces conceptual meaning. The Maoist subject, therefore, is produced by the specific event in which Mao is produced as a rupture from Marxism-Leninism. Furthermore, since, quote, a site is only eventual insofar as it is retroactively qualified as such by the occurrence of an event, end quote, then this event requires a forcing of meaning that results from, quote, the truth procedure, end quote. That is understood as initiating a grasp retroactively. The first eventual site of Maoism is the World Historical Revolution in China, particularly the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. But this is not enough to produce the theory of Maoism. The second eventual site of Maoism is the People's War in Peru. The forcing of its meaning is the adoption of Marxist-Leninist Maoism by the revolutionary internationalist movement that declared fidelity to the event of this People's War and its theory in 1993. Leaving the sometimes arcane and obtuse realm of Badiou's philosophy, we can put this in the, quote, common language of historical materialism. The more exoteric categories inherited by revolutionaries since Marx and Engels, and thus break from Badiou. Historical phenomena are the result of a process, but are only understood as a result in retrospect. That is, although upon looking back we can understand a specific moment or a thing as a historical necessity, it is not until this moment or thing emerges that we can claim it as such. Otherwise, all we have a contingent change of circumstance. Historical necessity is not the same as historical destiny. While in the moment history might take a different path, and it's not until a specific path is taken that we can explain why and how it took the path, by glancing back at all the contingent moments that brought us only the moment that we now know as existent into being. Thus, we cannot speak of any historical moment or thing as existing prior to its emergence, even if we now grasp glimmers of emergence and historical arguments for the emergence when we examine the past. More to the point, we understand a given historical phenomenon's prefiguration, these glimmers, only because of its existence. Hence, there could be no real understanding of the processes that produced capitalism until the historical emergence of capitalism. The militants of a bourgeois order that existed prior to the French Revolution, no matter how much their thought resounds with capitalist destiny, were speaking of something they could not possibly understand because it did not yet exist. To return momentarily to Badiou's language, we can say, before capitalism, the capitalist subject did not exist. Although we now know retroactively that its precursor was existent and might even have used the same name. Similarly, we can say that before Maoism, the Maoist subject did not exist, although there was indeed a subject that went by the same name. Eighth part of the first chapter on continuity and rupture, universality and particularity. To claim that Maoism is a third stage in rupture and continuity with the revolutionary science is not to claim that its specific applications in the revolutionary moments that have erupted since the late 1980s need to be replicated identically in every social context. Universal aspects must always be separated from particular instantiation, as in the case of every science. As Mao once argued when he tried to explain how the application of the general axioms of Marxism in the context of China, though still affirming the universality of revolutionary science, would possess a different form from the application in Russia or anywhere else. Class struggle in China would not identically resemble class struggle in Russia or Western Europe. It would be dogmatic to assume otherwise, and more than one Marxist organization had entered a moribund existence by trying to identically replicate, for example, the particularities of the October Revolution, or preceding this, even the Paris Commune, rather than produce a creative articulation of the general aspects of revolutionary theory based on a concrete analysis of the concrete situation. It is important to note the relationship of universality-particularity, which intersects and parallels continuity rupture, so as to diffuse some of the more asinine criticisms that are so prevalent as to become common sense amongst the mainstream left at the imperialist centers. For instance, when we argue that we should learn from the revolutionary experience of the People's War that began at the storm centers of revolution following the collapse of actually existing socialism, a common response is that these experiences are useful only for the global peripheries and have nothing to teach revolutionaries in the metropoles. That is, Maoism is rejected as universal because it is treated as being a very particular application of communism, local only to the global peripheries. The universality of our theory, after all, is that it can be applied in every situation. There is an old charge, and one that preceded contemporary Maoism. Indeed, one reason why Maoism was once rejected as an ism was because it was seen as the description of an experience particular to China, or at most to contexts that were, quote, semi-feudal and semi-colonial, i.e. the global peripheries. Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought, then, as one formalization of anti-revisionist Marxism-Leninism, expressed the assumption that this kind of Maoism, when expressed in the global metropoles, was mainly about fidelity to the Marxism-Leninism that had been rejected by the Soviet Union under Khrushchev. Hence, according to this interpretation, there could be Maoist people's wars in the peripheries, since if there was a Maoism, then it only had to do with a third world experience. In the metropoles, there was still the strategy of insurrection directed by an anti-revisionist Marxism-Leninism. We can go further and note that various anti-Leninist doctrines of Marxism are premised on the same logic. The revolution in Russia, of which Lenin was the principal theorist, is alienated from the experience of the proletariat as a global whole, because Russia in 1917 represented a unique state of affairs, alienated from the advanced capitalist centers of imperialism. From this analysis follows the desire to discover a Marxism before Lenin, a pure doctrine that is not tainted with any of these localizations that, due to their particularity, are incapable of providing universal lessons. The most obvious and deeply logical problem with this critique, which undermines its right to make the critique to begin with, is that the situation of Western Europe, described by Marx and Engels at the end of the 19th century, is itself a particularity that, if treated only as a particularity, has nothing to do with any contemporary social context. Post-structuralists and post-colonialists have already made much ado about this fact, and those who make similar critiques on the ages of Marxism would do well to learn from this analysis, since it is the logical result of their criticisms of Maoism or even Leninism. If you're going to argue that the contemporary people's wars, the Chinese Revolution, or even the Russian Revolution cannot provide universal lessons about how to make revolution, let alone possess scientific status, then you might as well dispense with Marx and Engels for the same reason. They were also describing, at the most formal level, a particularly concrete situation. Indeed, by the same token, the revolutionaries in Russia, China, or elsewhere should also refuse to adapt Marxism to their particular context, since, according to this logic, its 19th century and Western European particularities should forbid its application. This is, as noted, the argument made by post-structuralists and post-colonialists. What then do Marxists claim when faced with the charge of the European particularity of Marxist theory? Some go as far as to argue that Marx and Engels weren't hampered by Eurocentrism. The limits of a social consciousness produced by the social being of existing at the centers of 19th century imperialism, or that their work has been misunderstood. Perhaps it is desired to defend a pure Marxism that is beyond reproach, and to argue against all evidence that Marx and Engels were angels who produced holy doctrine, and also produces a myth of the universal Marxism prior to Lenin or Mao, or any other social movement that is always applicable, as if Marx and Engels could understand the entire world and the future of humanity. The more sophisticated response, however, is to argue that Marxism's universal aspects, to a greater or lesser degree, must be separated from the regional lacunae of its progenitors. Moreover, this argument is utilized to demonstrate the strength of historical materialism. If social being determines social consciousness, then it makes sense that even the first historical materialists, parenthesis, who were not gods but real humans embedded in real societies, in parentheses, would possess a consciousness that was also determined by their social being. If we accept the second interpretation of historical materialism as correct, ensuring some dogmatic understanding where Marx and Engels are treated as individuals who can completely transcend their times, then we must also reject the claim that we cannot learn from revolutionary movements at the global peripheries, or that these movements are incapable of producing universality. Such movements are not, for any real logical reason, more particular than the movements in which Marx and Engels were involved. The above analysis brings us to the second problem of this criticism of Maoism's universality, parenthesis, as well as, it should be noted again, of criticism of Leninism's universality, in parenthesis, which is as much ethical as it is logical. By what right do the revolutionary movements in Europe and its colonies, specifically Western Europe, possess a claim to universality over and above the movements in the global peripheries? Only the right of Eurocentrism, which is not a logical argument but an appeal to chauvinism. We are told we cannot look to the experiences of contemporary people's wars so as to understand the current conjecture, if and when we live at the centers of capitalism. At the same time, these communist movements at the peripheries are not told by other Marxists that they have no business applying the universality of Marx and Engels, and sometimes Lenin, to their contexts which are far different from the experiences of Western Europe in the 19th century, or even Russia in the early 20th century. Moreover, the same people apply Marx and Engels to the social context with only a cursory nod at the differential of time and space. They were European after all, and possess more authority than the non-European other that is told to look to Europe and its heirs while being denied historical authority. And yet, one of the universal aspects of revolutionary theory, once articulated by Lenin, is the fact that revolution happens first at the weakest links of imperialism, the global peripheries, rather than in those spaces that become more antagonistic to revolution due to the benefits from imperialist super-exploitation. Although those Marxists who reject Lenin for the reasons mentioned above can ignore this assessment in good conscience. Those who believe that the Russian Revolution possesses a universal dimension cannot reject the same assessment without being guilty of bad faith. There is no reason to apply the lessons of Russia without applying the successive lessons of China and the People's War that mobilized the experience of the Chinese Revolution, aside from chauvinism. And Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution was the designation of the colonized and neo-colonized as smaller peoples bound to follow the more important revolutions at the centers of imperialism is paradigmatic of this chauvinism. To claim that there is something universal in Maoism, and we can learn from the Maoist people's wars at the peripheries, is not to claim that these experiences can be applied identically to every single context. We do not apply the particular experience of Marx and Engels to every social context, or even the experience of Lenin. But this is not what makes them important. Rather, the claim is that there are possible universal aspects to these experiences that can be wrenched from their particular articulations, and once grasped as universal, be applied to other particular contexts in a creative manner. This is precisely what we have done with Marxism since its origination. Any Marxist who thinks this is a mystery is either dishonest or misunderstands the theoretical terrain as a whole. Thus, the process of continuity and rupture is internally defined by the process of universality and particularity. That is, begin with social investigation and an examination of the particular ways in which the universality of the proletariat bourgeois contradiction is operationalized in a given social formation, how it is fractured and composited through other social contradictions, and thus what elements of the masses consciously experience exploitation and understand the necessity of revolution. Indeed, one reason why Maoism possesses universality is because it is aware, through the theory and practice of the mass line, of the need of regionalization, parenthesis, or as Mao shorthanded it in the context of China, a signification, in parenthesis, of Marxism, but one that is still in continuity with the universal aspects of the science developed through revolution. The ninth part of the first chapter of Continuity and Rupture, Ideological Hegemony. The historical process that provided us with the theorization of Maoism as a new stage of revolutionary science, however, is one that is necessarily troubled by the retreat of communism leading up to this process. Here it is important to note that Maoism appeared following decades in which innumerable Marxist tendencies competed for ideological hegemony, a competition that eventually became overdetermined by the temporary defeat of actually existing socialism. Declaring a new stage of revolutionary science, then, is a declaration that is automatically hampered by this legacy that must be taken into account. There was a time when Marxism-Leninism possessed a significant level of ideological hegemony amongst the international communist movement, even if the name of Leninism was sometimes defined by embattled conceptualizations. There were those who followed the definition first tendered by Stalin, and those who followed the rebel definition represented by Trotsky and the so-called Fourth International. From this divergence followed successive divergences, along with a courageous anti-revisionist attempt to reassert a revolutionary concept of Leninism in the midst of worldwide revisionism, until the retreat and collapse of Marxism at the end of the 1980s. Despite these divergences, and especially the Trotskyist divergence over the meaning of Leninism, Marxism-Leninism possessed an undeniable level of international hegemony amongst communist movements. Even if a Marxist group or individual rejected the hegemonic definition of Marxism-Leninism, even if they differed over minor meanings of the concept, it was still the primary form, for better or for worse, in which Marxism was ossified. After all, Trotskyism was always, and in many ways still is, a minoritarian Marxist trend, mainly popular at the imperialist centers, and the other competing Marxism-Leninisms that emerged prior to and during the anti-revisionist period of Marxism-Leninism still accepted a general theoretical terrain as a priori. Marxism-Leninism-Maoism does not have the same ideological hegemony that Marxism-Leninism possessed by the time of the Chinese Revolution, nor does it have the same level of ideological hegemony that Marxism possessed by the time of the Russian Revolution in the European working-class movements. And I want to suggest that ideological hegemony is important because, following the insights of Antonio Gramsci, it is necessary to make a revolutionary ideology common sense. If people are able to consent to its aims, first people with an advanced consciousness, i.e. those drawn to pursuing the revolution, primarily those with a proletarian consciousness, need to consent to the necessity of revolutionary theory so as to agitate and organize on its behalf. Secondly, through the process of building a revolution organization, this sphere of communist hegemony needs to grow in order to counter capitalist hegemony. And thirdly, this process of counter-hegemony, where revolutionary hegemony is developing as a countercurrent to the hegemony of the ruling class, is only possible if a specific revolutionary theory is first consented to by those with an advanced consciousness. While it is true that contemporary Maoist organizations possess a level of ideological hegemony within the context where people's wars have erupted, and this fact should tell us that Maoism is theoretically significant, when it comes to international communists, let alone the generally anti-capitalist population, Marxism-Leninism-Maoism does not yet possess globally a coherent counter-hegemony. Other tendencies still abound: anarchist tendencies, anti-Leninist Marxist tendencies, Trotskyist and Stalinist tendencies, and even alternate Maoist tendencies. Such tendencies existed throughout the previous periods of communist struggle, true, but only as an alternative to a hegemonic Marxism-Leninism that even they understood at the time was the primary understanding of revolutionary communism. Indeed, much of the work of these other anti-capitalist trajectories during the past epoch was to struggle against the hegemony of Marxism-Leninism, poke holes in its edifice, and exists primarily as authorities in rebellion against Marxism-Leninism, that, regardless of its own interior heterogeneity, was simultaneously an ideological totality. In fact, the reason why both Marxism and Marxism-Leninism were able to achieve this general totality was because of the ideological line struggles and the concrete practices of these struggles produced that were waged by their militants. In order to achieve a clarity in political line, Marx and Engels engaged in innumerable line struggles with alternative currents in their radical milieu, so that by the time of Lenin, Marxism was a concept that stood above its name. Similarly, Lenin waged a series of theoretical line struggles with contemporary Marxists, i.e. Kautsky, the Mensheviks, etc., in order to produce a concrete analysis of a concrete situation that would, as noted earlier, eventually result in a universal applicability once Marxism-Leninism emerged as a theoretical terrain. This process was concretized by the Chinese Revolution and those militants who would declare in the face of Soviet revisionism, "Long live Leninism." Quote, "In historical conditions of the epoch of imperialism and proletarian revolution, Lenin carried Marxism forward to a new stage and showed all the oppressed classes and people the path along which they could really shake off capitalist enslavement and poverty. These 40 years have been 40 years of victory for Leninism in the world, 40 years in which Leninism has found its way ever deeper into the hearts of the world's people. Leninism not only has won and will continue to win great victories in countries where the socialist system has been established, but is also constantly achieving new victories in the struggle of all oppressed peoples." End quote. But the ideological fragmentation that Marxism and then Leninism respectively experienced is not the same as the ideological fragmentation that persists today. Amongst anti-capitalists in general, and Marxists in particular, following the collapse of actual existing socialism, thus, Maoism emerged as a theoretical terrain, proclaiming itself the inheritor of the mantle of revolutionary science. At a moment of widespread fragmentation, where radical tendencies proliferate in a confused and often arcane manner, reclaiming scientific totality in this context, then, is a significant philosophical problem that cannot be dismissed simply by repeating, as if it was a magical formula, that Maoism is the new stage of revolutionary science. The point here is that Maoism, as a revolutionary theory, is attempting to establish ideological hegemony in the midst of the totalization of ideological fragmentation, and needs to recognize that it's fighting an uphill battle. The supposed defeat of Marxism and the proclamation of capitalist triumph has produced a theoretical malice that undermines in various ways any claim to theoretical totality. The first question that must be asked of anyone who proclaims the correctness of revolutionary trajectory is why this trajectory is more correct than other trajectories that might at first appear similar, and why the hegemonic totality of one trajectory should be embraced at the expense of others. Maoists will answer, of course, that the correctness of their ideology is proved in class struggle itself, following the collapse of Marxism-Leninism, and based on an assessment of the insights produced by the most recent world historical revolution, it is only revolutionary ideology that is actually making revolution. In some ways, this claim is enough, because, as I've argued, theory is produced by struggle and doesn't need philosophical intervention to develop as a theory. And yet, on the very level of philosophical intervention, this problem of totality, in the face of fragmentation, needs to be examined, because it might tell us something important about an embattled Marxism-Leninism Maoism. First of all, this problem should explain why Maoism is taking longer to establish its hegemony internationally than Marxism-Leninism. Regardless of whatever significant regional hegemonies it has currently achieved, Marxism-Leninism was established in a historical process between the Russian and Chinese Revolution, receiving its most anti-revisionist form during the height of the latter event. In this process, there emerged innumerable philosophical interventions that drew lines of demarcation around the theory, and armed with this theory's articulation in the concrete fact of two world historical revolutions, were able to further develop its hegemony in thought. When this process reached its historical limitations, however, the counter-revolution was so thorough and devastating that the ideologues of global capitalism were able to claim that capitalism was the end of history. The ensuing period of reaction, though, resisted by the sudden emergence of Maoism, was the very totality that led to the fragmentation of revolutionary thought. One step forward, then, after many steps back. Secondly, the need to struggle against the totality of ideological fragmentation should make us cautious of any and all attempts on the part of those militants who were formerly dedicated to Maoism to speak of a theoretical terrain beyond Maoism. After all, if Maoism is still embattled and has not yet established ideological hegemony, then how can one speak of transgressing its boundaries? This question should seem odd for anyone even marginally interested in Maoism, especially if they have not considered it seriously, for aside from the significant people's wars that has given conceptual meaning to the name of Maoism, There has not yet been a world historical revolution that has transgressed the limits of the prior world historical revolution, and this transgression has been assessed according to its successes and failures. Unfortunately, there are former Maoists who, regardless of once recognizing the formulation produced by the PCP and the RRM, now speak of a post-Maoist communism. But in order to transgress Maoism, it must first be established that Maoism has reached its limits. In order for Maoism to have reached its limits, it must have first achieved ideological hegemony so as to even cognize its limits. One would be better off claiming that Maoism is an erroneous theoretical line, a dead-end tributary of revolutionary thought, than to pretend that it is capable of being transgressed. A claim that would necessarily have to reject Maoism as a concept and think of it only as a transitionary name that can be dropped as easily as any other failed name. These two problems will be examined from various angles in the later chapters. Hopefully, they will be given clarity by the end of the third chapter, where the limits of Marxism-Leninism and the problems these limits present are thoroughly examined. If Maoism is the current state of revolutionary science, though, then it cannot be understood as easily transgressed, when it is still in the midst of a period that clearly disparages revolutionary science developing as a concept. Thus, it is necessary to return to the distinction between the name and concept of Maoism, and grasp what it means scientifically in order to steel ourselves against either spurious abandonment or dogmatic adherence. Chapter 2 of Continuity and Rupture. Science's Dogmatic Shadow. Quote, "It has been forgotten that Marx only laid the basis for historical materialism and discovered the essential laws of capitalism. It has been forgotten that he had no other ambition, especially not that of depriving his successors of advancing the struggle under new conditions, which he scarcely tried to predict. The best of his successors, Lenin and Mao, did not so deprive themselves. For a rigid dogmatist, what could be more heterodox than the contributions of Leninism and Maoism to Marxism?" By Samir Amin, Class and Nation. First part of the second chapter of Continuity and Rupture. The problematic of science. By arguing that there is an important distinction to be made between the name and concept of Maoism, I am attempting to demonstrate that Maoism qua Maoism is a theoretical tendency that is still rather new, and because of this newness, poorly understood. Many of its detractors conflate the concept with the name, and ignoring the process that generated Maoism as a concept, waste their time critiquing, and rather poorly, the Chinese Revolution and the period of anti-revisionist communism. By clarifying the meaning of contemporary Maoism, especially the Maoist variants adopted by the majority of today's worldwide revolutionary forces, I am also demanding that all would-be critiques of Maoism focus on the actual rather than imaginary theoretical terrain. More important than this demand, however, is the fact that the distinction between name and concept should teach us something about a theoretical terrain. We need to recognize that Maoism as a concept stands over and above the name of Mao Zedong, just as Marxism and Leninism must stand above the name of Karl Marx and Vladimir Lenin, respectively. These are the moments of theoretical development that are named after significant revolutionary theorists, but that in the final instance merely take these names as ciphers for a set of concepts that go beyond the individuals for which they are named. Just as a critical Marxist should not accept that everything Marx claimed is sacrosanct, so too a critical Leninist or Maoist should not reduce Leninism and Maoism to the moment of naming. Again, Maoism is not reducible to the thought of Mao Zedong, but is something that's derived from this thought through an assessment of the world historical revolution in which this person was its principal theorist. Obviously, it would be easy to dispense with names altogether, especially since the naming of a theoretical tendency often pulls us back into an obsession with the individual person from whom this name originated. Past and present Maoisms share the name of Mao, after all, and the moment of this sharing are easily confused. The concept is obscured by the name and its origin. It would be better then to speak simply of revolutionary communism, perhaps, rather than to chain together the names of those theorists that represent the development of revolutionary communism as a science. After all, physics does not theorize itself according to similar chains. The contemporary physicist does not attach Einsteinian to Newtonian because he simply accepts that the transformation from Newtonian to the Einsteinian paradigm is a fact, and this fact is uncontroversial. There is no reason to create these hyphenated chains. But here is what the so-called hard sciences differ from the science of history and revolution. After a long march of scientific militancy, Years after the moment of rupture has been accepted, the average physicist does not feel the need to conceptualize the terrain and worry about ideological line struggle. While it's true there are always moments of reaction, where scientists will attempt to lose themselves in spiritualism and mystification, most scientists are able to prove over and over the necessity of a paradigmatic shift with equations, technologies, and laboratory practices. I recognize that it is currently controversial to demand a return to the conception of historical materialism as a science. There is a hesitance among Marxist intellectuals to resort to what many of us feel is an old-fashioned term, particularly since it has been associated with Soviet orthodoxy and a very unscientific way of understanding Marxist theory. This approach to Marxist science, where everything could be explained according to an ontology of dialectical materialism, was more of a mechanistic translation of a Hegelian notion of science. Flip Hegel on his head, naturalizes dialectics, i.e. Engels' dialectics for nature, and call it science. Therefore, by urging return to this conceptualization of Marxist theory, I am not arguing for an old return, but instead demanding a new return to a better grasp of what it means to speak of historical materialism, and the way it is unfolded through Marx, Lenin, and Mao, as a scientific truth procedure. Such a return must necessarily recognize that every claim to science will indeed cast a dogmatic shadow, its parascientific double, and we not only have a history determined by this shadow, but a present of similarly parascientific approaches. Marxism does not recognize themselves as science, but are still, once we grasp what it means to theorize historical materialism as a science, instances of parascience. More orthodox Marxisms, still using the old understanding of Marxist science, that refuse to recognize themselves as mechanical theologies, by dogmatically repeating phrases like materialist dialectics and mechanical metaphysics. One of the reasons I believe it is important to recognize that historical materialism is a scientific theoretical terrain is because it allows us to step outside of the ways in which philosophy and theory are often conflated by Marxism, and thus provide clarity to both Marxist theory and the practice of philosophy within the realm of theory. Indeed, the conflation of Marxist theory with philosophy has resulted in an impoverishment of historical materialism and has undermined Marxist praxis. Thus, in order for Marxism to not be mistaken as little more than another ideology, another philosophy, or even another social ontology, even though it does generate ideological, philosophical, and ontological positions, the distinction between theory and philosophy needs to be maintained. Moreover, the recognition that historical materialism is a scientific theoretical terrain, and the philosophy is an autonomous procedure affected in various ways upon this terrain, is of primary importance. Marxism is thus not essentially a philosophy or ideology, it is a science. More precisely, historical materialism is a science that prefigures and determines philosophies and ideologies. If we begin by accepting this axiom, as old-fashioned as it might seem, then we can easily sidestep the innumerable debates about whether or not historical materialism matters in the same way that any scientifically minded person would reject debates about whether physics, biology, or chemistry matter. The theoretical terrain, first grasped by Marx and Engels, matters because, as aforementioned, it is the scientific apprehension of social historical phenomena, and it is the correct way of apprehending this phenomena, and not a speculative, theoretical system made up just because it looks and sounds interesting. Because it began as a concrete examination of concrete circumstances, and since it began, has demystified its object of study and provided an explanatory depth that no other social theory, all of which are truly social ontologies, has been able to do so without making recourse to the terrain of Marxism. To maintain that historical materialism is a science results in an immediate clarification of conceptual territory. Although Marx and Engels used philosophical language to codify the foundations of this science, i.e., being, consciousness, etc., such usage was more metaphorical than philosophical, because they were not speaking about speculative matters. Similarly, other sciences mined the history of philosophy for their language, i.e., atoms, genetic, elements, and it would be entirely arrogant to assume that physics, biology, and chemistry can be determined under the philosophical category of ontology, when such a category, being a speculative and quasi-religious conceit, is utterly alien to scientific practice. Historical materialism is a science because it satisfies the basic definition of science of most textbook definitions of scientific reason. First, it provides a natural explanation for its given natural phenomena, i.e., it does not explain social historical phenomena according to supernatural categories. Second, it provides the possibility for explanatory depth interferences to the best explanation. Third, it hypothesizes a general law of motion, class struggle, that accounts for theoretical development. Fourth, its general law of motion is testable/falsifiable despite Popper's claim to the contrary, according to moments of revolution and praxis. 5. It generates a truth procedure that determines how its theoretical terrain is open to the future. Although some cynics might argue that such a definition of science is a type of philosophical decision, in that it dissuades you to decide a priori the boundaries of science, we should respond that it is only philosophical in retrospect. That is, if this definition is philosophical, it is only philosophical in the kind of non-philosophical sense described by Feuerbach, a description in philosophical terms of what already is. Physics, biology, and chemistry also fits the above qualifications. But so what? The truth procedures are not undermined by the philosophical decision of this description, and only a bargain basement philosopher would declare them ontologically unsound because of this definition. These sciences, regardless of any philosophical complaint to the contrary, result in concrete effects. One might as well pretend that a car's engine cannot function because the definition of science that have generated this technology, which in fact demonstrates the above definition of science, lack a proper philosophical basis. Indeed, François Leroux argues that Marxism is inhibited by a prior philosophical decision based on its conceptualization of the category of matter. That is, the concept of matter is a philosophical decision that, quote, cannot form its own theory and that needs an exterior theory, a theory with a philosophical origin. It needs an idealist complement in the form of a materialist position, end quote. Now, if it is indeed the case that the Marxist project remained a philosophical, then it would be correct to assume that its understanding of matter was entirely philosophical, and thus Leroux's critique would retain its strength against every expression of Marxism that rejects the qualification of science. A non-scientific materialism will indeed find itself in the realm of philosophy, and if this is the case, such Marxism needs to philosophically define, or else fall back into idealist categories, what matter means and why it matters. But if historical materialism is a science, then Marx and Engels were not asserting the category of matter in an idealist sense, nor were they bothering with a philosophical decision. They were simply describing the world without resorting to speculative categories, just as other scientists describe the world. And if Leroux wants to dismiss these other scientists for their materialism, he must again also dismiss the results of these sciences that philosophy by itself cannot produce. A vaccine is not hampered by the fact that its creator has declared its fidelity to the philosophical decision of materialism. Similarly, Marxist materialism is not a philosophical category. It takes the world as it is, without presupposing questions of ontology and speculative philosophy. When Marx claims that, quote, social being determines social consciousness, unquote, then he is not asserting philosophical categories about ontological being and epistemological consciousness. The names are identical, but their meaning has shifted. Being is not intended to imply a speculative philosophical category, but simply what is, what exists, and people caught up within existence. Consciousness is just the apprehension of this baseline of socially embedded living. While it is correct to note that historical materialism restores to terminology that is philosophically loaded, to assume that this terminology still belongs to philosophy, or that Marx was founding a, quote, social ontology instead of a speculative ontology, is itself a philosophical decision, an attempt to pull a scientific terrain back into the realm of philosophical authority. As noted above, all sciences have also resorted to terminology inherited from philosophy, but all this demonstrates is that scientific terrains have been forced, at the moment of origin, to resort to a language that already exists and is unfortunately philosophically loaded, because the sciences emerged from, but eventually parted ways with, philosophy. As these sciences' truth procedures develop, though, a unique terminology also develops and demonstrates a widening gap between theory and philosophy. By the time of the Higgs boson discovery, for example, the terminology of particle physics evolved far beyond the language borrowed from the atomists. Similarly, Even when Marx was writing Capital, we can witness a growing gap between terms borrowed from philosophy, being, consciousness, alienation, etc., and a theoretical nomenclature that was devoted to demystifying social historical phenomena, modes of production, productive forces, relations, tendency of the rate of profit to fall, etc. Here, it is worth noting that the origin of scientific theory might be a point of pride for philosophers. The sciences, upon separating from philosophy, were able to do what philosophy, and also religion, promised, but could never fulfill. Namely, provide concrete answers about reality that could be proven, measured, tested, repeated, and thus produce real material truth procedures. The Copernican hypothesis, for example, is a truth no philosophical speculative endeavor could ever match. Nor does philosophy produce technologies and vaccines. Before the theoretical terrains of science were recognized for what they were, ontology was the standard of truth, being a speculative discipline that lacked the historical qualifications of truth that would be established with the Enlightenment break from metaphysics. Ontology did nothing but muse over the meanings of existence, the structures of being, and outside the rules of logic and argumentation, parenthesis, which could be equally made by various competing ontologies, in parenthesis, was incapable of establishing the kind of truth procedure that scientific theory did establish. What we find in philosophy are attempts to establish truth according to a speculative, non-testable system of thought. Each ontology is no more or less logical than others. All are incapable of providing material results. Hence, we should understand Hegel's claim that his philosophy was a true science as a kind of rejection of the emergence of science in favor of ontology, a reprivileging of philosophy in the face of Enlightenment demystification. Feuerbach, who is intimately familiar with Hegel's system, recognized it as an accomplishment of philosophy to date, but still classified it as speculative theology. The jealousy of scientific theory notwithstanding, we should also recognize that recourse to terms that, at first glance, appear to be philosophical, permits attempts to pull historical materialism and other sciences back into the fold of philosophy. The fact remains, science does things, philosophy speculates and attempts to make sense of these things, as it does with every theoretical terrain. The science of historical materialism not only demystifies the world in a way that other theories cannot, but because of this demystification, generates revolution. The proof of Marxism's efficacy as a science is that it practices, based on its fundamental law of motion, can and have been implemented. Class struggle. Second part of the second chapter of Continuity and Rupture. From the scientific to the dogmatic. Since the science of history bases its proof on class struggle, and since its laboratory is the entire social world, it cannot easily produce the same level of general acceptance that the other sciences often enjoy. There will always be those who are able to properly grasp moments of failure who are drawn back to the innumerable dead ends of the theoretical past. Those conceptual terrains that went nowhere and were incapable of further developing the science. The hard sciences also possess their para-scientists, backwards practitioners who embrace past errors. But these people are generally understood as pseudoscientists. Someone may indeed appeal to outdated scientific categories to prove that the world is flat, that the Big Bang Theory is erroneous, that ectoplasm is a material reality, or that the Earth was created in 6 days. But they will never be taken seriously by the general scientific community. Our parascientists, however, are not always recognized as such due to the general unwillingness, even amongst Marxists, to accept or understand Marx's and Engels' claims about the science of history. For example, there are those who misunderstand the meaning of revolutionary science and imagine that something called materialist dialectics is the grand unifying science behind every science. Ted Grant and Alan Woods, for example, reject Einsteinian categories and favor some nebulous Newtonianism because they believe that Marxism permits the intervention as a meta-scientist in the category of modern physics. Outside of these obvious cliches, however, we can define Marxist parascientists as those who continue to conflate philosophy with science and are indeed engaged in pursuing social ontology. While I think it's erroneous to claim that nothing can be learned from those historical materialist tendencies that devolve into critical theory that remains at the level of social ontology, so many concepts can be pulled into a scientific milieu and other sciences have done this. We do need to recognize that when these tendencies are alienated from an understanding of Marxism as a scientific terrain, and are thus philosophical normalizations of Marxism, they tend to be parascientific. They do not do what historical materialism is meant to do. They do not contribute to class struggle. In the worst instances, they speak with the language of scientific authority, while at the same time confirming Popper's complaint that Marxism is not testable. Parenthesis, i.e., Trotskyist doctrines such as permanent revolution, which have never been tested and can never be tested, are put forward with authority despite the fact that this Marxist tendency has never led a revolution, in parenthesis, thus functioning as clear examples of parascience. In other instances, they openly abandon the claim to science, but still believe, despite submerging themselves in the realm of philosophy, they can legislate reality with something akin to scientific authority. Parenthesis, i.e., the Frankfurt School, despite its theoretical importance, is paradigmatic of this problem, in parenthesis, which should make us ask why they matter in the first place. Perhaps in reaction to this crude understanding of science promoted by those who has believed that some form of Marxism is either the meta-science of everything or the most complete social ontology, there are those who refuse to recognize that historical materialism can be a scientific methodology of even the phenomena it claims to represent, history and society. Historical materialism is a science that attempts to explain the phenomena of history and society and can only grasp these phenomena scientifically if it recognizes class struggle as the motive force. The problem with this axiom, however, is that class struggle often prevents us from grasping the methodology of the science. If we are embedded in the class societies, then we are influenced by the ideology of the ruling classes. Such an ideology often prevents us from seeing clearly, convinces there is only a chain of ruptures rather than also continuities, and that there is nothing universal to be gleaned from those great revolutions that have ultimately failed. Thus, it is tempting to reject the only scientific basis for understanding the development of science, class struggle universalized in the crucible of world historical revolution, and either rejecting the concept of revolutionary science altogether or embracing some ineffectual meta-scientific approach where historical materialism simply becomes a judge of all sciences except history and society that is ultimately little more than parascience. In this context, the militant of revolutionary science often finds themselves struggling against innumerable rejectionist tendencies that are all demanding in various ways scientific application. Such a struggle, unfortunately, often produces its own form of dogmatism. Hence, Marxism-Leninism Maoism is not yet immune to the very same dogmatic tendencies it has often rigorously critiqued. The third part of the second chapter of Continuity and Rupture, the basic problem of dogmatism. At this point, it is worth noting that Maoism should reject any conception of pure communism. There is no such thing as pure communism. The very notion is idealist in that it mobilizes quasi-Platonic categories to explain the perfect concept of the political. Those Marxist trajectories that attempt to defend the purity by seeking justification primarily in what the prime saints of communism have written, rather than the methodology and universal insights they have provided, are dogmatists. Ruptures in the science emerge due to a creative heterodoxy that declares fidelity to the past moments of universality, reinterpreting these moments in particular circumstances. It is not enough to claim that something is properly communist by citing Marx. We must be prepared to admit that the science initiated by Marx is universal because of its methodology, but that not everything Marx wrote simply because it bore his name was also scientific. Indeed, when the germinal anti-revisionist tradition that preceded Maoism called Maoism, there was a conceptual term used to disparage this pure communism, dogmatic revisionism, initially applied to Hoxhites, that is, followers of the Albanian communist leader Enver Hoxha. Dogmatic revisionism was understood as the revisionism resulting from ultra-orthodoxy. That is, those who can claim that communism is pure because they can locate its precedents only in the writings of previous communist theorists that are taken as individuals to be beyond reproach, are themselves revisionists in that they reduce revolutionary science to the writings and claims of great historical personages. Religious devotion to sacred texts and saints produces its own form of revisionism, since it is contrary to materialism. But even though appeals to a pure communism produces dogmatism, and indeed dogmatic and religious adherence to an imagined communist orthodoxy, is a logical outgrowth of the theoretical installation of, for example, the Trotskyist discourse. In parentheses, it would be disingenuous to pretend as if dogmatism has not affected the anti-revisionist tradition through which Maoism cohered. Thus, while I would like to suggest that Maoism, due to its history of creative theoretical development, is adverse to dogmatism, we still need to confront the fact that Maoism can also fall into dogmatism. After all, the fact that communism is understood as a science tends to produce a dogmatic mindset that is ultimately anti-scientific, because, being the only revolutionary theory that claims a scientific basis, parenthesis, anarchism scorns science, postmodern approaches claim that the concept of revolutionary science is totalizing, in parenthesis, we often see ourselves as better than those whose practice is, quote, idealist and intentionally incoherent. Moreover, since this scientific terrain is always compromised, parenthesis, those of us who identify as Marxist-Leninist Maoist will claim that we are more scientific than Trotskyists, and others who will respond with the inverse claim, in parenthesis, waging an ideological struggle to convince others of the scientific necessity of our approach as compared to other tendencies can often develop into religious murmuring. As Tom Clark argued in the preface of The State and the Counter-Revolution, quote, a curious phenomenon occurs, however, when intellectuals begin to appreciate the materialist basis of Marxist ideology. They become enamored not with scientific materialism, but with Marxism, not with a mode of thinking, but with a system of beliefs. As in religion, dogmatism is not simply an affliction of a few extremists, but to a varying degree infects the entire congregation. A Marxist intellectual is first and foremost a believer, and like his Christian counterpart, upholds his faith proudly, defends it against attack, and tries to win new converts. The parallel holds true with embarrassing fidelity down to the reverential regard for the class works, study groups, and compilations aimed at reinforcing the faith. End quote. Since I plan to engage with some of Clark's insights in the last chapter of this small book, mainly because The State and Counter-Revolution was written in 1983 when the anti-revisionist communist movement had reached an impasse, and only some groups could understand this impasse, I will just limit myself to this insight regarding dogmatism. For as much as we want to deny that we Marxists, especially those of us who claim the tradition started by Marxism is a living science, are guilty of dogmatism, the fact we are trying to accumulate revolutionary forces and agitate for a political line often cannot help but produce a quasi-religious mindset. Take, for example, the tendency of some Maoists to dismiss left populist phenomena, such as the Bolivarian Revolution, sometimes going as far as to label it social fascism. While I am not suggesting that we uncritically endorse social movements that appear to lack a concrete means to establish socialism, it is undeniable that there is quite often a knee-jerk practice of dogmatic dismissal. Therefore, while I uphold the historical fact that Maoism was initially conceived as a new stage of revolutionary communism by the PCP during the course of its People's War, I also cannot deny the fact that the remnants of this party, most probably because of the mistakes made from the very beginning, tend to sound like religious adherents to, quote, Gonzalo thought. In a matter that is no different in form from an orthodox Trotskyist adherence to Trotsky. The same can be said of the degenerating RCP USA and its cultic devotion to Babakian. Historically, then, there has indeed been a problem with communist organization declaring slavish devotion to significant revolutionary figures. The construction of a personality cult around Stalin, for example, was a hallmark of a certain period of the international communist movement, a problem that would eventually be enshrined as a practice by Hodge's variant of anti-revisionist Marxism-Leninism. The historical roots of Maoism have also been guilty of this dogmatic practice, and we would be remiss to suggest otherwise. The cult of personality that had developed around Mao Zedong by the time of the Cultural Revolution should not be ignored, especially as it led to formulaic parroting amongst anti-revisionist organizations outside of China of phrases and statements from the, quote, Little Red Book. And as noted above, such dogmatism found its way into the People's War of Peru, where the PCP eventually raised Abimael Guzman, called Gonzalo, to sainthood, declaring him the fourth sword of Marxism. Hence, dogmatism has been inherited from the past and should be understood as a problem that needs to be overcome. As Ajit has argued, quote, personality cults can never be justified, Marxism. But instead of totally rejecting them, Mao limited himself to criticizing their extreme manifestations. Though this is sought to be justified by appealing to the complex situation of the class struggle in China, it is unacceptable in principle itself. The issue is not the extent of praise or even whether somebody deserves to be praised. Such cults foster consciousness of infallibility of an individual, a leadership, and indirectly of that party, something rejected by the Maoist party concept, but seen in the Chinese party's adjective, always correct. Contemporary examples of Maoist parties justifying the leadership cults by citing Mao draw attention to the need to achieve clarity in this matter. End quote. What is important to note about the above quotation, made by a significant member of the now defunct RM, is that its rejection of dogmatism hinges on a distinction between Maoism and the Communist Party of China led by Mao Zedong. That is, the Maoist party, a party of the new type, is not reducible to a political practice based on just the thoughts or practices of Mao Zedong. In order to establish itself as a Maoist rather than anti-revisionist Marxist-Leninist party, that is, Maoist only insofar as it declares fidelity to the Chinese Revolution led by Mao, such a party must break from the dogmatic practices of the past, and yet, at the same time, Ajit recognizes that emergent Marxist-Leninist Maoist organizations have inherited this past problem in order to justify themselves. Therefore, recognizing that dogmatism is a problem within the Maoist movement, specifically when it comes to the cult of leadership, Ajit writes in another document, quote, "Current practices of glorifying the party and the cult of leadership will reinforce, rather than weaken, a political culture of subservience to power. In a socialist society, the danger is amplified because the bourgeoisie is right within the party." End quote. The problem of leadership cult is thus worth discussing in some detail because it has hampered Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought, casting its shadow over the emergence of Marxism-Leninism and Maoism. Aside from the leadership cults built around Mao during the course of the Chinese Revolution, there were also the cults built around leaders of small Mao Zedong thought parties at the centers of capitalism, such as the RCP USA's Bob Avakian. More importantly, there was a dogmatic adoption of the leadership cult by the Communist Party of Peru, whose most faithful card was still maintained decades after the Peace People's War was defeated. Quote, "The application of the principle of great leadership and great leaders of the revolution," end quote. Although the great leadership dogma is generally rejected by the Marxist-Leninist Maoist organizations that are currently leading the theoretical and revolutionary struggle, parenthesis, i.e., one is hard-pressed to find a personality cult among the Maoists leading the People's War in India, or among the Afghani Maoists who are spearheading the rebuilding of the revolutionary internationalist movement. In parenthesis, there is still the fact that it affects significant sectors of the Maoist movement. Indeed, a strange Maoist tendency that has emerged in the wake of the RM's dissolution is a Maoism that, following the defeated PCP, uses the terminology Marxism-Leninism Maoism, principally Maoism, and the cultish addendum Gonzalo thought. The fact that Maoism has been adopted as the communist tendency by the most exploited people, most of whom live in semi-feudal, semi-colonial contexts, is one common way to explain the problem of leadership cults, but one that I do not find entirely convincing. After all, quote, "feudal mystification does not explain the fact that such cultish behaviors exist in the new communist movement at the centers of capitalism, specifically in the personality cult developed around the RCP USA's Bob Avakian, or the fact that it is absent in the Maoist organizations in semi-feudal contexts. For example, there is no personality cult in the Communist Party of India Maoist or the Communist Maoist Party of Afghanistan, and so it's hardly a scientific explanation. Moreover, despite the assumption that Maoism alone is guilty of such cultishness, the dogma of the great leader is evident in non-Maoist organizations as well. The Albanian communists built a cult around Enver Hoxha, for example, and the Communist Party of Canada, Marxist-Leninist, built a cult around hardy Albanians. To this we can add the cult that accrued around Joseph Stalin, as well as the neo-cultish devotion some Trotskyists have to their prophet. While Maoists must indeed reject the deviation of leadership cults, it seems somewhat ahistorical to assume that they are alone in this obvious example of dogmatism. If anything, the problem of the personality cult is a minoritarian example of the dogmatism that affects communism in general and Maoism in particular. It is just as much of a problem for Maoism as it is for every other tendency. It is only an obvious manifestation of dogmatism, when it is easily dismissed by critical communists because of its obvious religiousness. In other words, the personality cult is not the main dogmatism that Marxism-Leninism and Maoism is primarily guilty of today, the dogmatism that needs to be struggled against. Today's leading revolutionary and theoretical Maoist organizations have rejected this obvious manifestation of dogmatism, for obvious reasons, and are yet still hampered by dogmatism. One does not have to adopt the doctrine of great leadership to be a dogmatist. As noted above, Dogmatism most often emerges in the belief of a pure communism as a religious rather than scientific doctrine. Thus, beyond the problem of the personality cult, which is perhaps the most obvious manifestation of dogmatism, there is still the problem of religious behavior that can creep into communist practice, even if such practice aims at rejecting culture's devotion to a great leader. That is, the elimination of cults of personality does not solve the problem of dogmatism. It is only one symptom of this negative tendency. As noted above, taking specific analysis and statements from the past as beyond criticism, defending a pure doctrine in the face of criticism, maintaining a fidelity to what has been written by previous organizations without critical reflection, these are all symptoms of dogmatic behavior. Although it is true that such dogmatism is symptomatic of other communist tendencies, i.e. Trotskyism, which has almost become paradigmatic for its production of religious cabals, the dogmatism that emerges in Marxism-Leninism Maoism is significantly different in that it has a concrete basis on which to develop. That is, while the dogmatism of other tendencies is produced to theoretically compensate for a lack of revolutionary practice. For instance, lacking any revolutionary experience, they seek bastion in theoretical purity in order to hope and pray for the future eruption of this experience. In parentheses, the dogmatism that develops within the Maoist tendency is due to its confidence in the manifold fact of its historical revolutionary experience. Hence, unlike other communist trajectories, I will argue in this chapter that there is a logical reason for the dogmatism that is expressed by Maoism. Even still, dogmatism is still dogmatism. It can only harm this revolutionary trajectory. Furthermore, the problem with dogmatism lies in the movement's historical inability to separate the scientific content meant by the ciphers Marxism, Leninism, Maoism from the nomological form. Again, we run into the problem of confusing concepts with names. On the one hand, we know that Marxism is not reducible to the name of Karl Marx, who is a person and not a prophet. On the other hand, in the course of our fidelity to the science he began, we cannot help but search for proof of this fidelity in his writing, mining it for passages that will authoritatively prove our theory and practice. This contradiction is a serious philosophical problem, and one that haunts the communism we propose as an alternative to other communist tendencies. Furthermore, it cannot be avoided by simply endorsing some sort of empty-headed, critical Maoism, where we uphold in theory Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, but refuse to critique other tendencies that may indeed be erroneous. A class struggle in ideology is necessary, and we would not have a revolutionary theory if our predecessors had ignored this necessity. It is worth rephrasing this problem in a clearer manner. First, we grasp the new stage of revolutionary communism emerging logically from a world historical revolution, and the revolutionary assessment of world historical revolution has been theorized and it is shorthanded as Marxism, Leninism, Maoism. Second, in the course of accumulating revolutionary forces necessary for a revolutionary movement, we are forced into ideological line struggle with other competing variants of communism. Third, we often end up suspending a scientific outlook in the course of agitational and revolutionary necessity in order to brand those organizations that, according to historical materialist assessment, though admittedly sometimes not, are incapable of producing revolution and might even be spreading confusion and opportunism amongst the masses. Thus, in a somewhat visceral sense, dogmatism is produced by the very practice of revolutionary science, from the desire to be faithful to the revolution and the current stage of theory that revolutionary practice is produced. If we ask to develop the science further, perhaps this is a core contradiction to Marxism, especially Marxism-Leninism, as will be clear in the following chapter. Clark indeed thought that the anti-revisionist communism of his day was affected by this contradiction, which was why his organization, the Communist Workers' Group, Marxist-Leninist, dissolved after honestly recognizing the limits of that stage of struggle. But in contradiction to Clark, and also to those who demand a muddle-headed and unprincipled anything-goes Marxism, I want to suggest that this dogmatism is a dialectical rather than formal contradiction and a unity of opposites. This does not mean that we should embrace dogmatism, nor we should embrace an uncritical anti-dogmatism, often proposed as anti-sectarianism, but that we should understand the meaning of this supposed core contradiction in order to make sense of our practice. The fourth part of the second chapter of Continuity and Rupture, Militancy and Science. I began this chapter by summarizing the meaning of revolutionary science, Specifically, how and why Maoism, according to what was established in the first chapter, can be grasped as the current culmination of that science. To this we can add that a science, in order to be a science, is distinguished from religion by being open to the future. Truth is not closed in an absolute, for-all-time set of definition. Truth is a process. Science is alive insofar as it understands that it is establishing chains of universal applicability that must necessarily be incomplete. To insist otherwise is to imagine that nothing more can be learned, that we have arrived at the end of human understanding, just as Hegel believed that the development of Geist would terminate in a perfected philosophy. This is why dogmatism needs to be avoided. It can shut down thought, it can prevent investigation, it breeds self-righteous, narrow-minded ideology. And yet, despite this important caveat, we cannot deny that scientists in the various fields of the so-called hard sciences have been forced to agitate in acts like religious adherence to the doctrine in order to develop their respective fields. The emergence of a new scientific theory is never linear, nor have the theories that we accept as scientific ever been predestined, simply waiting for scientists to discover. There's a myth that is generally told about these hard sciences. The facts are waiting out there in the world just for someone to discover them. Some genius like Einstein comes along and figures them out. The rupture in the field of scientific continuity happens with ease because it is obviously correct. But this is not the case. We need to recognize that the important scientific theories that develop the fields of biology, chemistry, and physics are most often models to account for phenomena that spilled over the limitations of previous theoretical aims. What the Newtonian paradigm could not account for produced a necessity of a theoretical rupture. But if history had been different, this rupture might not have been accomplished through Einstein's theories of general and special relativity. In those moments where a stage of science has reached its limits, and thus an impasse, various and competing models often emerge, and upon their emergence, an ideological line struggle determines which theory becomes enshrined in the development of the science. Practitioners of a given science will assemble to defend the theories they prefer. Debate ensues, scientific practice is mobilized to defend one model over another. Journals and entire institutions will be used to promote some models and attack others. Scientists momentarily act as adherents to a faith until the rupture is completed through one model achieving hegemony. Jan Zapp's Genesis, the Evolution of Biology, is a historiography of the line struggle in science, specifically biology. Not only does he discuss the struggle between the models of DNA that at one point divided the scientific world, he goes back to examine how Darwin and the adherents to the initial theory of evolution were forced to wage a social battle that demanded the absolute fidelity to that theory. Here is the space where the scientist becomes a militant agitator, similar but different to the missionary. Within this context, however, it was practice that was always mobilized. Proof was demanded by scientific practice itself, and though scientific practice was often broad enough to allow for the defense of various competing models, mediating an emergent secondary concept, such as Occam's razor, were used to weed out obtuse and opaque theories. Just like the history of modes of production, it is possible that the path of the hard sciences could have led in different directions. The problem is that we assume linearity as much in order to make sense of historical development after the fact. Before the field of possibility narrows, there was always the chance things could have gone differently. That is, the necessity for a new theory produces multiple contingencies. Once we grasp that every science, especially those we often imagine as the true sciences, demand these moments of fidelity and ideological struggle, the charge of dogmatism requires a more complex and nuanced understanding. We must ask, were those scientists who acted militantly in fidelity to the chosen models that were clearly based on practical results, simply dogmatists? Were the militants who line up behind Einstein's theories identical to the anti-militants who located the dogmatism in defense of the Newtonian paradigm? Similarly, are Maoist militants identical to those militants who defend a pure form of Marxism, admitting no experimentation or creative development? The former are ideological progressives, the latter are behind the times. Even still, we need to recognize the risks. As Robert Beale correctly notes, inherent to the anti-revisionist militancy of the past that may teach us something about the anti-revisionist militancy of the present. Quote, If any movement to uphold orthodoxy, however, relevant to all periods in which imperialism exists, there's always, due to this desire to become what is understood as orthodox, the possibility of becoming conservative and scared of new ideas, unquote. But no struggle emerges without a risk. Moreover, the problem with the most recent expressions of anti-revisionist movements was that, as we shall see in a later chapter, the fact that they were indeed defending the orthodoxy of Marxism-Leninism against, quote, the abandonment of Marx and Lenin's teachings on the inevitability of exploitation, repression, crisis, and war under capitalism, unquote. In this sense, the lapse into dogmatism, due to its attempt to preserve an orthodoxy that was reaching limits that would necessitate a rupture, was unavoidable. The question then is whether the militancy dedicated to an emergent state of revolutionary science is precisely the same as the militancy dedicated to defending revolutionary ideology in the face of revisionism. Here perhaps is another moment of continuity rupture. The problem of possible dogmatism is preserved, but it is thrust forward into a defense of something new against the orthodoxy of the old as opposed, compared to the previous anti-revisionist period, to defending the old against the opportunism of the new. A militancy dedicated to the scientific past against future mystification is similar to a militancy based on struggling for the scientific future against the limits of the past, while at the same time completely different. But let us leave this question of anti-revisionism and the comparison between old and new forms of anti-revisionism for later chapters. In order to fully understand this difference and thus key aspects of the problematic of continuity rupture, we need to first understand a. the limits of Marxism-Leninism, and thus the concrete differences between these two forms of anti-revisionism. b. Anti-revisionism itself, gleaned from the openings produced by a rupture in revolutionary science. Before grasping these aspects, however, we need to fully grasp the threat of dogmatism, inherited from the past, so as to think through how it can be avoided. Fifth part of the second chapter of Continuity and Rupture, Qualifications. We must not forget, however, that the charge of dogmatism has often been used to silence principled debate and promote revisionism. Indeed, this charge has historically reified revisionism, transformed it into a common standard of behavior. Thus, as previously noted, dogmatism is often forced upon the militant by the necessities of the historical conjecture. Revisionism becomes a problem. Revisionists charge any attack on their theory and practice as dogmatic. Parenthesis. Apparently they themselves are incapable of dogmatism, despite the religious adherence to their theory and practice that are supposedly inclusive. In parenthesis. The anti-revisionist militant of a new stage of science is often expected to defend the continuity rather than the rupture of the position. Hence the problem discussed above of dogmatism indeed becoming a real danger, forced into a position of defending orthodoxy. The militant may discover that the charge of dogmatism is a self-fulfilling prophecy, a destiny imposed by revisionism. Moreover, the charge of dogmatism is often leveled at the militant by those who feel any talk of science is tantamount to religiosity. In contexts where a new reformist movement is the norm, and revolutionary parties with a current theoretical line are relegated to the past, dogmatism is defined as anything that refuses to be nebulous and unprincipled, anything goes ideology. In this context, to even speak of Lenin or Mao is anathema. The militant is dismissed the moment these names leave their mouth. In this context, all principled debate is stifled, and this stifling, regardless of how it veils itself as anti-dogmatic, is as religiously close-minded as the discord it imagines it has forbidden. Once more, we find a gap between the name and concept of dogmatism. The name is frequently mobilized, applied without conceptual clarity to anything that declares fidelity to a current lineage of Marxist science, but possesses no meaning beyond its name. Those who use it to silence what they feel is a return to the past, even if this return is anew in its attempts to alter rupture from this past, do so in a manner that precisely demonstrates the meaning of the name they conjure, dogmatism. They have dogmatically forbidden all discussion of the Marxism they despise. Here we must again mobilize the analogy of the natural sciences, and wonder whether those who maintain fidelity to these sciences in periods of despair were as dogmatic as those who sought to remystify reality with spiritualistic categories. For those who sought a return to the past, no matter how critical they pretended they were being, were simply returning to an encoded and pre-scientific understanding of reality, a spontaneous embrace of reactionary ideology in order to escape from the quandary they had discovered. The same is true of revolutionary science. Conjectures of failure are reached that demand reassessment. Some refuse to go forward because they are trapped at the boundaries of change. Others go backwards because, lacking revolutionary movement, they are ensnared in confusion. A remainder is capable, following a movement involved in making revolution, or struggling past these boundaries. By a strange reversal of logic, those who remain static or move backwards invent reasons for their failure, and in this invention pretend that they are producing an alternate movement. Upon justifying their stasis, they reject every actual movement of dynamism as backwards, and charge everyone who claims otherwise with dogmatism. Take, for example, those scientists who refuse to accept the Big Bang Theory, according to its own terms. Some try to pretend it was religious because they could only interpret this theory in a religious manner. Others went so far as to embrace spiritualistic categories because this theory had shattered their rigid understanding of science. And those who rejected this theory, convinced that their backwardness was scientific, dogmatically charge everyone who was militantly defending the emergence of this theory with dogmatism. In this context, then, it is no wonder that the militant of Marxism-Leninism Maoism ends up becoming dogmatic in form, even if their theory is heterodox in essence, often branded without reflection as dogmatic and sectarian by those who reject an organization based on a coherent theoretical line. The Maoist militant is forced to play a role that they will otherwise reject. The sixth part of the second chapter of Continuity and Rupture. Appreciation of full meaning. I would like to suggest that dogmatism that cannot help but affect Maoism is inherited from the militant struggle surrounding the emergence of this stage in revolutionary science. While I believe it is clear that a new stage was forced into emergence through the events and limits of the World Historical Revolution in China, the assessment of this revolution's successes and failures is still incomplete. We understand that there was a rupture, and were finally able to articulate this rupture in 1988 and 94. But now we find ourselves adrift in a new theoretical terrain, that while contingent upon the previous theoretical traits of the science, demands a development in philosophy. The terrain remains unexplored, only the bare bones of the assessment complete, as should be evident in the broad brushstrokes of the IRM statement in 94. General categories capable of explaining the theoretical rupture were articulated as universal, but the meaning of these moments of universality were left necessarily vague. For at the moment where there were only emergent revolutionary movements, we were only capable of grasping the world historical identity of the revolution led by Mao Zedong, just as others before Mao had grasped the world historical identity of the Bolshevik Revolution. Perhaps our understanding of Marxism-Leninism Maoism is akin to Stalin's understanding of Marxism-Leninism in Foundations of Leninism, which we know was ultimately limited. These limitations were proved by the completed understanding of Leninism that was only possible by the time of the Cultural Revolution. The impasse they produced would eventually be explained by critical texts such as Tom Clark's The State and Counter-Revolution. Thus, Marxism-Leninism Maoism is emergent but incomplete. It is correct insofar as it grasps the general principles of universality based on the assessment of the past world historical revolutions. It requires development and self-recognition insofar as a further world historical revolution is required to flush out its meaning, just as the revolution in China flushed out the meaning of Marxism-Leninism, to correct the vagaries and misunderstandings of Stalin's articulation of Leninism. Here the door was shut on Stalinism. Not that there was really such a thing, just as the door would necessarily be shut on Gonzalo thought, or Prachandapath, or any other over-particularist variant of Marxism-Leninism Maoism that, without a world historical revolution, is capable of only developing into dogmatic devotion. Hence the need for a development in philosophy. There needs to be a critical dialogue over the meaning of this new terrain and what it demands. If you are simply content to speak of Maoism religiously and dismiss every other tendency as heretical, you might fail to grasp the importance of this development and its requirements. Even worse, by imagining that this terrain has already reached its limit without a world historical revolution, we'll end up becoming like the members of the RCP USA and other post-Maoist organizations, who despite having once recognized the universality of Marxism-Leninism Maoism, imagine they have somehow transgressed the limits of this science without having produced a revolutionary movement. The point then is that a real dogmatism emerges when the movement either A. closes itself off to the future and still caught in the moment of militant agitation, imagines the questions of the newly opened theoretical terrain are answered. B. turns toward a future that does yet exist by imagining these questions, which are still questions of the recently opened terrain, need to be solved by a new, incoherent terrain. The first problematic locks itself into a pedestrian corner of the emergent scientific stage, contenting itself with religious proclamations based on narrow applications of the general concept. The second problematic can also justify itself in the moment as a new avenue of revolutionary thought, tends to seek religious justification in an especial theory that is believed for no other reason than superstition, to present an understanding that past world historical evolutions lacked. In other words, dogmatism is always a threat because of the nature of the science, parenthesis, just as it is a threat in other sciences, where many scientists refuse to turn towards future developments in that field, end parenthesis. And since there are moments when militant fidelity is required, this threat is always a danger. I would like to suggest, however, that the danger can be neutralized if we develop the field of this thought, which unlike Trotskyism is not doomed to a state of dogmatic fidelity. After all, we speak of a theory that emerged in the crucible of People's War, that dared to speak of a new stage of communism in the midst of supposed failure, and has always produced various and exciting avenues of exploration. When we investigate this field of thought, its still developing constellation, philosophical intervention is indeed required. Dogmatism, perhaps inherited from the necessities of ideological line struggle, should be combated and placed in context. There was a time when militants devoted to the Copernican revolution were content only with repeating the axiom that the Earth was not the center of the galaxy. With the revolution achieved hegemony, the full meaning of its theory could be appreciated. Here then is an important philosophical point. Marxism, Leninism, Maoism still require an appreciation of its full meaning. Seventh part of the second chapter of Continuity and Rupture. The gap between revolution in form and revisionism in practice. In the IRM's 1994 statement, Long Live Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, it is suggested just as clinging to a pure Marxism after the emergence of Marxism-Leninism produced revisionism, clinging to a pure Marxism or a pure Marxism-Leninism after the emergence of Marxism-Leninism, Maoism also produces revisionism. At first glance, such a bold claim appears dogmatic. After all, it is the hallmark of religious devotees to assert in a fanatical and sectarian manner that someone is not a true believer if they do not adhere to a specific religious faith. Due to the fact that dogmatism does indeed hamper Marxism at each and every stage, it is indeed fair to recognize that such a claim may indeed imply dogmatism. You are a revisionist or false Marxist if you do not believe in Marxism, Leninism, Maoism. Fair enough. I have already noted how militant fidelity to a developing terrain of a given science often necessitates, especially in this terrain's early and nebulous emergence, a dogmatic attitude and practice. And yet I would also like to suggest that there is a way to read the RM claim about revisionism in a manner that is expressly scientific rather than dogmatic. I do not believe that the Marxist-Leninist-Maoist movement as a whole has coherently flushed out the full scientific implication of a statement, and I admit that it often falls back onto this statement in a dogmatic manner so as to ignore interventions from other Marxist terrains. At the same time, however, I think it is worth investigating what this statement means for the science as a whole. Let us examine for a moment the field of physics in order to make analogical sense of the RM's intriguing and bombastic statement. Can we imagine that someone can be a proper physicist if they cling to a purely Newtonian understanding of physics, decades after Einstein's theories of general and special relativity have transformed the field? The question is obviously rhetorical. We'd be inclined to argue that someone militating for a Newtonian worldview is a revisionist in this scientific discipline, meaning they are anti-scientific, their ideas undermine the development of science and will lead nowhere. So in this sense, the RM statement is scientifically axiomatic rather than dogmatic. It is not that Marxist practitioners who deny the epistemic rupture of Maoism are pseudo-Marxist revisionists. In fact, these practitioners might very well be honest Marxists who oppose revisionism in principle. They might be honest fellow travelers who truly desire class revolution. Rather, the point is that their practice, since it does not recognize new developments in the field of their science, cannot produce what they wanted to produce. They occupy a theoretical dead end, they are caught in a historical moment of theory that has already been surpassed, and thus their insights are limited. They are revisionist in the same sense as the Newtonian who hasn't grasped the rupture produced by Einstein is a revisionist. What new insights will this Newtonian scientist produce when Newtonianism has already been relegated to the past? Maybe a few interesting commentaries, maybe some important interventions, but these will always be limited by their failure to understand reality as it has been expounded by a developing field that has passed them by. We have not yet grasped the full meaning of this RM insight, arguing that Marxist theory can only truly be alive when the terrain opened by Maoism demands the development of this field as well as philosophical intervention to make sense of such development. We are still standing at the threshold of this new geography, much as the scientists of the past in another field stood at the threshold of geography opened by the Copernican revolution. Since we are still standing on the threshold, we are often limited to glancing over our shoulder so that we can remain grounded in the continuity that sometimes feels threatened by the simultaneous rupture in thought. It is only when we have investigated the full meaning of this rupture that we can realize what is and what is not continuous with the previous paradigms of our science. We understand that rupture and continuity are scientific, that they are always in dialectical tension, but we cannot grasp this relationship in its completed sense when we are still only capable of explaining the rupture according to the past patterns of the continuity from Marx to Lenin that is only now, at the moment of this rupture, fully understood. So too, returning to our analogy, could the early militant of the Einsteinian rupture only appreciate this rupture by staring back at the continuity of the operating field from Copernicus to the end of Newton, still unaware of the complete sense which the general and special theories of relativity were continuous with this history. Thus, due to this backwards-looking glance, RM's possibly scientific insight can be easily exchanged for dogmatic furor. After all, as noted in the previous section, the early militants of a new scientific stage are always affected by lamentable dogmatic militancy. It is here that the RM claim can be treated, even by those who phrased it in a qualified sense based on past moments of continuity rupture, so as to call fanatical practice in this distorted manner of recognizing the Maoist rupture in historical materialism. It is all too easy to dismiss everyone who does not expressly proclaim adherence to Maoism as anti-communist. We might even go so far as to label other Maoists, whose practice does not resemble our ideas of practice that are often still based on caricature of the most recent world historical revolution, as also false communists. Indeed, the remnants of the PCP, regardless of its importance in producing the moment of rupture, is wont to disparage every movement and people's war that does not proclaim perfect fidelity to Gonzalo thought as ultimately revisionist. Perhaps this dogmatic squabbling speaks to the problem of revolutionary struggle, reminding us that the theoretical terrain can only develop through actual revolutionaries. Hence, a revolution that failed is now incapable of any authoritative theoretical insight. But since no revolution, since the emergence of Marxism-Leninism and Maoism, has gone further than the Chinese Revolution, we are still limited to struggling ideologically upon the threshold of this new theoretical terrain. But even here, at the threshold, philosophical intervention might be useful, for philosophy can at least call this militant dogmatism into question, demanding that these movements stop looking over their shoulders and venture further out into the terrain opened by the Maoist rupture. Such venturing will indeed produce new theoretical developments, which further acts of philosophical intervention might explore, because this is now the only terrain that is open as a live option for the field of Marxist science. Elsewhere, it appears that Marxism has turned inwards, is limited by the boundaries of the dead ends that it has encountered. It might oppose revisionism in theory, but still amounts to revisionism in practice. At the very least, a philosophy tied to the rupture produced by Maoism can explain the gap between evolutionary theory and revisionism in practice. The eighth part of the second chapter of Continuity and Rupture, looking backwards. When I argued in the previous section that those of us who adhere to the Maoist rupture often still forced to look backwards rather than forwards, I meant for this figure of speech to be taken seriously. After all, this backwards-looking glance was examined in the first chapter, where I attempted to distance this theoretical terrain from a past era where Maoism was not yet capable of emerging as a new stage of historical materialism. The new terrain opened by this rupture in the field of historical materialism remains hampered by the patterns of the past, that still, in the words of Marx, quote, weigh like nightmares on the brains of the living, unquote. These past behaviors are evident, for example, in the way contemporary Maoists treat Trotskyists. All of the old polemics and insults are mobilized to dismiss Trotskyism as an ideology of wreckers, a tendency of betrayal that undermined Marxism-Leninism. But if Trotskyism is properly understood as a historical dead end, something that we must leave behind, then it must be treated as such rather than a, quote, wrecking ideology. Even still, we are pulled back into the past and often cannot resist the temptation to dismiss Trotskyists as counter-revolutionary, when in fact this might not necessarily be the case, at least not in form. While it is important to argue that, like any science, we can only move forward through the paradigm that has proved itself according to the bounds of the specific field of science, and that every other approach can only lead to revisionist dead ends, it is at least worth noting that there are organizations and individuals who, despite the failure to understand the developing science, are not intentionally revisionist. In some ways, these unintentional revisionists may even be allies. Trotskyism aside, we still have the problem of a dogmatism that is in part culled from our inability to break from previous and unfruitful patterns of behavior. We want everyone to grasp the development of science that we have organized, to join us in transgressing that threshold, and in our frustration we lapse into past habits of theoretical practice. We have to ask this important question: is the theoretical rupture of this new stage of Maoism worth investigation and development, or are we simply dressing up the previous period of anti-revisionist communism in the clothes of Marxism-Leninism Maoism? For Maoism cannot only be continuous with Marxism-Leninism in order to represent a new stage of revolutionary science. Parenthesis. If it was simply continuous, then it would indeed be the same as the incoherent Maoisms of yesteryear. End parenthesis. But it must also be a rupture. In order to recognize the rupture it represents, we have to give up on previous ways of defending Marxism-Leninism, accept Maoism's continuity as self-evident, and move forward to explore the meaning of its rupture. Ninth part of the second chapter of Continuity and Rupture. Rupture as necessity. In order to explain the meaning of the Maoist rupture, however, we also have to examine the reasons behind its emergence. Theoretical ruptures in the field of any science are not accidentally spontaneous events, though they may appear as such to the casual observer. They do not manifest in a vacuum. Rather, they happen for historically significant reasons. To keep with our example from physics, Einstein's theories of general and special relativity were not accidental musings of a genius scientist who just happened to think them up one day because he was bored. These were theories that were intended to transgress the limits reached by Newtonian physics, a rupture made necessary by the questions Newton's theories could not answer. That is, our science had reached the limits of its explanatory potential and theoretical praxis. A new stage had to be theorized if this science was to remain open to the future rather than becoming locked in the contradictions of its limits. The Maoist rupture, then, happening precisely at the point where Marxism-Leninism had reached its limits, Maoism was not theorized as a new scientific stage for spurious reasons out of some sense of creative spontaneity, but because those behind its theorization were encountering, in the crucible of class struggle, problems that Marxism-Leninism was incapable of solving. While recognizing that Marxism-Leninism was capable of answering other problems and was the foundation for revolution, the early militants of Marxism-Leninism Maoism realized that, by itself, even the most anti-revisionist form of Marxism-Leninism was incomplete. It was not that the figurative real needed to be reinvented, but that a transformation of the wheel was demanded. Historical necessity forced theoretical rupture. We only need to examine the period in which Maoism was conceptualized to understand that this was also a period in which the limits of Marxism-Leninism had been reached. At the end of the 1980s and the beginning of the 90s, world capitalism was in the midst of victoriously declaring itself, quote, the end of history. The collapse of the Eastern Bloc, already thoroughly revisionist, the capitalist road chosen by China, and the disintegration of anti-revisionist communist movements were evidence of the limits of Marxism-Leninism. Any revolutionary movement that emerged in this period will have to make sense of this collapse, fully assess the successes and failures of the past, if it was to even have a chance of surviving. At the same time, however, the fact that Marxism-Leninism had reached its limits also produced the temptation to abandon this science, go back to the beginning of anti-capitalist struggle, and embrace a different theory. That is, the easiest and most tempting response to the limitations of Marxism-Leninism was to reject Marxism-Leninism altogether, claim that it was a flawed theory from the very inception, and demand a rupture without any continuity, neo-anarchism, Draperism, postmodern praxis. Nebulous movementism was the simplest and laziest solution. These were not new theories, though they imagined that they were, but simply repetitions of historical oubliettes from past epochs of class struggle. When a science reaches its limits and encounters phenomena it is currently incapable of solving at the moment of scientific crisis, some scientists do reject the entire scientific project and seek bastion in the past while pretending that the backwards ideas they have embraced are new and critical. As Althusser once wrote about these moments of scientific crisis and the reactions of some scientists to the questions that their theoretical terrain cannot grasp without a moment of rupture, quote, "The crisis catches them by surprise, unprepared or, without even knowing it, so prejudiced that their convictions are badly shaken. Everything collapses around them, and in their panic, they call into question not simply a given scientific concept or theory, so as to rectify or reformulate it, but the validity of the practice itself, the value of science," unquote. But every science always reaches moments of crisis, which are only crises insofar as they are periods where the limits of a theoretical terrain have been reached and a rupture is required. All sciences, by virtue of being scientific, are as open to the future, parenthesis, where truth is an unfolding process rather than a rigid and dogmatic absolute, end parenthesis, must encounter crises. No theory is absolute, and each scientific stage is only capable of answering the questions with which it has been presented by history. Other questions, though, will be encountered that cannot be answered by a given stage in theory. The task of a critical scientist is not to accept defeat and abandon the truth process simply because the limits of a given theoretical terrain have been reached, but to prove the validity of that practice, the value of the science, by grasping the possibility of a theoretical rupture. Thus Maoism attempted to answer the impasse reached by Marxism-Leninism, not by denying the living science of revolutionary communism that developed through world historical revolution from Marxism to Leninism, but by theorizing the next moment of rupture. In this context, then, we need to grasp the limits of Marxism-Leninism that necessitated the Maoist rupture. Third chapter of Continuity and Rupture. The general limits of Marxism-Leninism. Quote, "The Cultural Revolution in China, which, having stumbled on the party and fire of a communist uprising, puts on the agenda the fact that the Leninist party is over. The domain of Leninism makes no real place when it comes to the party, for the problem of communism as such. Its business is the state, the antagonistic victory. The Cultural Revolution begins the forcing of this uninhabitable place. It invites us to the name party of a new type, the post-Leninist party, the party for communism, on the basis of which to recast the entire field of Marxist practice." Unquote. Alain Badiou, Theory of the Subject. First part of the third chapter of Continuity and Rupture. The impasse of Marxism-Leninism. In the first chapter, I discussed the limitations of the anti-revisionist Marxism-Leninism that emerged in the 1960s and 70s. Although this new communist movement appeared as a necessary response to the New Left, recentered class revolution by declaring fidelity to the Chinese Revolution instead of the Soviet Union under Khrushchev, it was still incapable of producing a theoretical rupture from a terrain that nearly reached its limits. By the 1980s, China would stumble its last attempted assault on counter-revolution, resulting in failure by 1978, and those movements that had done little more than follow in its wake were eventually forced to concede defeat. Some disbanded honorably, some struggled on into the mid or late 1980s, some collapsed spectacularly, and some succeeded in reorienting themselves. Generally speaking, however, the movement as a whole stumbled and turned inwards as it reached an impasse. It is mistaken, as I indicated in the first and second chapters, to assume this often heterogeneous movement at that period in time possessed an understanding of Maoism qua Maoism, Those organizations that defined themselves as, quote, Maoist were Maoist only insofar as they declared fidelity to China instead of the Soviet Union. None of them could possibly establish Maoism as a further development of revolutionary science, because the world historical revolution of China had not yet reached its moment of failure. Assessment was impossible, and this impossibility conditioned the collapse of that period's anti-revisionist movement. It is tempting to dismiss these lost decades as a general period of failure in which only a few organizations were able to survive by adapting themselves to capitalist triumphalism, and following this adaptation perhaps embrace the eventual emergence of Maoism in the Peruvian People's War and the foundation of the revolutionary internationalist movement. After all, the RCP-USA survived the new communist movement, superseding the vague Maoism of its time in order to temporarily embrace the emergence of Marxism-Leninism Maoism. And yet, this organization would also falter. Now it has rejected Maoism, and before this succeeded in transforming itself into a quasi-religious sect. Furthermore, it is unclear whether the RCP-USA had ever truly appreciated the impasse of the period in which it had risen to prominence, just as it is unclear whether it was still caught up in the logic of this impasse. So just to what was this impasse, and why did this period of anti-revisionism collapse in such a thorough manner? It is difficult to answer this question, because many organizations seem to dissolve almost overnight. Many of the significant organizations failed to produce assessments of their dissolution. The WCP, for example, despite being an important anti-revisionist party in Canada, did not make the reasons for its collapse known in a public document at the time of its dissolution. Its legacy is almost forgotten, even though it was once a significant force in the Canadian revolutionary scene and the period in which it operated, along with the legacy of other significant NCM organizations such as NLUT. It is in this anti-revisionist context that the intervention of a relatively small US organization, the Communist Workers' Group, Marxist-Leninist, is worth examining. Although this organization was not as large or influential as other organizations in its time and place, the documents it produced in its dissolution, and like the Canadian NLUT, the CWG, Marxist-Leninist, dissolved itself, reveals something important about the movement as a whole. Tom Clark's book, The State and Counter-Revolution, which was the CWG Marxist-Leninist summation of that period, focuses on what might have been the prime contradiction of anti-revisionist Marxism-Leninism. The boundaries reached by the Leninist stage revolutionary science that demanded a theoretical rupture. Unfortunately, since Clark and his organization could only grasp Marxism-Leninism, understanding Maoism in the older sense of the term, they were incapable of producing anything but an examination of the limits of the movement they had once embraced, but eventually found incomplete. They could only interpret this incompleteness as a frightful contradiction at the heart of what they understood to be revolutionary theory, just as past physicists who glimpsed the limits of the Newtonian paradigm were incapable of grasping the fact that the further rupture in the field of their science might solve the problems they could only understand as contradictions within the science itself. Second part of the third chapter of Continuity and Rupture, a possible contradiction. It is worth quoting from The State and Counter-Revolution at length in order to explain the contradiction that Clark and his organization felt was intrinsic to Marxism-Leninism itself, in order to appreciate the full thrust of the assessment, since it is one of the best expressions of the limits of the impasse that cannot be overstepped without rupturing from the Leninist terrain, while remaining in continuity with it. Quote, "This contradiction consists in the fact that although communism is formally a political doctrine of the working class, its main theorists and the vast majority of its most active proponents have been drawn from the middle class. Thus, despite the fact that according to socialist theory, the working class should provide political organizational leadership to its allies within the petty bourgeoisie, it is in reality ideologists from the petty bourgeoisie that have taken the leading role in politicizing and organizing the working class. This class contradiction is usually dealt with through the logical premise that since the mass of workers does not have a scientific understanding of their actual class position and interests, their spontaneous trade union struggles are necessarily limited to minor reforms and concessions within the framework of capitalism. As Lenin stated, without revolutionary theory there can be no revolutionary movement. But The stultifying conditions of work and life common to most workers prevent them from acquiring academic, scientific, and organizational skills necessary to originate sophisticated political theory and the time needed to implement it. The socialist intellectuals conclude from this that political knowledge must therefore be introduced by people who, due to their privileged social status, do have the necessary intellectual training and leisure time, i.e. themselves. Since the advanced workers are initially unfamiliar with the fine points of socialist theory and must rely on the intellectuals for their political education, it is the intellectuals who determine the major principles of the movement and establish guidelines for its practical activity. Although the workers' objective revolutionary potential is a function of their social position as an oppressed class, their strategic role in production, and their socially conditioned collectivity and discipline, the intelligentsia has nothing in the way of material or social conditions to ensure a consistent revolutionary outlook. On the contrary, the same social privileges that enable the radical intellectuals to formulate the main principles of socialist theory also engender diverse opportunist views and in the end surround and overwhelm those principles. While separate trends within the socialist movement may admit this of their opponents, in bitter polemics and mutual recriminations accuse one another of petty bourgeois opportunism, none are willing to admit that it is true of the movement as a whole." Unquote. Before teasing out the claims made in this long passage so as to appreciate the contradiction it has uncovered at the heart of Marxism-Leninism, it is important to note that Clark saw this as a contradiction in the dialectical sense, something that needed to be grasped and overcome, rather than in the positivist sense where contradictions mean irrationality. It would be tempting to read this passage as a simple condemnation of Marxism-Leninism, and its author as a jaded ex-revolutionary who, upon recognizing this problem, believed that Marxism-Leninism should be dismissed entirely. Rather, he saw it as a problem that needed to be overcome, but could not yet be overcome. So what is Clark claiming if he is not simply dismissing Marxism-Leninism as an erroneous politics, advocating a theoretical reinvention of the wheel? I will simplify the above passage to its most salient points. First, the working class caught up in trade unions cannot produce a revolutionary organization by itself, because in this context it is only capable of producing an economism, trade union consciousness, or a defined anarchism, but not a mediating party that produces a revolutionary movement with coherent and revolutionary theory. Here we must recall Rupture's analysis of the philosophy of Marxism-Leninism, where he points out that the working class, which spends most of its time working, can only conceive of its rebellion according to the ruling ideas of the ruling class. Second, and yet the revolutionary party that approaches the working class tends to be a party composed of petty bourgeois intellectuals who are only capable of having a thorough appreciation of theory and revolution, because, unlike the workers they claim to represent, they possess a measure of social privilege. They have the time to be students or academics. Here we must recall that in What is to be Done, Lenin agrees with Kautzy's claim that the party is initiated by the petty bourgeoisie. Third, the party began by these intellectuals, since it recognizes proletariat as being the gravedigger of capitalism, must impart revolutionary theory to the workers so that these workers can also be intellectuals. The workers must rely on these intellectuals in order to comprehend revolutionary theory, to understand a revolution that is supposedly about their own interests. Fourth, a given worker's intellectual development is decided by the petty bourgeois educator. It is these petty bourgeois intellectuals who have the privilege of judging whether or not the workers are learning properly, just as they have the privilege to decide what these workers should learn in the first place. Indeed, what counts as proletarian ideology, hence the germ of the contradiction, the petty bourgeois class becomes the authority in proletarian ideology, when, according to the very ideology they seek to impart, social being should determine social consciousness. How can someone whose class position is petty bourgeois ever be fully capable of having a proletarian consciousness and thus understanding proletarian ideology? Fifth, the petty bourgeoisie remains in charge of the movement, its outlook misconceived as proletarian ideology. The meter of revolutionary theory, and thus petty bourgeois ideology, becomes sublimated in the movement itself. Counter-revolution happens precisely because there is an unquestioned petty bourgeois basis to Marxist-Leninist revolutionary movements. Finally, we can simplify all of these salient points, as well as the passage itself, to this basic statement of contradiction. On the one hand, it is impossible for the proletariat to spontaneously develop a revolutionary party with a revolutionary ideology. On the other hand, it is impossible for a party that the workers cannot possibly develop, and is thus developed instead by the petty bourgeoisie, to carry a revolution to its completion. In essence, Marxism-Leninism is correct, while at the same time Marxism-Leninism is incorrect. Before examining this contradiction, though, it is worth noting that Jacques Rupture has spent the past couple of decades expressing a similar complaint with Marxism-Leninism, particularly the Marxism-Leninism philosophically described by his former teacher, Louis Althusser. Worried that Marxism, and particularly a Marxism of the Leninist variant, was, quote, grafting itself onto the voices of the working class protest, unquote, thus an alien presence speaking for the voice of heterogeneous phenomena. Rancière has spent much of his career attempting to excavate a, quote, different definition of the working class identity, unquote. Inspired by the insights of the germinal Maoism, Rancière's ability to grasp the problem of Marxism-Leninism, admittedly of the Mao Zedong thought variety, rather than leading him towards the possibility of Marxism-Leninism Maoism, which, as we shall see, is the only productive way out of this impasse, has caused him to descend into a confused adoption of spontaneism and historical analysis that is more inaccessible than the proletarian subject he hopes to reclaim. Thus, the reason I have chosen to focus on Clarke's less popular description of this problematic is because, unlike the critique provided by Rancière, it is more accessible and precise. The third part of the third chapter of Continuity and Rupture, the Marxist-Leninist contradiction as dialectical. Here it is worth pausing to appreciate the contradiction highlighted by Clarke. Since we are often still caught up in the dogmatism inherited from the past epoch of struggle that I discussed in the previous chapter, it is all too easy to dismiss an analysis that serves as a critique of that epoch. After all, there are innumerable and simplistic rejections that could be leveled at Clarke's critique. We could point out that the intellectuals who bring revolutionary politics to the proletarian movement are not essentially petty bourgeois, but this seems to be a simplistic act of denial. We could even argue that since Clarke himself was a petty bourgeois intellectual, his analysis is undermined by his own complaint, but this amounts to a semantic game. I would like to suggest that a contradiction indicated by Clarke is extremely significant, that it serves as a critique of the period of anti-revisionist communism and the limits it reached, and that it even tells us something about the necessity of the Maoist rupture that dialectically unifies this contradiction. Hence, I would like to suggest that Clarke has provided us with a philosophical quandary, a contradiction that requires the forcing of meaning, that can only be answered by a philosophical intervention that is produced by the Maoist rupture. As we pause to appreciate the contradiction revealed by Clarke, it is again worth noting that this quandary cannot be solved by either the denial of its existence or embracing one side of the contradiction. It is a contradiction precisely because both the spontaneous development of a revolutionary party on the part of the proletariat and the forced implementation of a party by the petty bourgeois intelligentsia will not produce a proper revolutionary movement. The former is impossible, the latter leads to counter-revolution. We must also recognize the various non-Maoist Marxist organizations that have recognized, though incoherently, this contradiction and have attempted to answer it in ways that amount to cunning acts of sophistry. Hal Draper's theory of socialism from below, for instance, assumes that the party can and will be built spontaneously by the unionized working class through union struggle. But since this has never happened and cannot be pursued as a strategic line aside from the vague agitational practices, which might again end up importing ideology from intellectuals to workers, returning us to Clarke's contradiction, it is a theory that is in many ways an argument from ignorance. Leaving aside Draperism for the moment, since I plan to examine it in a later chapter, there are also those missionary parties, composed of former intellectuals who imagine they have declassed and who, upon realizing the problem of their privilege, spend all of their time waiting for the working class to realize the correct line and gravitate to their slogans and programs. After over half a century, they are still waiting. Moreover, although it could be argued that contradiction highlighted by Clark is not worth examining because Clark's organization was less significant than other organizations in the new communist movement. I would counter that this is a dishonest way in which to dodge the charges leveled at anti-revisionist Marxism-Leninism in the state and counter-revolution. While it might indeed have been the case that the CWG, Marxist-Leninist, was an insignificant organization compared to other groups that left their mark in that period of anti-revisionism, it is worth noting that even some of these significant groups recognize the same contradiction, but do not have the energy or time to think their way through the problem. Canada's WCP, for example, noted something akin to Clark's contradiction in a document that summed up its dissolution. Indeed, in elements of a sum up of the WCP, the caucus, given the responsibility for summing up the reasons for the collapse of the Workers' Communist Party, noted, among other things, that the, quote, social composition of the party leadership and top cadre was one of the significant problems leading to the organization's disintegration, especially the fact that this composition was primarily petty bourgeois. As noted earlier, WCP was one of the two most significant Marxist-Leninist organizations in Canada during that period of anti-revisionism. Thus, Clark's contradiction remains salient when it comes to Marxist-Leninist movements of the past period of struggle. None of them are capable of escaping the impasse of responding to the contradiction highlighted by the state and counter-revolution. This is why we need to take this contradiction seriously. It should tell us something about the meaning of Maoism, and this is a philosophical question. Fourth part of the third chapter of Continuity and Rupture. Who decides? Throughout this book, I have attempted to highlight the difference between the name and concept of Maoism. I have argued that Maoism did not properly exist as Maoism, despite its prior use, until the end of the 1980s, when a revolutionary movement and multiple revolutionary organizations could provide a thorough assessment of the most recent world historical revolution. Tom Clark's The State and Counter-Revolution, which is an analysis of the period of anti-revisionism, where multiple groups proclaimed themselves as Maoists, proves that the distinction between name and concept is important. This is because Clark's organization, though at one point identifying as Maoist, was incapable of theorizing the meaning of this name. Indeed, the state and counter-revolution is forced to concede, still trapped as it is in the final stages of Marxism-Leninism, that the Maoism of its time is simply another articulation of Marxism-Leninism. It is singularly incapable of understanding the events of the Chinese Revolution and thus, like so many other organizations, reduces Maoism to the principles of the new democratic revolution. As discussed in the first chapter, it is precisely this reduction that permits even contemporary Trotskyists, who are unaware of what many of us now mean by Maoism, to reduce this ideology to this theory. If Clark and his organization were capable of providing a thorough assessment of the Chinese Revolution, rather than reducing it to the new democratic revolution, they might have been able to glimpse the elements necessary for the solution of their contradiction. For it was during the great proletarian cultural revolution where the nascent critique of the petty bourgeois, if not thoroughly bourgeois, party ideology was begun. The masses were unleashed upon the party. Petty bourgeois intellectuals were, quote, sent down to the countryside. The contradiction noted by Clark was judged as a necessary contradiction of socialism and part of the reason as to why socialism should be conceived as a class society. For today's Maoists, the period of the GPCR possesses a universal significance that greatly overshadows the limited significance of New Democracy. This is not to say that the anti-revisionists of the New Communist period did not emphasize the importance of the GPCR. To be fair, Clark's book is notable in not discussing it, since the Cultural Revolution was extremely influential for the post-1968 radical communist movement, where it begins to become something more than how it is conceived in New Communist movement is when it is understood as a universal development in revolutionary theory that is not merely corrective, that overspills the actual event of the GPCR that was reined in by Mao to the point that the capitalist rotors emerged victorious. We should treat the theory of the Cultural Revolution as the recognition of the contradictions of Marxism-Leninism, the necessity that leads to the transgression of this stage of revolutionary science, and in some ways this echoes Clark's critique. For if the party emerges as a revolutionary party through a privileged intelligentsia and a petty bourgeois ideology that remains to hamper the party due to the contradictory way in which it emerged, This solution is to recognize the period of socialism as one in which a bourgeoisie emerges within the party itself must be held to account by the masses it claims to represent in order to continue the revolution. In some ways, the Maoists claim that class struggle continues under the dictatorship of the proletariat goes further than Clark by claiming that the problem with bourgeois ideology is not simply limited to the privileged party intellectuals. Rather, petty bourgeois and bourgeois ideology can and will affect the entire socialist society because it was a common sense ideology prior to socialist revolution, and everyone, including workers, has been socialized according to these values. Upon the establishment of socialism, where the economism of trade union consciousness is no longer an issue, workers need to mobilize against those petty bourgeois intellectuals who might be standing in their way. For instance, for in this period the workers have more autonomy to become organic intellectuals, in order to push the revolutionary society towards communism. But even though Clark appears to ignore the significance of the theory of cultural revolution, the critique of his book is not necessarily diffused. Other anti-revisionist groups recognized the importance of the GPCR and were guilty of the very contradiction Clark puts forward. Moreover, we need to ask who decides that the theory of cultural revolution is a further development of proletarian ideology. Is it again the petty bourgeoisie? Not to mention those particularly and sometimes embarrassing questions for Maoists who, despite their claims of science, still have difficulty delinking Maoism from Mao. Why was Mao himself not held account during the GPCR? Why did Mao and his most faithful followers, some of whom were indeed privileged, escape the bombardment of their party headquarters? Here we must indeed speak of a Maoism beyond Mao, but in order to do so, we need to recognize the salience of Clark's critique. Fifth part of the third chapter of Continuity and Rupture. Leninism as Rupture. Here it is important to note how Clark's contradiction concerns Marxism-Leninism rather than a Marxism pre-Lenin. In the early chapters of The State and Counter-Revolution, Clark delineates the Leninist theory of the state from Marx and Engels' insights, arguing that the quintessential Leninist theory of the state, articulated in State and Revolution, belonged essentially to the Leninist development of revolutionary theory, and was not, despite Lenin's polemic reliance on passages from Engels regarding the Paris Commune, coherently understood by Marx or Engels. Clark argues that Lenin made it appear as if his theory of the state was lifted directly from Marx and Engels. According to Clark, there, quote, is no question that Lenin believed this himself, unquote. The question then becomes, why do we have a theory of socialist strategy that relies on a concept of revolutionary state promulgated by middle-class intellectuals? Clark points out that while Lenin cites the opportunists of his time, Kautsky and his sympathizers, he is utterly ruthless in noting the petty bourgeois ideology. At the same time, however, Clark claims that Lenin does not apply the same standard of critique to Marx and Engels, and instead relies on their authoritative insights to attack the opportunists. Thus, perhaps Lenin should also have questioned the class position of Marx and Engels, rather than treating their insights as authoritative, since they were not in a strategic position to provide a proletarian ideology of revolution. And yet, although it is worth taking Clark's analysis seriously, we must ask why Clark assumes that Lenin believed that his theory of revolutionary strategy regarding the state was lifted directly from Marx and Engels. If anything, Clark appears to assume that the rhetorical form of Lenin's polemic is synonymous with this polemic's conceptual content. Indeed, in the same chapter where Clark accuses Lenin of acting with perfect fidelity to Marx and Engels' conception of the revolutionary state, he also argues that Marx and Engels did not have a coherent theory of the state that appears in State and Revolution. This dissonance is important. If we assume that Lenin was just as capable as Clark of reading everything Marx and Engels had written about the state, and was thus aware that the theory of the state was not as coherent as the one he would propose, it seems rather simplistic to assume that there is, quote, no question that he believed his insights were identical to the founders of historical materialism. Indeed, Lenin might have been very aware that he was being selective in what he chose to either highlight or dismiss. If this is the case, then it becomes more correct to assume that Lenin was using the authority of Marx and Engels in the same way that Kautsky or Bernstein used the authority of Marx and Engels, to rhetorically defend a potentially heterodox theoretical development. We should recall that all ruptures must also place themselves in continuity with the science. They mobilize the general concepts of the previous theoretical stage and, in doing so, seeks to develop a living theory out of the germinal insights of those thinkers who were incapable of thinking beyond the contradictions of their own time. What Lenin was doing in State and Revolution was not simply an act of continuity, nor was it no question that he believed that he was acting with near religious fidelity when in fact he was developing something new, but also an act of rupture, but a rupture understood only in retrospect because it worked. Otherwise, we would understood it as a theoretical dead end, like so many other attempts to produce a theoretical rupture in historical materialism and other scientific fields, rather than a moment that produces a new way of seeing the world and escaping from the boundaries that Marx and Engels himself could not escape. After all, despite disorganized critiques and examinations of attempted revolutions in that time, Marx and Engels were incapable of producing a truly coherent revolutionary strategy. We are only able to imagine that they possessed such a coherence because of Lenin. Thus, Clarke's contradiction should not only concern Marxism-Leninism, because it is not, as even he points out, inherent to the analysis of Marx and Engels. For this contradiction concerns revolutionary strategy, and Marx and Engels, according to Clarke, did not present a coherent theorization of revolutionary strategy. Those moments that Lenin mobilized to rhetorically defend the theory of state and revolution were contradicted by other moments. Lenin was intentionally selective in how he quoted the first theorists of historical materialism. So if you place the contradiction within Marxism-Leninism rather than a pre-Leninist Marxism, we should recognize that it is incapable of calling the entire science into question. Marx and Engels might have indeed been petty bourgeois, though even here it is worth noting that Marx lived in the last and most significant period of his life as a pauper subsidized by Engels. But they did not produce a coherent theory of proletarian ideology, that is, a strategy of proletarian revolution. Rather, they produced a science of history that demanded the necessity of proletarian revolution, that grasped that all of history was the history of class struggle, but mainly provided the ideological concept of this revolutionary necessity by demonstrating this necessity and forming early variants of communist organizations. This is why the manifesto spends most of its time describing the history that produced the proletariat, but stops just after recognizing the proletarian class as the revolutionary class, short of thoroughly describing this class's ideology content and revolutionary strategy. An examination of the Paris Commune provided them with some incoherent insights regarding this strategy, as noted and systematized by Lenin, but again, as Clarke points out, they were singularly incapable of transforming these insights into a general theory. Therefore, Clarke's contradiction belongs in the period of Marxism-Leninism, rather than the period of pre-Leninist Marxism, because it cannot logically apply to Marx and Engels, who were never, according to Clarke, really theorizing proletarian strategy and proletarian ideology. It is clear they understood ruling class ideology and how it functioned quite well, but perhaps their privileged social positions, which prevented them from theorizing the strategic content of proletarian revolution, were precisely why they were able to provide a concrete analysis of the circumstances of capitalism and capitalist ideology. This foundation of science is outside of Clarke's complaint. Its boundaries were defined by different contradictions that I would argue Lenin solved, and the proof is in the fact that there was a world historical revolution in Russia, but that could only produce new contradictions, among them the one that Clarke has rightly recognized. So I do not believe that Lenin was under the impression that he was perfectly representing the theories of Marx and Engels regarding revolutionary strategy. He knew very well that Kautsky, as well versed in the history of the movement, if not more so, was also aware of the same passages and was in fact utilizing other passages to push his ideological position. The entire communist movement at that period in time was confusion of various tendencies, all of which highlighted different aspects of Marx and Engels. While Lenin chose to highlight certain passages over others, tells us more about his objective interest, class revolution, how to achieve class revolution, and his rhetorical ability to find authoritative grounds for his arguments regarding the state. What Lenin was doing was producing theoretical work that would eventually effect a rupture in revolutionary theory, and in effecting this rupture, force its continuity through an appeal to possibly germinal insights of Marx and Engels. This rupture was not only continuous because of what it chose to highlight as germinal, what it decided was congruent with its heterodoxy, but because it used the very method of Marx and Engels, which does not concern Clarke's contradiction, to force a theoretical rupture, and this moment of continuity in rupture could only be proved after the World Historical Revolution in Russia. The sixth part of the third chapter of Continuity and Rupture, the composition of the Leninist Party. Clarke's contradiction, then, does not affect the basis of revolutionary science. The theory of historical materialism originated by Marx and Engels, but the first strategic implementation of this science, where it claimed to speak on behalf of the proletarian, and in this speaking it would encounter this contradiction, which is the contradiction of revolutionary strategy. For it was Lenin who operationalized Marxism, provided it with a strategy, and in doing so claimed to implement proletarian ideology. So the question becomes, did Lenin simply implement the petty bourgeois, though incoherent reflections of Marx and Engels in regard to revolutionary strategy? Was Lenin arguing for a party of petty bourgeois intellectuals due to the fact that a trade union consciousness of workers was by itself incapable of producing revolutionary consciousness? Is the final result of Leninism, called, as it was, some germinal insights of the originary petty bourgeois theorists, a contradiction that can only lead to counter-revolution? Leaving aside the larger limitations of the Leninist Party, which will be discussed in the final chapter, let's focus only on this potential contradiction. Clarke is correct insofar as the limits of the Marxist-Leninist theoretical moment are concerned. Even if Lenin's theorization of an organized and militant party, parenthesis, the revolutionary advance guard that could bring revolutionary consciousness to those workers who otherwise were trapped in trade union consciousness, in parenthesis, should not be understood as a party led by petty bourgeois intellectuals and Marxist academics, we still cannot escape the fact that the concrete circumstances have indeed produced a Marxist-Leninist practice, at least in the centers of world capitalism, where this was the case. Indeed, Lenin's theory of organization has often been understood as a theory that privileges the revolutionary intelligentsia and their ability, because they have had the time and means to study revolutionary science and their concrete circumstances, to be the germ of a revolutionary movement. All of the infantile fantasies of petty bourgeois dreamers are justified by this interpretation of Marxism-Leninism. No wonder there are so many tiny and dogmatic vanguard groups proselytizing at universities. As an aside, to suggest that Lenin was arguing for a party led by privileged intellectuals is something of a misreading of what is to be done. While Lenin agreed with Kautsky that the party was initiated by such intellectuals, this is not the same thing as claiming it should be led and composed solely by the same social strata. Nor was it accurate to compare the intellectuals and students of Tsarist Russia, many of whom were severely underprivileged. Parenthesis, think of the extremely impoverished student characters in Dostoevsky's novels, for example. In parenthesis, with the student intellectuals leading the supposed vanguard parties at the modern centers of world capitalism. As some of my comrades who believe in Lenin's theory of the party have pointed out, contemporary First World academics should indeed be classified as more petty bourgeois than small shop owners, since the former can easily be bought off with bourgeois liberal rights, whereas the latter might include racialized immigrants who are running small family businesses to feed the families. Even still, Clarke's complaint holds because this interpretation of Lenin's theory of the party vanguard can be found in What Is to Be Done, and has historically been maintained by Marxist-Leninists. If revolutionary ideology must be imported from without, then we must ask who exists outside the proletariat that is only capable of understanding an ideology produced by economism. What people compose and define the party that will bring revolutionary ideology to the masses? Rather than trying to make sense of the complexities of party formation and grasp that this without is more of an abstract than a concrete principle, it is often natural to assume, along with Lenin of What Is to Be Done, a party initially led by intellectuals who possess the privilege to study and comprehend revolutionary science. Nor is this an entirely incorrect assessment of any revolutionary party and project that has existed historically. Marxism-Leninism, at the moment of reaching its historical limits, was indeed affected by this interpretation of the party vanguard. But if we are to appreciate the force of Clarke's contradiction as a dialectical contradiction, a unity of opposites, then we have to recognize that there is something within the moment of Marxism-Leninism that is simultaneously revolutionary and counter-revolutionary. We cannot forget that Marxism-Leninism was as much a success as it was a failure, that its completion in the Chinese Revolution was what both demonstrated its limits and provided an opening to a new stage of the science. So there is indeed something correct in the Marxist-Leninist moment about the necessity of the Revolutionary Party's rational kernel being opposed, in a certain sense, by intellectuals. After all, in order for a revolutionary movement to possess a theory capable of unifying its practice, it requires the concrete analysis of concrete circumstances. There needs to be a thorough and precise assessment of what the social circumstances are, what the class structure of these circumstances implies, and also logically process based on these facts. Someone incapable of comprehending their social context is not going to provide anything useful for a revolutionary strategy in their context. History should have taught us by now that the lazy application of models from other social contexts without any attention to the particular problems of the circumstances upon which they are being applied has only led to immediate failure and/or an inability to move forward. Gisela Yami, however, encountered the same contradiction discussed by Clark when she wrote People's War and Women's Liberation in Nepal, during the course of the People's War in Nepal. Although specifically examining the problem of the lack of women cadre, Yami recognized that while revolutionary science developed through the theoretical work of those with the intellectual privilege to provide a concrete analysis of a concrete situation, if the most oppressed and exploited remained incapable of making the same analyses, then counter-revolution would remain a significant danger. After all, those who possessed the social privilege to make the initial analyses, in their context, and perhaps in most contexts, men, had more to lose and less to gain from a thorough revolution than the more exploited and oppressed. The initial revolutionary theorists might quickly become theorists of the counter-revolution if the masses were not armed with a significant and deep-seated understanding of revolutionary theory. Hence, Clark's contradiction cannot easily be dismissed. Yami recognized that theory develops through a concrete analysis of a concrete situation, but also recognized that those who make such an analysis occupy privileged social positions. Peasant women in a semi-feudal and semi-colonial social formation, after all, don't have the same educational opportunities as their male counterparts. Seventh part of the third chapter of Continuity and Rupture. Problems of class 1. Before tying up the various threads in this chapter and intending to demonstrate how Maoism solves this Marxist-Leninist contradiction, it is necessary to understand what is at stake with Clark's contradiction, a particular understanding of class. In this section, I want to argue for the way in which social class should be understood before, in the following section, examining how Clark's implicit understanding, which is actually quite common, and perhaps the way in which classes and their contradictions are treated by many Marxists, leads directly to his impasse. Clark's contradiction, as we have discussed, manifests according to the claim that proletarian ultimately finds its meaning becoming proletarian according to an agency, i.e. the party, outside of itself, so that rather than being the revolutionary subject in itself, it is only the subject through the party. In this sense, the party appears to be a substitution for the proletariat that ought to emancipate itself. If the former is outside the proletariat, then how can it know the meaning of proletarian politics? If the latter requires the former in order to become conscious of itself, how will it even be aware of which party expresses a proletarian line? This apparent contradiction, however, is not as confused as it first appears when we treat class as a social category rather than a nature or essence. The analysis of capitalism initiated by Marx and Engels noted that the structure of a capitalist mode of production was, in the last instance, determined by the tension between the minority class that owned the means of production and the masses who toiled so that the capitalist society could reproduce itself. Whereas the latter produced the society's value, the former was mainly parasitical. A proletarian politics, then, is simply derived from this scientific assessment. Those who produce social value should be in command, not the parasites. Any politics that does not pursue a society where those who produce value are in command is not a proletarian politics. From this understanding, Marx could derive the social classification of proletariat. Those who have nothing left to lose but the chains, and are conscious of this fact, are going to be those who are the most invested in bringing this non-parasitic society into being. The problem, however, is that this insight is merely an assessment of what is required to transgress the limits of the capitalist mode of production. It does not explain by itself how those who have nothing left to lose but the chains will be conscious of this fact. It only explains the social forces necessary for the overthrow of capitalism. A class is an abstract categorization, and though scientific assessment must be abstract if they are to be applied universally, It is a mistake to treat this bare formula of social class in a concrete manner and assume, as many do, that Marx's classification of the proletariat in itself means that he was also claiming that the working class will be aware of this historical vocation, scattered as it is throughout society, and that it somehow constitutes a concrete and operationalized meaning as a class, with the requisite consciousness and social meaning for itself and by itself. The hypothesis of a proletarian class is not a hypothesis of an essential meaning to the people who may or may not be a part of this class. The proletariat does not exist prior to this hypothesization. That is, Marx's abstract formulation had nothing to do with imparting meaning to the essential lives of the workers and telling them what their lives mean, as Rancière appears to claim in Proletarian Nights. For Rancière, after all, the Marxist, particularly the Marxist-Leninist project, is erroneous because it attempts to educate a working class about the meaning of its lived experience, while this working class is quite aware of its meaning. This meaning often defies the Marxist conceptualization of class struggle, and there might not be anything we could call the proletariat, but in fact a heterogeneous working class without a singular meaning. But Marx's theorization of class had nothing to do with explaining some intrinsic and essential meaning of workers. It was simply based on assessment of the limits of capitalism, who produced the value within this mode of production, and those who produced this value were capable, particularly if they became conscious of the fact they had nothing to lose through revolution, of transgressing these limits. Therefore, when Marx and Engels speaks of the proletariat, they are not simply speaking of this or that faction of the working class. They are speaking of the position upon which capitalism can be overthrown and a revolutionary classification based on this position. The reason why it is important to understand that the proletarian classification is the result of a scientific assessment of the capitalist mode of production as a whole, and not at all an attempt to explain the authentic identity of a heterogeneous body of workers, is because if we assume that this heterogeneous body of workers will produce a proletarian consciousness spontaneously, then we are no longer speaking of the proletarian politics Marx and Engels proposed. Quote, "Spontaneously, the proletarian consciousness, even in its most radical expression, will not outgrow the spirit of rebellion." Unquote. Bourgeois ideology is far too compelling, and, without being unified according to a common revolutionary project, working class rebellion is most often limited by economism. In this context, a party becomes necessary. An organization theoretically unified that brings proletarian politics to the proletariat. How can this party be aware of proletarian politics if it comes from outside? Because this is a politics derived from a scientific assessment of history and society that permits us to understand the meaning of proletariat as a social class. It is also politics that in the clearest expression has learned from the history of class struggle, particularly the two great world historical revolutions in Russia and China, and so can bring the memory of revolution to those who have been taught to forget. At the same time, however, it would be a mistake to conceive of this party as substituting the very proletariat it attempts to bring into being. We are not speaking here of a party of petty bourgeois intellectuals who will command the proletariat because they alone had the privilege to study the abstract meaning of this class's hypothetical existence and meaning. We are not arguing that a class of intellectuals, who could easily be bought off with promises of publication, tenured jobs, etc., are the revolutionary subject, bringing consciousness to the proletariat and remaining in command. Indeed, the very impetus to organize those who have nothing left to lose but their chains is due to the fact that once this class becomes conscious of itself as a class, only then is a revolution possible. That is, if it seeks to become a vanguard party, the nation party must locate and organize the most radical elements of the working class so as to become transformed and held to account by those who, aware of revolutionary theory, will transform this party though it is a proletarian party. A conscious understanding of capitalism and the necessity of revolution might be imported from outside only so that those who have nothing to lose but supporting revolution can import back a more radical and sustainable politics. The party produces the proletariat produces the party. With this understanding of the proletariat in mind, it is necessary for a would-be party to begin by concentrating on the strata of the working class where economism is less complete. Those most amenable to being conscious of the fact that they have nothing left to lose but their chains, so that the working class as a whole can supersede economism. Quote, "For its consciousness to go from rebellion to revolution, The minority of proletarians who already have a revolutionary consciousness because of their experience, but mainly because they have acquired some theoretical knowledge concerning revolution, must be organized." Unquote. Organizing these forces first will also discipline those involved in the organizing. The party itself will be organized into a vanguard rather than had it expended its forces amongst those workers who have a lot to lose in the case of revolution, becoming inconsequential. To go to the masses with a theory that can explain the lived experience will also mean, once the most revolutionary forces of these masses are encountered and operationalized, that a transformation of the movement will emerge from the masses, but only if it speaks to their lived experience and only if it locates those who are not mesmerized by the phenomenon of economism. Hence, the proletariat is found according to a process of social investigation in which a unified political movement attempts to locate the exploited basis of revolutionary movement, but the proletariat is also simultaneously made into a coherent class as it is gathered into this movement. Furthermore, the movement itself is transformed by this gathering. Its own understanding of the proletariat transformed as it learns from, while attempting to lead as a whole, the most exploited. We can thus understand the meaning of proletarian only through a movement that is able to conceptualize a particular proletariat based on an organized process of social investigation. But a social investigation that proceeds according to a general understanding of exploitation is oriented towards ending capitalism. Finally, we can operationalize this understanding of proletariat by making it, while being made by it, the basis of a revolutionary movement. Eighth part of the third chapter of Continuity and Rupture. Problems with Class 2. Let us assume that Clarke is not indicating a contradiction that is dialectical, but a contradiction in the sense of formal logic, i.e. a contradiction similar to the very simple and banal statement that one can literally be a living human and a corpse in a coffin at precisely the same moment in time. If this is the type of contradiction that he is implying, that a proletarian revolutionary movement is impossible because it will always be tainted by the class ideology imported from without, then it rests on a definition of social class that is different from the one outlined in the previous section. This definition, which was briefly discussed above, holds that the proletariat is a class insofar as it is found as a class empirically, rather than a scientific category employed to make sense of the general logic of a given mode of production. Hence, the proletariat, if it exists, can be found at a point X of the labor process as a very specific and articulated group of people who understand what they are better than those theorizing proletariat. Here, the divisions of class are material barriers in the crude sense, and more like a caste understanding of reality, where a particular class cannot be understood by those outside of this class because its consciousness probably belongs to its interiority. In other words, only those within this empirical proletariat can understand what it means to be proletariat. Those who do not have the empirical characteristics of this class in itself have no business of speaking of class being and class consciousness. This was aforementioned Rancière's argument in Proletarian Nights. Rancière's supposedly left communist and anti-structuralist insights intersect in an interesting way with claims made by orthodox Marxists who also think that a particular and empirical conceptualization of the working class, i.e. it is the most organized faction of the workers who labor at the point of production, is the proletariat that is essentially conscious of its own revolutionary destiny. The difference between Rancière's position, as well as Clarke's for that matter, and that of this particular orthodox definition of proletarian, is that the latter believes it will be able to dispel the false consciousness that inhibits this class from understanding its authentic revolutionary nature. In this sense, and if class is understood in such a way, then Rancière and Clarke are correct. For how can someone outside of this found and empirically known proletarian ever hope to dispel false consciousness if he cannot be part of this class? Thus, if we define class in such a positivist manner, we will necessarily be faced with Clarke's contradiction, and this is why Clarke's insights are so important. They show the limits of this crude understanding of class composition. Such an understanding of class, however, is far from materialist, since it is more akin to a theorization of caste or estate. Mystification of social class that Marx and Engels attempted to demolish by theorizing class in the first place. The assumption that class is a social phenomenon that, as E.P. Thompson pointed out, is made rather than found, as we will examine in further detail in the next section, and thus is ultimately contingent on greater social forces, or some of the great insights of Marxism. According to this definition, one's social position is not determined by a law of nature, but is ultimately contingent. That is, the lower classes are not lower because nature has determined as such. Parenthesis, as the great chain of being of Thomas Aquinas, Confucius's laws of heaven, and other tributary ideologies of metaphysical alienation would have us believe. In parenthesis. But for intensely social reasons, the majority of people are pushed down into subservience, oppression, and exploitation due to the logic of the mode of production. The minority in command were not given their command by nature, but because they happened to be lucky enough, or vicious, but also lucky enough, to have clawed their way up a particular social hierarchy. Therefore, this essentialist notion of class cannot admit the very complexity that the theory of class, as opposed to state or caste, was meant to express, due to its culturalism inherited from a pre-capitalist way of seeing the world. The minority of working-class individuals who are able to become capitalists, thus fulfilling and sanctifying the capitalist ideology of the self-made man, sometimes take a culture of deprivation with them, believing they are somehow still proletarian regardless of how wealthy they might become, because they were not educated according to bourgeois culture. Here we can discover millionaires who speak of the liberal elite and imagine they speak for the common people, because this elitism is defined by literacy. At the same time, intellectuals cast down to the level of proletarian subsistence, a far more common dynamic under capitalism, will be judged as secretly bourgeois due to their education and regardless of the fact that they find themselves in a social position of exploitation. Once we define class in such a culturalist manner, then we cannot accept a party that comes from outside, because such a party is incapable of ever speaking for the revolutionary subject it seeks to accumulate and consummate. Strategically, this essentialist/culturalist understanding of the proletariat implies some form of spontaneism. It cannot help produce either a revolution or a party to lead the revolution in the course of its spontaneous struggles against capitalism. And yet, despite implicitly promoting this understanding of class, Clark himself seems to have shut the door on this possibility by implying that A. This has never been the case historically, and B. Harold Draper's theories regarding the revolutionary state, which implied a limited form of spontaneism, are a dead end. So, if there is even a foreclosure on the possibility of the Draperite socialism from below, and spontaneous proletarian self-organization, then it is possible to interpret Clark as claiming that his contradiction proves the revolution is logically impossible. Based on this understanding of Clark's contradiction, it is impossible to even critique his analysis, because doing so would mean, based on his apparent definition of class, that the one making these criticisms is petty bourgeois, for to do so requires a formal and privileged education, and thus incapable of thinking outside of this contradiction. More significantly, all attempts to argue for a way out of this contradiction, since these attempts also require a certain level of intellectual training, thus meaning, according to his analysis, that they emerge from a petty bourgeois position, also fall prey to this contradiction. In this sense, it is totalizing in a negative sense. If you possess the level of education to make sense of his contradiction and propose an alternative, then you are necessarily petty bourgeois, hence there is no way to escape his impasse. We are stuck then in a closed circuit of inevitable counter-revolution. If the proletariat has been historically incapable of theorizing circumstances and thus a revolutionary ideology, then anyone who attempts to theorize these circumstances and ideology can only be doomed to failure because they are not proletariat and thus also, due to their non-proletariat class position, incapable of speaking for the class they claim to represent. Here, there is a strange simultaneity with post-colonial theory. Gayatri Spivak also wondered whether the subaltern could speak for itself, and whether attempts to speak in its name were impossible. But Spivak was a privileged intellectual who in the moment was disputing the right of Marxist intellectuals to speak for the underprivileged, was herself speaking for the same underprivileged. If Clark's analysis is equally all-encompassing, then it encounters the same problem. At the very moment that he speaks of the inability of the petty bourgeois intellectuals to speak in the name of the proletariat, he is performing the same act. He is also a petty bourgeois intellectual, based on his own implicit theorization of class, who is deciding the meaning of class contradictions based on his privilege to name and identify these meanings. After all, the proletariat cannot grasp the contradiction indicated by Clark. He is attempting to show it to them as much as he is attempting to show it to all communists. He is deciding what determines proletariat and petty bourgeois ideology. His analysis is so thorough that it is possibly undermined by the same contradiction. The point here is that Clarke, in indicating what he takes as the prime contradiction of Marxism-Leninism, and in a certain sense, as I've mentioned, I believe he is correct, may fall prey to the same problem that he claims to have discovered, and that this problem is based on the understanding of class itself. If Clarke's contradiction is as thorough and damning as, based on one reading, it seems he believes it is, then it is impossible to talk about this class contradiction in the first place. We cannot even provide definition of class without also being petty bourgeois intellectuals. If a revolutionary conception of class can only be provided by the revolutionary class that is found and not made, then this class is not part of the class that provides conceptual definitions. Being an intellectual here is presumed to be essentially petty bourgeois. Then it is impossible to know what class is in the first place, let alone know which class counts as proletarian and revolutionary. This problem is similar to the problem C.S. Lewis noted in T.S. Eliot's theorization that poets are the only judges of poetry. Quote, "The first result is that I, not being one of the contemporary poets, cannot judge Mr. Eliot's criticism at all. What then shall I do? Shall I go to the best contemporary poets who can and ask them whether Mr. Eliot is right? But in order to go to them, I must first know who they are, and this, by hypothesis, I cannot find out. The same lack of poethood which renders my critical opinions worthless renders my opinions on Mr. Pound and Mr. Auden equally worthless. Shall I then go to Mr. Eliot and ask him who the best contemporary poets are? But this again will be useless. I personally may think Mr. Eliot is a poet, in fact I do, but then, as he explained to me, my thoughts on such a point are worthless. I cannot find out whether Mr. Eliot is a poet or not, and until I have found out, I cannot know whether his testimony to the poethood of Mr. Pound and Mr. Auden is valid. And for the same reason, I cannot find out whether their testimony to his poethood is valid. Poets become, on this view, an unrecognizable society, an invisible church, and their mutual criticism goes on within a closed circle which no outsider can break." Unquote. The point here is that if we take Clarke's analysis to its apparently logical conclusion, then we must accept that it is not only completely damning, we have to accept that we can neither escape the omnipotence of the theoretical boundaries it draws, nor even understand if it is correct. And Clarke is also incapable of understanding if it is correct, based on his own inability, parenthesis, due to his petty bourgeois nature, in parenthesis, to understand class. Class itself becomes unrecognizable. Anyone who attempts to explain the meaning of class and class consciousness is stamped by inescapable boundaries of this antinomy. In some ways, then, it makes no sense to accept Clarke's contradiction, since, by the same token, it is equally contradictory. If no one can speak to the meaning of proletarian ideology, then Clarke also cannot speak to the same meaning. He is trapped in the very boundaries he has drawn, if this is what his boundaries mean. Therefore, since it seems logically senseless to understand his contradiction in such an extreme manner, it might be worth critiquing the boundaries he has drawn. His implicit definition of class. He himself appears to have an understanding of class, and so if we are to be accused of being equally petty bourgeois by attempting to explicitly discuss the meaning of class, then we are just as guilty as Clarke. And if Clarke is guilty, then his entire analysis collapses due to the same contradiction. Ninth part of Continuity and Rupture. Problems with Class 3. For Clarke there appears to be a class essence to the proletariat and the petty bourgeoisie, an inescapable destiny where Marxist intellectuals are always petty bourgeois and the proletariat are never Marxist intellectuals. In some ways he assumes, perhaps because he is caught within the same Marxist-Leninist moment, the very elitist understanding of Leninism that he has critiqued. Intellectuals are petty bourgeois. The proletariat cannot produce intellectuals without the interference of the petty bourgeoisie. We must ask, then, why has he separated intellectual from proletariat, by assuming that the former must always be alienated from the latter, or at best end up as the judge of the educational standards of the latter? This is a possible moment where the concepts of revolutionary intellectual and petty bourgeois are simplistically merged. Parenthesis. Of course, there's good reason for this merging, and this is why we should take Clarke seriously, as I have suggested above. In his socio-historical context, Marxist intellectuals were generally privileged and petty bourgeois. If he could not see beyond his boundaries, if it was because of his social limitations, but limitations we must understand if we are to also understand why Maoism is capable of going beyond Marxism-Leninism, in parentheses. But if we understand class in the materialist sense rather than the mystical sense, then we must also understand that it is something that, as discussed above, is made and not found. One is not born with a class destiny imprinted upon their soul. Someone born into a working-class family can possibly become bourgeois, just as someone who is born into a bourgeois family can possibly sink to the level of the proletariat. Class mobility, while not always probable, is often quite possible. After all, capitalism is able to defend its ideology by recoursing to the odd rags to riches story. So we need to ask, based on the fact that Clark claims that the descent of the petty bourgeois intellectual deforms revolution, whether the opposite is the case. Is someone who is born into a proletarian family ends up joining the petty bourgeoisie? Is the petty bourgeois edifice undermined by the inclusion of someone with a proletarian origin? In this society, after all, where onerous student loans produce the possibility of working-class individuals becoming academic intellectuals, or we definitely have an uphill battle, and where poorer students spend their free time working exploitative jobs to pay their bills, is it the case that the proletarian ideology is suddenly imported into the ranks of the petty bourgeois? Parenthesis. More pointedly, is it even the case that we can define the petty bourgeois intellectual so easy? A tenured professor might be a petty bourgeois intellectual, but what about someone working in the worst contract teaching jobs? What if a student who spends most of their time out of class working in a restaurant kitchen? One does not become petty bourgeois simply by going to university. It is not defined by literacy. In parenthesis. On the whole, the petty bourgeoisie as a class category is not affected by the intentional inclusion of former proletariats into its ranks, even if they like to dress the part. Everyone who has gone to university knows of at least one professor with a six-figure salary who refers to themselves as working class by virtue of the fact that they came from a working class family. They are defining class according to a specific conception of culture and appeal to an authentic essence. Similarly, on a larger scale, the inclusion of former proletarians into the club of the bourgeoisie does not affect the bourgeois class. It is quite happy when people struggle to become wealthy owners of capital. It uses these struggles to defend its pernicious ideology that hard work is the key to class mobility. Inversely, then, is it possible to conceive of petty bourgeois intellectuals sinking to the level of the proletariat? This downward movement seems to be possible. Indeed, it seems to be prevalent due to the fact that losing rather than gaining economic privilege is always more possible under capitalism. Why is it that this descent, whether intentional or unintentional, automatically means the importation of petty bourgeois ideology into the ranks of the dispossessed? Moreover, what do we make of the scions of the proletariat who have attempted to change their class station through education only to sink back to the level of their family? They certainly gain an alien class ideology, defined as education, they bring back to their class origins. These assessments are rather simplistic. We are forced to assume that education, simply because in society it is inaccessible to many people, is essentially petty bourgeois. In this context, if we are to resist petty bourgeois ideology, then we may be forced to adopt a crude anti-intellectualism and demand that the proletarian remain ignorant. In general, however, we are speaking of ideology, and so we must return to those limits that are essential part of Clark's contradiction. It is not that the petty bourgeoisie is changing classes, but that it is importing petty bourgeois ideology into the heart of revolutionary struggle. At the same time, however, Clark pointed out that the proletariat, through its economistic struggles, based on Lenin's analysis, is incapable of developing a revolutionary theory. The reason for this incapability, however, is something that Clark never explains, although it is explained by Antonio Gramsci, George Lucas, Louis Althusser, and other Marxist philosophers, who are also trying to make sense of the boundaries of their thought, because the ruling idea for the ruling class become common sense even for the proletariat, because both petty bourgeois and bourgeois ideology also form the default consciousness of the working class. The victims of the system often attempt to justify their own victimhood based on the acceptance of the values of the exploiters and oppressors. Spontaneity and reformism are ideologically prevalent amongst the proletariat because these are common sense responses to the horrors of capitalist domination. This ideology is just as petty bourgeois as the values of the intellectuals sinking, intentionally or unintentionally, to the level of the proletariat. Hence, the need for a coherent party an association that can scientifically sift through the ideological confusion of the current conjecture. The problem here is not just that petty bourgeois ideology is being imported by privileged intellectuals, although this is its own problem, but that this ideology is already prevalent amongst the ranks of the working class, regardless of these intellectuals. It is a reflection of the values of the ruling class. Of course, this analysis of class and class consciousness is easily refuted if you take class contradiction to its formal conclusions. All of this is simply a petty bourgeois analysis of class due to the fact that it relies on the work of petty bourgeois intellectuals and is ultimately meaningless. But again, Clark's analysis itself must be undermined by the same conclusion, since he is also speaking in the name of class, based on his own understanding, which also and equally must be understood as privileged. Even still, Clark is correct to point out there is indeed an importation of privileged petty bourgeois ideology into the heart of any given revolutionary organization. That is, even if a party is required to articulate the meaning of class, making and imposing it through revolutionary structure, organized according to theory and practice, there is still something that an orthodox Leninist party misses. Petty bourgeois consciousness internal to the party is an inescapable problem. 10th part of the 3rd chapter of Continuity and Rupture, the Mars Line. In order to grasp the significance of Clark's contradiction and how it fully explains the boundaries of anti-revisionist Marxism-Leninism, all we have to do is examine how the new communist movement of Clark's day was affected by the collapse of revolutionary China. Only a few anti-revisionist Marxist-Leninist organizations were able to recognize that the capitalist rulers were in command. Most assumed that the party had necessarily renewed itself, that its intellectuals had the right to speak for the will of the masses, and that any challenge to party authority, parenthesis, based on the party's ultimate right to define what was properly bourgeois and proletariat, in parenthesis, was possibly counter-revolutionary. More than one organization degenerated and eventually collapsed due to an unwillingness to challenge the line of the party under Deng Xiaoping. Those who sided with the Gang of Four sometimes found themselves lost in a new geography where the previous assumptions of anti-revisionism often seemed like a problem of infinite regress. If the prime anti-revisionist force was suddenly revisionist, then would not the emergence of a new anti-revisionism set off an incoherent chain of successive anti-revisionisms? There was no longer a center to anti-revisionist ideology, because the center, initially and simply assumed to be built around Mao Zedong and the Chinese Party, was not being called into question. In this context, then, new problems emerged. How to make sense of democratic centralism? How to know when a party embarked upon the same revisionism it had initially critiqued? How to make a sense of the problem of revisionism itself? Clark's summation, as discussed above, appeared to argue that revisionism was unavoidable because it was written into the genes of Marxism-Leninism itself. At worst, it was a contradiction that could not be resolved. At best, and as I have suggested, it was a dialectical contradiction that necessitated a resolution that could not be conceived at the time. The movement becomes infected with petty bourgeois ideology, and thus bourgeois ideology, because the party itself is led by the petty bourgeois, who have already decided, based on their class position, the qualifications for revolutionary ideology. But, as I noted earlier, Clark's summation strangely fails to provide an assessment of the Cultural Revolution in China, an event that tantalized most anti-revisionists of his time and was intrinsic to the germinal conception of what would become Marxism-Leninism Maoism. Thus, for all his talk of the party hegemony of the petty bourgeoisie, Clark ignores the one moment in history where the petty bourgeoisie was sent down to the countryside in droves, where once privileged Marxist intellectuals were placed under the authority of the masses, and where the authority of the party itself was briefly called into question. He was a moment that might have allowed Clark to think outside of the confines he was explaining, or at least prove the existence of these confines, but he failed to examine it in a thorough manner. Clearly, since the Cultural Revolution failed to complete its aim, Clark's contradiction still holds. The party refused to go as far as it should have gone. The resistance of the petty bourgeoisie to re-education was significant enough to influence the counter-revolution. Mao himself might have turned his back on the revolution he initially supported, but these are the limits of Marxism-Leninism that were reached and only temporarily transgressed by a world-historical revolution that prefigure the emergence of a new stage in revolutionary science that have to explain these very limits. During the course of the Chinese Revolution, the contradiction noted by Clark was encountered and theorized. The petty bourgeoisie is indeed within the party, bourgeois ideology leads to party degeneration, and the fact that the party leads the masses while being affected by this ideology is a significant problem. The solution then was to unleash the masses upon the party, and even upon each other. The problem of the ideological instance was even larger than Clark's analysis grants. The common sense ideology, prior to the dictatorship of the proletariat, is still default ideology. It's prevalent everywhere in society, and this is why socialism remains a class society. Leaving aside the absurd notion that even to define the nature of this ideology is in itself an act of privilege, for this leads, as noted in the previous section, to an inability to even make this critique in the first place. We should at least recognize the fact that GPCR produces a way of moving beyond the contradiction of Marxism and Leninism. This is because the party does not simply lead the masses. The party also must be held to account by the masses, and this accounting class struggle continues. Those petty bourgeois intellectuals who once defined the meaning of revolution, if they were indeed petty bourgeois intellectuals, should be called to account by the very revolution they once claimed to represent. China's failure to complete this revolution simply tells us that it failed to follow its understanding to its logical conclusion, that although it glimpsed terrain beyond the limits of Marxism and Leninism, it was still imprisoned within its historical boundaries. Only an assessment of the failure and successes of this period could produce theoretical rupture capable of overstepping Marxism and Leninism. Hence, the emergence of Maoism in the period of 1988 to 93, when these contradictions, finally self-evident, demanded a paradigm shift in the field of revolutionary science, guided by the concepts that manifested in the course of the Chinese Revolution. Maoism, then, is precisely that stage that not only recognizes Clark's contradiction, but understand it in a properly scientific manner, can explain precisely how it led to counter-revolution, and thus indicates a practice that can pass beyond the boundaries of Leninism. After all, the Leninist party is completed according to the understanding that the concept of proletarian, as noted above, is consummated in the party itself, which preserves the theory of what it means to be proletarian in the first place. And yet, this is not enough. A party that treats itself as a general staff of the proletariat, not submerging itself in the class it has conceptualized, must always remain apart. To think of a party that not only conceptualizes the meaning of proletariat, but submerges itself in the social classes it attempts to mobilize, however, is a province of Maoism. This is what is known as the mass line. The party brings the theory of revolution to the masses, submerges its members in the masses, and by drawing them in, transforms the party itself. A party formation that functions according to a general theory of the proletariat, that is not submerged in the masses and has not drawn these masses into its organizational structure, is a formation that can never become a vanguard. The reason for this is very simple. If the party cadre are only dispersed intellectuals, they can easily be bought off by capital. A would-be academic, no matter how radical the politics are on paper, might be neutralized by the promise of tenure, freedom of speech, and publishing contracts. Similarly, a party cadre who discovers through this party that they have nothing left to lose but that change will sustain this party, will teach the would-be academics something about party discipline, will possibly become a party intellectual. For the Maoist turn in Marxism demands that every party member becomes an intellectual, capable of challenging the traditional intellectual apparatus. While the germinal party formation might initiate and preserve itself according to those who had the privilege to encounter and study revolutionary theory, it will only become more than its germ form by drawing in those who are deeply invested in revolution, and, because of this investment, can discipline the party into a fighting force capable of becoming the vanguard. The mass line is generally defined as, quote, from the masses and to the masses, unquote. And this chronology confuses what is at stake. By placing the from in front of the to, Mao was not defining the temporal order in which a revolutionary ideology functioned. He was simply emphasizing the order of importance. Although revolutionary ideology does emerge in the last instance from the masses, and though party members have emerged themselves in different ways from the masses, the practice of mass work begins by going to the masses with revolutionary ideology. The participants in a revolutionary movement begins with a revolutionary theory taken from the history of Marxism that they plan to take to the masses. If they succeed in taking this theory to the masses, then they emerge from these masses transformed, pulling in their wake new cadre that will teach both them and the movement something more about revolution, and demonstrating that the moment of from is far more significant than the moment of to, because it is the mechanism that permits the recognition of revolutionary politics. For if those with nothing left to lose but the change do not accept a revolutionary theory, for instance, they're not stupid, they're not waiting on some general serf the proletariat, in parentheses, then the theory that is being espoused should be questioned. According to the mass line, Maoism tells us that any revolutionary theory coming from outside must find its limits in the inside of the proletariat. If it is rejected by the most radical fraction of this class, then it should be rethought. If it pulls in new recruits, who will also transform the movement that brings this theory, then it is not some alien affection imposed on the working classes. 11th part of the 3rd chapter of Continuity and Rupture. Again, Continuity and Rupture. Those Maoist organizations that have been leading people's wars are not simply organizations led by some privileged petty bourgeoisie. On the one hand, we must recognize that most revolutionary Marxist-Leninist Maoist movements have been Third World movements, where even the intellectuals are not identical to First World petty bourgeois intellectuals. On the other hand, we also have to recognize that many of these movements have doggedly followed the path of declassing, have been dismissive of petty bourgeois intellectuals, and most often accused of being, by some academic leftists, organizations led by unsophisticated peasants and lumpen elements. So we must ask, if one group of academics are claiming that Maoist movements are unsophisticated and backwards, and these petty bourgeois academics imagine that they represent the standard of proletarian ideology, then it might be the case that Maoism, in its general refusal to play this academic game, has overcome Clarke's contradiction. The overall point, however, is that Clarke's contradiction is merely a contradiction of Marxism-Leninism. While Clarke might have understood the limitations of Marxism-Leninism, it should be clear from the lacunae discussed above that he was incapable of grasping how the stage of Maoism altered the theoretical terrain of his critique. The concrete practice of revolutionary organizations devoted to Marxism-Leninism Maoism has not only been quite aware of the contradiction Clarke recognized, but has opened a terrain in which this contradiction is only a lingering problem retained from the past moments of Marxism-Leninism. The fact that the state and counter-revolution refuses to address the GPCR in any significant detail goes so far as to fail to examine Deng's coup at the end of the 1970s, demonstrates an unwillingness to move very far beyond the limits of Marxism-Leninism. Even still, regardless of what it ignores, Clarke's book is significant insofar as it charts the course of Marxism-Leninism to honestly recognize the limits of an anti-revisionism that has failed to break from this terrain. This critique's inability to transgress these limits, however, is due to the same problem it seeks to explain. It is also caught within the boundaries of Marxism-Leninism, and thus can see nothing but the limits it has reached. Hence, Clarke's critique is a Marxist-Leninist critique of Marxism-Leninism and must fall prey to the same logic. As indicated earlier in this chapter, if there is a contradiction in party intellectuals deciding what constitutes proletarian consciousness, then there must also be a problem for the very same reason with a Marxist intellectual making this meta-claim about consciousness and ideology in general. That is, if it is a contradiction for the party to decide what counts as revolutionary ideology and possess the political right to pass judgment on revolutionary standards, there must also be a contradiction for Clarke to pass judgment on the entire meaning of revolutionary ideology and its possible contradictions. Again, we must return to the claim I made near the beginning of this chapter and understand Clarke's contradiction as a dialectical contradiction. Marxism-Leninism is correct, while at the same time it is incorrect. Here is a contradiction that demands dialectical unity, and this unity is located in the opening produced by Maoism. Continuity with the universal elements of Marxism-Leninism, grasped in the moment of world historical revolution, is unified with a rupture from the limits of Marxism-Leninism, grasped in the moment of world historical failure. Now we find ourselves in a new theoretical terrain that has not yet reached its own limits, and must still explore, but at the very least we can look back upon Clarke's assessment of the last revolutionary gasp of Marxism-Leninism and understand there was only a signpost pointing, however vaguely, at a new stage of revolutionary science. Chapter 4 of Continuity and Rupture. Maoist Openings. Quote, humanity inevitably sets itself only such a task as it is able to solve, since closer examination will always show that the problem itself arises when the material conditions for its solution are already present, or at least in the course of formation. Unquote. Karl Marx, A contribution to the critique of political economy. First part of the fourth chapter of Continuity and Rupture. New questions. By transgressing the limits of Marxism-Leninism, the theoretical train of Maoism is capable of answering many of the significant questions that hampered the previous period of anti-revisionism. These were questions that hastened the disintegration of numerous Mao Zedong thought organizations and were often leveled against theory and practice of revolutionary communism. Despite a few admirable attempts, many of which should form the foundation of our analysis now, these organizations were by and large incapable of answering these questions, and thus shattered or declined when they encountered this radical criticism. Some groups intentionally dissolved when they realized they could not honestly respond to these new problematics. Other groups simply chose the path of denial, often lapsing into vulgar materialism, followed by dishonest backpedaling, confused responses, and a shabby process of theoretical tinkering. These questions were those raised by the struggles of minorities, specifically questions regarding race, gender, sexuality, and an entire host of identity-based concerns. Although numerous Marxist-Leninist organizations at the centers of capitalism, specifically in the United States, initially proved themselves capable of answering, in a limited but still important fashion, the question of race and racism. And although world historical revolutions provided these organizations with a general understanding of the importance of women's liberation, these struggles would still prove to be a stumbling block for the historical materialism of Marxism-Leninism. The problem of race and racism was most often reflected through the lens of the national question. Important when discussing colonialism, and perhaps the material basis that was, in the final instance, responsible for racialization and thus racism, but still limited in its application. The problem of women's emancipation was often considered solved by statements made by Marx, Lenin, and Mao, and institutional practices of revolutionary societies. And though these statements and practices were historically important, they were not enough to allow those anti-revisionists as a whole to grasp the problematics raised by the feminist movement. Indeed, it was quite common for anti-revisionist organizations, along with Trotskyists, to dismiss feminism as petty bourgeois. Most significant in challenging Marxism-Leninism, however, were the questions of sexuality and sex identity, queer and trans demands that often produced chauvinist practices in organizations that were otherwise revolutionary. Take, for example, the RCP USA's inability to understand the queer question, let alone the trans question, and the backwards behavior that this inability produced. Despite the Stonewall Rebellion, despite decades where queer persons were targeted by the forces of reaction, the RCP USA maintained a chauvinist position when it came to this identity, despite being veiled in revolutionary language, was no different in practice than the position of bourgeois society. Gays and lesbians were treated as aberrant, their sexuality dismissed as bourgeois decadence, and queer members of the RCP USA were directed towards bizarre re-education practices that were ultimately the same as fundamentalist Christian anti-gay programs. While it might have been understandable, but not excusable, for a revolutionary organization in the 1930s, or for a revolutionary organization in a semi-feudal context to maintain such an erroneous position, it was extremely bizarre that revolutionary organizations in the USA, after Stonewall and through the Reagan era, were maintaining a position that was lagging behind the revolutionary consciousness of the masses. Moreover, while it might be the case that if the RCP USA maintained this position now, they do not, though they have also failed to criticize the past practice, we could simply write it off due to this organization's current marginal status, as one weird ideological commitment among many. Unfortunately, the RCP USA put forward its anti-queer line when it was the most significant communist organization in the US, and was not alone, both inside and outside the country, in maintaining such a position. Hence, emergent anti-systemic struggles were often excluded from even the anti-revisionist movement, a place where they could have flourished, due to aspects of Marxist-Leninist rigidity that had not as a whole been dissolved by the Maoist rupture. In response to this rigidity, when historical materialism reached the limits of Marxism-Leninism and devolved, by virtue of its anti-revisionism, into a dogmatic embrace of certain statements and practices, Marxism was treated as questionable by those who were involved in these identity-based struggles. Why should the nascent queer revolutionary join a movement that rejected their very existence? Why was it that the leadership of many of these groups was comprised of individuals who occupied privileged sites of identity? These were questions raised by the struggles that were emerging precisely when Marxism-Leninism was reaching its limits at the centers of capitalism. In Canada, for example, UNLUT dissolved itself willingly because of similar questions. Although it understood, as opposed to the RCP USA, that such questions needed to be both addressed and embraced by a communist movement, it could not theoretically square that period's anti-revisionist Marxism-Leninism with these significant demands. Thus, since Marxism-Leninism was encountering the end of its theoretical terrain due to those concrete historical facts discussed in the first chapter, and since the anti-revisionist movement was ill-prepared for the contradiction it encountered with the collapse of actual existing socialism, it was generally incapable of examining the questions raised by struggles partially outside of the traditional Marxist gamut. Dedicated primarily to preserving an anti-revisionist communism, many Marxist-Leninist militants could not thoroughly focus on creatively re-articulating revolutionary theory to account for the aforementioned questions. Hence, the collapse of the Marxist-Leninist movement produced a theoretical void. Into this void rushed postmodernism, post-Marxism, post-colonialism, and a confused constellation of chic academic theory that attempted to make sense of oppression outside of class exploitation in a manner that was eclectic, speculative, quasi-materialist, or just baldly idealist. If the revolutionary tradition that spoke of a scientific assessment of society and history had reached its end, or so the implicit argument raised by these new radical theories claimed, then explanations that were not tainted with the quote totalizing categories of historical materialism were required. And these new explanations, which claim to be more radical than a Marxism judged as limited and historically anachronistic, would substitute the concrete categories of class, mode of production, revolutionary party, historical subject, with speculative concepts such as intersectionality, oppressive structures, autonomy and solidarity, and the decentered subject. This substitution would also lead to a political practice of, at least among those radical intelligentsia who rarely practice much in the way of revolution, premised on radical sides of identity and social movement strategies, identity politics and movementism. Since I have discussed the problems of identity politics and movementism elsewhere, I will not examine them in significant detail here. I am discussing the emergence of these theories and practices simply to indicate the reasons for their appearance, reasons that cannot be explained by their disparate and nebulous theoretical trains. This is something that can only be explained by recourse to a historical materialist approach, the only methodology capable of grasping the concrete movement of history. These theories, whatever their strengths, have only been able to understand the level of appearance and are thus incapable of understanding that 1. They emerged because there was a void in radical theory, left by the temporary application of Marxism-Leninism in privileged academia. 2. There was a necessity to fill this void, since it were phenomena that required theoretical explanation, i.e. race, gender, sexuality, sex, ability, oppression. 3. This void only existed because of the temporary defeat of revolutionary communism and the onslaught of counter-revolution. This last point is key, because without the era of counter-revolution in which capitalism attempted to name itself as the end of history, and thus the temporary decline of revolutionary communist movements, it is doubtful that these new radical theories would have gained a measure of hegemony at the centers of capitalism. Therefore, identity politics and the theories behind it, despite the important reasons for their emergence, are now objectively the practice and theory of counter-revolution, even if they do not understand themselves as such subjectively. The second part of the fourth chapter of Continuity and Rupture, historical moment of systemization. The truth is not that revolutionary communism and supposedly moribund theory vanished. Indeed, as noted in the first chapter, it was in the process of reconceptualizing itself as a science by 1988, But the Marxism-Leninism had reached its limit. Thus, what was treated as a void left by communism was in fact the limit reached by the Leninist stage of communism. The interim period in which these anti-oppression movements were primarily being explained and categorized by non-Marxist theories was a period of counter-revolution in which communist movements were forced to reconsolidate, assessing the limits they had reached so they could re-emerge with a theoretical understanding that could possibly account for the temporary collapse of communism and the phenomena that emerged during this period of collapse. Therefore, since Maoism emerged after these radical anti-oppression struggles raised their demands, we should now have a theoretical terrain that is capable of explaining these phenomena in a materialist and rigorous manner, one that can provide the explanatory depth these other and speculative approaches solely lack. A return then to revolutionary materialism, but a return that is simultaneously a new return, because, now aware of the existence of a new theoretical terrain, historical materialism should not have to mechanically apply formulaic categories in its attempt to make sense of these questions. After all, those Marxists who did not move past Marxism-Leninism, parentheses, and especially those trapped in an even more moribund Trotskyism, in parentheses, and who tried to wage ideological line struggle against these other radical theories, often lapsed into a crude and formulaic concept-mongering. Maoism allows for a fresher and more creative approach to these problems that is still materialist, but a materialism that is properly materialist in that it is historically relevant and not some fossil theory belonging to the early decades of the 20th century. Obviously, the germs of a Maoist approach to these problems already existed prior to 1988 in various anti-revisionist texts that claim some fidelity to the name of Maoism. Frantz Fanon, The Wretched of the Earth, The Early Political Economy of Samir Amin, queer anti-revisionists who responded to the chauvinism of the RU/RCP USA, i.e. the Sojourner Truth Organization and the Los Angeles Study Group, or the chauvinism of their own social context, i.e. the gay and lesbian caucus of the Canada's on Lut, the theory of the Black Panther Party, the Revolutionary Communist League of Britain's work on Eurocentrism, and other Marxist approaches from the historical margins comprise hundreds of seeds for the rich terrain of Maoism. To these, we can add subterranean movement texts such as J. Sakai Settlers and Butch Lee and Red Rover's Night Vision, for example, that also contributed to a materialist engagement with the problematic that was emerging just when Marxism-Leninism was waning. Moreover, Mao also produced a body of theory that would be useful in making sense of these problems. Parentheses, specifically and most importantly on contradiction, in parentheses. And some indeed tried to make use of this theory, albeit in a patchy and often isolated manner. The emergence of Maoism as a scientific stage of revolutionary communism, however, means the emergence of a theory that is systematized around key theoretical concepts. It is this systemization that should allow us to understand which attempted past theorizations are useful, as well as how and why these theories are affected by the theoretical limits of when they were written. Again, it is useful to draw on an analogy from the hard sciences in order to explain how a historical moment of systemization provides retrospective illumination. As both Jan Zapp and Robert M. Young have pointed out, the emergence of Darwin's On the Origin of Species, which was the first systematic account of evolution, parentheses, and thus provided the term evolution with its conceptual content, in parentheses, made sense of previous attempts at understanding the natural and organic development of the human species. Indeed, these previous attempts, which by themselves were limited, were eventually drawn into the orbit and validated by Darwinian theory. We cannot escape the fact that the rupture produced by a scientific paradigm must, by necessity, shed light on the theoretical work that was part of a trajectory that led to this rupture. In any case, the emergence of a new stage of revolutionary communism can and should permit a thorough materialist engagement with a phenomena that were left unexamined by those Marxist movements and theorists who failed to transgress the limits of Marxism-Leninism. All of the elements necessary to provide scientific assessment of these phenomena exist within the terrain of Maoism, and there is now a small explosion of Maoist theory that seeks to demonstrate this fact. As noted at the outset of this book, however, I am not interested in doing theory, but in philosophically engaging with the terrain of theory itself, that is, examining the boundaries in which this theory is possible. Hence, I will not explain why or how Marxism-Leninism and Maoism can specifically answer the question raised by those other supposedly non-Marxist movements. Not only have I indicated elsewhere how this has been done by others, I do not believe it is the job of the philosopher to produce theory. The primary role of philosophy, as I attempted to explain in this book's introduction, is to speak to the questions of meaning and thus explain the possibilities, or lack of possibilities, of a given theoretical terrain. Thus, here I simply wish to point out that Maoism is a theoretical terrain that is quite capable of answering those questions that other radical theorists once claimed communist theory was incapable of grasping. Most importantly, I want to explain why it is not only capable of answering these questions, but it is more capable than other theoretical approaches of providing thorough and revolutionary solutions. The third part of the fourth chapter of Continuity and Rupture. Materialist concerns. Since Maoism represents a new return to revolutionary science, the reason it is better equipped to deal with the phenomena that were once considered the purview of postmodern, post-Marxist, post-colonial theory is because it can provide a concrete analysis of a concrete situation. In a word, materialism. The failure of these alternative radical theories was the inability to delve beneath the level of appearance and, out of rejection of totalization, provide a rigorous explanation of their objects of critique. That is, they failed to provide any significant explanatory depth. The simple way to illustrate this failure on the part of these other radical theories is simply to note the concept of power that is so common to Michel Foucault, Judith Butler, Gayatri Spivak, Edward Said, and other members of this rebel canon. Here we find a radical rejection of the abstract category of power, and often the category of power knowledge, where it is assumed that history is fundamentally a history of oppression and exclusion due to the discursive application of power that ultimately produces the historical subject. Foucault's genealogical approach, which is influential for all of these theories, claims that history is nothing more than the history of power that produces moments of totalization and is murderous in its forcing of meaning. Since I do not want to waste time explaining this theoretical approach, it is enough to simply indicate that this theory of power is never explained in a materialist sense. That is, none of these theories can really articulate the origin and meaning of this terrible power, besides the fact that it exists. Although it is easy to claim that any attempt to explain the origin of power is in itself an act of totalization, and thus a discursive power game, and hence that the search for materialist origins is ultimately murderous, I would like to suggest that this is a rhetorical attempt to dodge an important question. For if one cannot explain the originary meaning of this power, then it is rather difficult to make a value judgment about its deployment. If you cannot explain what power is precisely, then it is somewhat difficult to explain why it is a problem. Most importantly, however, it is the idealism behind this concept of power. In its lack of a material qualification, it becomes akin to a Platonic form, an ideal concept of power that supervenes on history beyond human agency and produces agency, more autonomous than the species that came up with the concept in the first place. Materialists, however, believe that all concepts are, in the final instance, generated by humans living and producing in historically mediated circumstances. To speak of power outside of this context is to ignore the fact that power is always something material, not just a vague concept. It makes no sense otherwise. Engels made such a point when he was attacking Düring's similar concept of power. He argued that Düring could not understand that power was not something that existed in and of itself, but was always something that was either political or economic, produced by humans in the final instance. The fact that those theorists who follow thinkers such as Foucault are actually reasserting the speculative categories of Eugene Düring is something I've often thought is worth noting. If anything, it demonstrates that those theorists that claim to transcend Marxism were actually returned to a reactionary past. When materialism falters and temporarily produces a void, idealism always rushes in to fill the vacuum. The terrain opened by Maoism should be understood, then, as a new return to materialist concerns that are capable of making sense of these phenomena in a way that would pass Marxism's and these alternate radical theories were generally ill-equipped for. Whereas the latter theories dealt only with the level of appearance, many of the former theories wasted time regurgitating crude materialist categories. If we must speak of the materialist basis of these other oppressions, parentheses, which in the final instance would have something to do with class struggle, in parentheses, then we cannot simply reject them in favor of a crude notion of class that has nothing to do with race, or gender, or sexuality, or etc. But to speak of the opening of the terrain that demands a return to a materialist analysis, albeit a materialist analysis that can account for this phenomena, is considered offensive by those dedicated to the speculative vicissitudes of this post-theory. Idealists are wont to dismiss every materialist approach as an instance of vulgar materialism, since all forms of materialism are dismissed as vulgar by the idealist. Lenin encountered a similar problem when he wrote Materialism and Imperial Criticism, after all, and we should not be surprised that history repeats itself as tragedy. Thus, any Maoist engagement with these phenomena will necessarily be treated as vulgar materialism, no matter how sophisticated and insightful it might be, by those who have become the academic gatekeepers of these concerns. To speak of material social relations is an act of vulgarity for those who demand the most obscurantist and specialized assessment of reality. In some ways, this is the strength of historical materialism. It should refuse to be misled by the treacherous currents of specialized academic theory, and against this privileged theorization assert the demands of the vulgar masses. The fourth part of the fourth chapter of Continuity and Rupture. Proletarian mass line and class composition. Since we can and must make sense of those questions raised by the period following the collapse of Marxism-Leninism, questions about other sides of repression, we will discover that Maoism possesses the tools to answer these questions in a manner that provides revolutionary unification. Those other theories have always rejected unification for fragmentation, necessity for contingency, substance for appearance, and class for identity. The practice resulting from this approach cannot hope to promote revolution, because it cannot promote solidarity. Marxism has always held that the only real revolutionary solidarity can come from a movement based on class, a proletarian struggle against bourgeois hegemony, and Maoism is continuous with this insight. At the same time, however, whereas other Marxisms have been forced to ignore, downplay, subordinate struggles that are supposedly not about class, in order to emphasize the primary importance of class struggle, or to claim that there are new class subjects that are not the proletariat, i.e. the multitude. Maoism possesses the tools to incorporate these concerns within a theory of class struggle, to dismiss these concerns, to subordinate them to an abstract notion of class, to temporarily set them aside, to make up completely new class categories when the majority of the world remains proletarian, is an act of denial. These are live concerns because they matter and hence demand materialist theorization. As indicated in the previous chapter, the theory of the mass line from the masses and to the masses, one of the universal aspects of Maoism, should lead us to the understanding that the revolutionary masses are not simply an abstract and unqualified proletariat. Those who would argue that Maoism tends to replace the category of proletariat with the category of masses fail to understand that this is not a replacement, but a theoretical expansion gleaned through the movement of rupture. It is not that we are replacing proletariat with the masses, but we are using the latter concept as a substitute for the simplistic working class. The revolutionary masses are the proletariat in one sense. They are the working class because, on a global scale, the proletariat is precisely the force that provides the majority of the world's labor. In another sense, they are precisely the working class because the revolutionary proletariat, so-called hardcore, can be located amongst the most oppressed and exploited elements of the working class, as well as the reserve army of labor. The majority of humanity has nothing left to lose but its chains. Once we start examining the proletariat in a mass sense, which is what Maoists believe is germinal to Marxist thought, then we are forced to wonder at the composition of the working class in a given particular context. There is a working class at the center of capitalism that is unionized and possesses certain benefits due to this unionization. At the same time, there are non-unionized laborers and an unemployed reserve army, many of whom perform piecework acts of production, who are part of the revolutionary masses precisely because they greatly outnumber the fraction of the working class that was once treated, according to tired formulae, as the proletariat. Such an examination must, by necessity, lead us to ask questions about the very composition of the working class, a problematic discussed in the previous chapter, which I will re-emphasize here. In racist social contexts, for example, radicalized workers are far more proletarianized because they do not, as a whole, possess the privilege of unionization. The composition of the proletariat, then, is overdetermined by those sites of oppression that we were told were not unified in the moment of class. We may not find any basis of unity with the revolutionary movement and a bourgeois woman of color, but we cannot deny that the woman of color makes up a minority for the bourgeoisie. Thus, while the revolutionary movement must proceed according to class lines, and any revolutionary movement must not seek allies amongst the bourgeoisie, who have vested interest in counter-revolution, it needs to recognize that the class lines are partially determined by those other sites of oppression. Class is always clothed in the garments of oppression. A racist, heterosexist, and ableist society will always produce a class division that is thoroughly influenced by disparate oppressive movements. In order to properly understand class, you must also understand the process of its composition. Mao had an inkling of this problem when he wrote On Contradiction, and argued that the ideological/political superstructure, though in the final instance as a result of the economic base, always served to obstruct and partially determine the substructure. Ideologies that spring up in one period, generated by material necessity, do not simply disappear, annihilated by some ontological break in the mode of production. They linger, influencing and rearranging the base itself. Capitalism has never been a pure mode of production, in the way that it was, necessarily and for scientific reasons, described in Capital. And there are even moments in Capital itself, i.e. the sections on primitive accumulation, where Marx recognized that this was the case. Althusser often argued that the final instance never arrives. Inspired by the insights of Mao, and thus a concept of Maoism that had not yet emerged, he meant that while we can understand the meaning of these other sides of oppression according to the final instance of the economic base, there is never an instance of a purely abstract class struggle that is stripped from its ideological trappings. But Althusser, whose critical lens was ultimately aimed at anti-revisionist Marxism-Leninism, and even then ended up siding with the revisionist orthodoxy of the PCF, was incapable of grasping the full context of this insight. Now we must take this insight further in order to declare that under capitalism, the proletariat and the bourgeoisie are not categories that remain unaffected by race, gender, sex, sexuality, and ability. They are always overcoded by these sites of oppression. Maoism then demands a mass understanding of class that can speak to a composition produced by the obstruction of the economic base, at the same time as a movement that is also continuous with the development of revolutionary science. It rejects an identity politics that refuses to grasp the importance of the final instance. The final instance might never arrive, but it is always imminent. Class might never be an abstract category shown from these other sides of oppression, but it is still the fundamental category. Let's put it crudely. While the proletariat in, for example, racist and sexist societies might possess a composition that is predominantly radicalized and genderized, those persons experiencing racism and sexism in these societies who also own the means of production are not the proletariat. Hence, those Marxist-Leninist Maoist theorists who have attempted to deal with these sides of oppression according to this framework have found it useful to use the qualifier of proletarian to make sense of their approach. Those Maoists who speak of proletarian feminism, for example, have done so for two reasons. 1. To distinguish their feminism from a feminism that will recognize the revolutionary agency of bourgeois women. 2. To argue that feminist struggle, contrary to identity politics, only makes sense if it is part of a broader proletarian movement. Hopefully we will see an emergence of a new proletarian anti-racism, proletarian anti-heterosexism, and a proletarian anti-ableism in the near future. All these materialist engagements with these other sides of oppression will hopefully undercut the banal, intersectional approaches of identity politics that cannot, by themselves, produce revolutionary unification. In other words, a proletarian mass line of class composition. The fifth part of the fourth chapter of Continuity and Rupture, Vulgar Materialism. And yet, the unification in class demanded by Marxism-Leninism Maoism, despite its unwillingness to ignore those questions addressed by the theory that attempted to replace revolutionary communism, will always be treated as a vulgar materialism by those who are committed to a politics that rejects all materialist analysis. To claim class struggle is the militant base of praxis is a claim that is anathema to those who would treat social class as simply another side of oppression, an identity no more or less important than other oppressed identities. Although the final instance might never arrive, to then claim that the final instance is social class, regardless of how Maoism teaches us to understand class, is to be guilty of class reductionism. I would like to argue, though, we should not fear such reductionism. Every science, after all, functions as a science due to its ability to reduce concrete phenomena to abstract categories. According to particle physics, in the final instance all matter is simply nothing more than particles moving at high speed. Only a physicist completely divorced from reality, however, would claim that reality is completely identical to this necessary reduction. Similarly, although the chemical meaning of water is located in its reduction to H2O, we do not experience water as this equation. Hence, to reduce the complexity of social phenomena to a common denominator of class struggle should not mean a rejection of this complexity. Rather, the moment of reduction is a method of abstraction that allows us to understand the concrete. Class reductionism only becomes a problem when it cannot properly account for the phenomena it claims to explain, or when it veers into a quasi-Platonic idealism, where class is treated as a trans-historical essence rather than a social relation. To dismiss such an approach as vulgar is to dismiss all scientific attempts to make sense of the world and plunge us back into the realm of mystification and superstition. This is why we should not be surprised when some of those theorists who attack Marxism on the ground of its vulgar materialism also mock the Enlightenment, science, and everything upon which their privilege is predicated in a manner that is far more vulgar than the materialism they despise. None of this is to claim, however, that we should dismiss the charge of vulgar materialism out of hand. As I noted in the second chapter, we must guard against a dogmatic behavior that could pull us back into past practice. Beyond some unquestioned idealism, there is a reason that charges of vulgar materialism are raised against any and all historical materialist attempts to make sense of problems that were originally treated as outside of the gamut of historical materialism. It is worth recognizing that there have indeed been dismissals of these concerns that even materialists should deem vulgar. Where the class reductionism has veered into class essentialism, where theoretical violence, most often translating into real-world violence, has done to the concerns that were once the province of these other non-Marxist radical theories. Again, it is worth noting the RCP-USA's refusal to properly engage with demands produced by creative resistance. Here, a clearly vulgar response, sanctified by an appeal to materialist categories, was tendered that was at the same time thoroughly chauvinist. Queer persons were characterized as products of bourgeois decadence, their sexual identity the supposed result of male supremacy. Although a sophisticated materialist should be quite capable of demonstrating that the RCP-USA's position in this case was more idealist than materialist, because it was little more than a distorted refraction of the ruling ideas of the ruling class through the lens of Marxist categories. The fact that it was put forward as a materialist was enough in the eyes of the critics of Marxism to spuriously dismiss all materialism as vulgar. Such a dismissal makes sense if you are someone who is concretely affected by a chauvinist analysis that masquerades as materialist. It is enough to taint this revolutionary tradition. Maoism, however, needs to move beyond the charge of vulgar materialism, just as it moves beyond the actual vulgar materialism. The theoretical elements for a thorough analysis of these other and supposedly non-class sites of oppression are already in place and have been waiting for a further development in the science to unify them. This is a new opening that should not be held back by the nitpicking of anti-communist theorists who remain trapped on their level of appearance and can offer no revolutionary solutions. The sixth part of the fourth chapter of Continuity and Rupture. Again, ideological hegemony. Here it is worth returning to the problem of ideological hegemony, raised in the first chapter. Since Marxism-Leninism Maoism on an international level does not yet possess the same level of ideological hegemony that Marxism-Leninism once possessed, it is not surprising that its emergence is often dismissed as a return to the vulgar materialisms of the past. The theoretical openings in which it has proven itself capable of operating are openings that has not yet succeeded in fully claiming from those other radical theories. The general retreat of revolutionary communism left in its wake a serious phenomena that required theoretical investigation that, without Marxism, were bound to be interpreted as fragmented and disconnected. The radical theories of such thinkers as Michel Foucault, Jacques Derrida, Gayatri Spivak, Homi Bhabha, Jean-Luc Nancy, etc., succeeded in claiming the theoretical abandon by this retreat and thus achieving a significant level of theoretical hegemony. But this hegemony was always somewhat contradictory. On the one hand, it rejected totalization. On the other hand, it produced its own totalizing hegemony. It is this theoretical family's interpretation and its rejection of the unity that could only be found in the totality of a revolutionary project was itself in a complete rejection of any approach that did not recognize social phenomena in need of explanation. The appearance of fragmentation and disconnection was taken to be an essential fact of nature. The totality of difference was understood as a political virtue. Therefore, the Maoist rupture has not yet succeeded in overcoming this fragmented ideological terrain on a global level, regardless of its successes on various national levels. This is why beyond Maoism, when this moment of rupture continuity has only begun to address the historical problems it has inherited. When a new theoretical paradigm emerges with any science, after all, it is not considered complete if the questions of its time have not yet been fully addressed. Such a paradigm is only transgressed when its ability to respond to these questions has reached its limits, when it demonstrates that it lacks the ability to provide the necessary scientific explanation. I think it is fair to argue that Maoism is only beginning to explain the problems of the historical period in which it emerged, nor has it exhausted its ability to make sense of these problems. But what Maoism demands in the very fact of its proclamation as a concept is unification of this supposedly disunified constellation of phenomena. It emerges with the claim that it can explain and unify the terrain in which it operates. It possesses the potential to do so due to its basis in historical materialism and the fact that it is a movement that is still developing, still open to the future. Indeed, those revolutions which have proclaimed theory of Marxism, Leninism, Maoism have engaged and are engaging with this phenomenological constellation. This engagement was and is understood as necessary. Most importantly, the revolutionary unity that Maoism brings to these problems is a unity that is found in revolutionary practice and ultimately is about changing the circumstances that produce these very problems. The seventh part of the fourth chapter of Continuity and Rupture. Operationalizing a praxis. The problem, however, lies in operationalizing a praxis based on the unification of these sites of oppression along revolutionary class lines. Since some of us have come to Maoism after being trained in the theory and practice of identity politics, it is difficult to grasp the practice demanded by this new return to revolutionary science. We discovered the limitations of this anti-oppression praxis and yearned for the concrete solidarity produced by revolutionary science. And we gravitated towards Maoism because we felt it could answer our questions rather than dismissing them as petty bourgeois. Even still, there remains a tendency to import the practices of identity politics into revolutionary organizing. What Marxism, Leninism, Maoism should teach us, however, is that while we should be able to account for these other sides of oppression and recognize their importance, we should not replace a militant organization pursuing class struggle with some nebulous set of practices that focus primarily on the appearance of identity. It is political line that matters, and this is always a class question. While it might be correct to recognize the problems these sides of oppression pose for a revolutionary organization, i.e. the problem of a revolutionary organization whose leadership is predominantly white, straight, cis male, etc., it is not at all correct to assume that dealing with these problems on the level of identity will provide a solution. Most often, it produces confusion. Should the viewpoint of a queer woman of color who is also a cop be treated as admissible by a revolutionary organization simply because of her identity? The question is rhetorical, because I feel that most radicals, even those who endorse an identitarian approach, respond with a resounding no. And we have to ask why they would say no, especially if their practice should, based on its theoretical commitments, lead them to argue otherwise. We generally understand that the answer to this question is no, because most of us who endorse some form of anti-capitalism actually do understand, however vaguely, that the political line is more important than the identity of the person espousing this line. An identity often does mediate a given political line, but the latter is decisive. An organization built around a revolutionary political line is more important than a collective in which politics are reduced to the identities of the people involved. Thus, it is entirely possible for an organization consisting of mainly of white men to have more revolutionary analysis of racism and sexism, though it is highly doubtful they would come to this analysis by themselves, than an organization consisting entirely of women of color. Of course, as a Maoist, we would also have to wonder about the composition of the former organization, despite its better analysis, and perhaps locate its failure to go beyond a white and male membership in a troubling gap between theory and practice. The disparity between appearance, identity, and substance, political lines, is a significant problem that should require philosophical intervention. On the one hand, we should recognize that if someone's identity is determined by a history of oppression or a history of privilege, then it would be anti-materialist to assume that the development of this identity is outside of this history. On the other hand, building a politics primarily, and sometimes solely, upon this very simple fact lacks substantial depth. We need to realize that while identity mediates a political line, the political line also mediates identity. Then it is the latter mediation that is determinant. Take, for example, the claim often made by some adherents to identity politics regarding the identity of Karl Marx. Since he is a dead white man, then the content of his work should be treated as thoroughly oppressive and dismissed entirely. Now, while it is true that Marx's circumstances and thus identity were such that his analysis was often mediated by Eurocentrism and perhaps a masculinist oversight, to act as if these problems are such that the content of his work is thoroughly tainted is both simplistic and ahistorical. After all, once we examine the history of revolutionary movements, we are forced to recognize that the theory founded by Marx and Engels is a theory that has been understood as extremely significant for those masses of people who are not white or male. More than any other theory, and so we are left with two choices. First, recognize that the content of this theory is more important than the identity of the theorist, that it has been developed beyond its weaknesses by those it might have temporarily excluded. Or second, claim that the oppressed identities of those masses who treat this theory as significant are of little importance because these subaltern masses, incapable of speaking for themselves, are being spoken for by totalizing communist leaders. This last claim, of course, should be treated as somewhat absurd, since those who would discount these masses' ability to speak for themselves in the name of communism are also speaking for the same masses. At the same time, however, it is necessary to recognize the limitation imposed by privileged identity. Such recognition, however, needs to be grasped according to the basis of political content, because often, and especially when it comes to the living science of communism, the content itself can explain deficiencies in identity. After all, the easiest way to critique Marxist Eurocentrism is not to dismiss him altogether, but to simply indicate that his own historical materialist method undermines his Eurocentrism, in proving that it is an erroneous historical analysis of non-European cultures and that social being determines social consciences, even in the case of Marx. That is, Marx himself is convicted by his own categories, and yet it has been common theoretical practice for Marxists to cling only to the revolutionary content of Marxism without properly noting how this content, though determinant in the final instance, is also mediated by the form. If we are to declare fidelity to the content of a political line, then we must also declare fidelity to what this line is supposed to mean. Social circumstances do matter. Social being determines social consciousness, and a class position is partially composed by these other sides of oppression. Here Marxist-Leninism Maoism is significant because without abandoning historical materialism, it is the only Marxist tendency that is thoroughly attempted in practice since its journal stages to make sense of how appearance mediates substance, identity mediates the content of the political line, how sites of oppression mediates class. Such a nuanced understanding is evident in Mao's early work on social investigation, i.e., analysis of the classes in Chinese society, report on an investigation of the peasant movement in Hunan, as well as his treatise on contradiction. It is also evident in all of the foundational Maoist works up to and after the crystallization of Marxist-Leninism Maoism. To a lesser but still important extent, it is evident in those historical materialist trajectories that were influenced by Mao and the Chinese Revolution, such as Frantz Fanon's The Wretched of the Earth. This rich theoretical history has led many radicals who were once enamored with some form of identity politics, including myself, back to the narrative of historical materialism. And this is why the tendency to import the practices of identity politics into our organizational life is still a practice that needs to be overcome. It is still fresh in our minds. 8th part of the 4th chapter of Continuity and Rupture, a disjunction. The aim of this section has been to investigate how the rupture of Marxism-Leninism and Maoism produces a theoretical opening that is capable of making sense of concerns that are currently treated as the business of non-Marxist theory. I have attempted to demonstrate the philosophical circumstances of this opening, drawing lines of demarcation between Maoism and these other approaches. My general point is that Maoism can provide a more systematic, thorough, and revolutionary answer to these questions. Moreover, these questions also produce an agitational opening where Maoist analysis and practice can possibly pull more militants into its orbit. If the limits of Marxism-Leninism have been transgressed by the stage of Maoism, as I have argued in previous chapters, the Maoist theory can and should be capable of responding to those demands that were raised during the historic retreat of world communism. A science proves its strengths when it can provide a concrete analysis of concrete circumstances without nomological danglers. As I have attempted to explain in this chapter, this new stage of revolutionary science is already demonstrating that it possesses the theoretical tools capable of responding to these demands. The problem, as I have suggested above, lies in the practical operationalization of this politics. As Mao reminds us, it is not enough to have proper analysis of concrete circumstances. Marxism is about changing these circumstances. And though Maoism in many revolutionary struggles since its inception has made significant strides in demonstrating how a political line that takes other problems into account can be operationalized, i.e., the explosion of women's militias and the people's armies that aim, though always imperfectly because reality is still messy, to correct the male domination of revolutionary movements. It is still new enough that it is currently struggling to develop its practice. On the one hand, the Maoist tool, while understanding how to make sense of these other questions, are still operating according to the patterns of the previous stage of Marxism-Leninism, and are thus incapable to synthesize this understanding with a militant praxis. On the other hand, the Maoist tool, while understanding the limits of the anti-communist radical theorization of identity, are still trapped within the praxis of identity politics, and are thus unable to even produce a thoroughly militant praxis. Although this disjunction is historically understandable, it still needs to be overcome, and yet, through Marxism-Leninism and Maoism, this contradiction is being overcome, slowly and painfully, and already lines of demarcation are being drawn. The ninth part of the fourth chapter of Continuity and Rupture, Cultural Revolution. The aspects of rupture represented by the state of Maoism should be understood as a rupture guided by the theory of cultural revolution. Whereas Leninism was a stage that established the necessity of revolution up to the dictatorship of the proletariat, Maoism is the stage which claims that revolution must continue within the dictatorship of the proletariat, and that a socialist movement must be subordinate to a cultural revolution in order to struggle against the counter-revolution ideology that is often preserved in the superstructure. Thus, while it might seem odd to talk about a theoretical opening that is capable of addressing the problems raised by non-Marxist radical theories, and speak of the necessity of drawing lines of demarcation through and around these problems, this is precisely the concern of the theory of cultural revolution. A struggle in what is often called the economic base must be unified with a parallel struggle in the so-called ideological superstructure. It is not enough to push these concerns beyond the horizon of a possible socialist revolution and hope they will be struggled against after another dictatorship of the proletariat has been established. This is what the Chinese Revolution did in the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, and though this struggle would produce the theoretical insights necessary for Maoism's emergence, in the context of the Chinese Revolution, it was little and too late. If Maoism is a stage of revolutionary science that has truly synthesized the insights gained from the most recent world-historical social revolution, then we must take the theory of cultural revolution seriously and apply it immediately. This is precisely what the theorization of Maoism demands, and what makes it a rupture from Marxism-Leninism, that a few germinal and disorganized insights notwithstanding was incapable of grasping the necessity of cultural revolution from the very moment of a revolutionary organization's founding. Mass line, criticism and self-criticism, cultural revolution. These interlinked aspects of Maoism claim to be the next stage of science are necessary for building a movement that is capable of addressing the problems facing any revolutionary organization today. Here are some questions worth asking. Is an organization building itself according to the will of the revolutionary masses, while at the same time organizing this will and providing the theoretical guidance? Is this organization critical of itself and willing to accept that it is wrong? Are the movement's culture serving the people and capable of self-criticism in a way that parallels the checking of privilege common in identity politics circles, but unlike these circles, tied to a coherent political line? Does this movement see itself as capable of transcending the ruling ideas of the ruling class, grasping how certain ideological moments distort and over/underdetermine the economic base, as Mao pointed out in On Contradiction, and constantly reforming itself through the long march of cultural revolution? Failure to answer these questions might in fact be a failure to concretely apply those theoretical insights that are supposed to make the name of Maoism into concepts.